Umpires Phil Mustard and Jasmine Lane. Holly Armitage leading out Northern Diamonds. Kira Chatley and Ailish Cranston opening the batting for South East Stars.
Well, good morning and a very warm welcome from North Marine Road in Scarborough. Much of a pleasure it always is to say those words. And for the first time on BBC Radio Leeds, we have ball-by-ball commentary on a game involving the Northern Diamonds. So we're proud to be able to bring that to you. Jamie Rayner of BBC Radio Leeds and myself, Jonathan Doidge. And we'll have various guests popping in during the day to see the Northern Diamonds take on the South East Stars in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, a trophy, of course, which the Diamonds are defending, although it's not going quite as well as they might have hoped so far. 2 wins and 2 defeats leaves them in 4th place. The Stars in 2nd place at the moment will present a tough challenge. It looks like a good day to bowl on. We've had a delayed start because of a wet area on this side, the Peasholm Park side of the square. The Diamonds captain Holly Armitage won the toss and has decided that they want to take first use of the ball here, and no great surprise. And Jess Woolston is about to open the bowling from the Peasholm Park end then. Good morning, Jamie. Take it away for this first over.
Morning, Doidge. Good morning, everybody. First delivery of the game. Short, back of a length. Going through to Lauren Winfield Hill, keeping behind the stumps. Lovely day for it. Absolutely glorious. And what a pleasure it is as well to be bringing you ball-by-ball coverage on BBC Radio Leeds for the very first time. I couldn't have asked for a better start, really, given the weather, as Woolston comes in for her second delivery. Right arm over, fuller this time, and it's just pushed into the onside. Cranston at the non-striker's end. Chatley opening for the South East Stars. So mild breeze as Woolston comes in once more, and this one a little shorter and worked off the legs by Chatley. She'll come across for one on the board.
Yep, let's just run through those teams if we can, Jamie, while we got the opportunity. So Leah Dobson in for Catherine Fraser in the one change for the Diamonds. So Lauren Winfield Hill, Stir Callis, Holly Armitage, of course, skippering, Phoebe Turner, Bess Heath, Chloe Tryon, Leah Dobson back in, Abby Glenn, Lizzie Scott, Katie Levick of BBC Radio Leeds fame, of course, as well, and Jess Woolston are the 11 for the Diamonds, who are just considering a fielding change of fielding positions here. Holly Armitage with Jess Woolston because of the left-hand, right-hand combi.
Yeah, one slip at the moment, Doidge.
Give you the Stars team after this next delivery.
Yeah, mid-off, mid-on in place. Short mid-wicket 2. As Woolston comes in around the wicket and just gets a bit of movement off the surface, and goes through to Winfield Hill, the wicket keeper. Nice delivery. No run, one without loss.
So for the Stars, skipper Bryony Smith, Kira Chatley, as you know, and Ailish Cranston, the batters out there at the moment. Freya Davis, Alice Davidson Richards of England fame, Sophia Dunkley, Tash Farrant, Phoebe Franklin, Danny Gregory, Rihanna McDonald-Gray and Paige Schofield is the Stars 11.
Woolston in once more. Fuller delivery this time, and it just goes past the outside edge. Through to Winfield Hill once more. Another dot ball. One without loss.
Just getting loose here. Jess Woolston in his first over, but so far so good. Been on the pitch as well beforehand. They've had quite a lot of rain here, as you might imagine, given that we've had a delayed start.
Woolston around the wicket. Fuller worked off the legs. Just tip round the corner. Backward a square, through for 1. 2 without loss after the first over. A steady start from Woolston, opening the bowling for the Diamonds here at Scarborough. Yeah, the beating sun though has no doubt been an aid in trying to dry that troubled area. But you've been out there, Dorji.
Yeah, and it is a little bit on the spongy side. What I was going to say was, in terms of the outfield, and this is absolutely no disrespect to the John Dodds and his ground team, because if there is rain around, it's not that easy, of course, to get on with the heavy machinery and have a go at the outfield. So maybe just a little bit more growth than you might have thought. So the outfield I would expect to be pretty slow here. Excuse me. Always good to turn your microphone off and keep it off while coughing, folks. So I expect the outfield to be a little bit on the slow side, so therefore you're going to have to earn your runs with the bat here, not only because the ball might nip around a bit with moisture around, but also because it might just be that bit more difficult to get it past the infield. And so, opening from the Trafalgar Square end, Lizzie Scott. And in she comes then, right arm around the wicket, and that is dispatched unceremoniously as well, out through mid-wicket by Ailish Cranston for the first boundary of the day. Lizzie with that loosener just dropping it a little bit short. There's nothing wrong, of course, with the playing surface. As you can see from here, there's a bit of a green tinge to it. Playing about half a dozen strips away to the right of what would be straight on in the commentary box.
Yeah, got a hold of that one. Almighty strike, right out of the middle of the bat.
So 6 without loss. Here's Smith round the wicket again. At Scott, should I say, round the wicket again. And Cranston just playing over the top of a ball that didn't quite bounce as much. They've gone with 2 slips in, fairly widely spaced apart. Chloe Tryon at first slip. Holly Armitage is a couple of strides or so to her left and up at second slip. That is wide of off stump and through to Lauren Winfield Hill, who of course as ever has the gloves on when playing for the Diamonds. And Katie Levick, no stranger to the commentary box, of course, with me on the men's games, leading women's wicket taker. She's just down to our left at third, and she'd be about 10 metres in from the boundary. Scott in again, that's short of length and dropped into the mid-wicket region by the diminutive Ailish Cranston. So they've gone with a ring field, as you'd expect, attacking field. The 2 outside the circle, the one in addition to Katie Levick, is away at deep backward square in front of the west stand, the vacant west stand, which is having some work done on it at the moment. Good delivery here from Scott. Now then, there's a appeal for caught behind. It sounded like there was something from up here in the commentary box as well, but appeal denied by our umpire Jasmine Naeem, who's standing at the Trafalgar Square end. Phil Mustard is the other official today, standing at square leg. But to me, Jamie, sounded like there was some wood on that.
Definitely a noise, whether it was bat hitting ground.
Here's Scott again. Straightens things up this time and turned to leg. And that's a good opening over there, with the exception of that loosener, which went for 4. 6 then, off 2 overs the South East Stars.
There's a flash of the blade from Cranston. It was definitely a noise. We could hear it from up here, but whether or not it was the bottom of her blade just nicking the surface as opposed to the ball striking the outside edge of the bat, certainly the slip cordon and Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps were interested. But the umpire Naeem not putting up the finger, so 6 without loss after 2 overs, and Woolston begins her second. In she comes, right arm over, back with a length, and it's just dropped into the mid-wicket region. Holly Armitage coming in there to do the fielding. It was a disciplined start from Woolston in her first over. 4 wickets so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And as you were saying at the top, Doige, 2 wins, 2 defeats, I should say, from the opening 4 games. There's a fuller delivery this time, and it's pushed through the offside. A nice cover drive. 3 Diamonds fielders in pursuit. And Chathley will come back for 2. So 8 without loss. 2 deliveries into this third over. Ringfield once again for the Diamonds, as Woolston once more. Right arm over, back of a length, and it's just worked off the hips by Chathley. She'll come through for a single. She's dropped into the square leg region. That one just a little shorter.
Yep, good bit of fielding by Bess Heath, running around to her right. I spoke to Katie Levick for a few minutes when they were waiting for a decision on the start, and just asked her about the weekend's game against the Blaze.
Yeah.
And she said that there was, despite the fact that 16 wickets fell in just a total of about 37 overs of play, just under for the whole match, that it wasn't really a problem with the pitch. That the Diamonds just didn't bat well enough.
Woolston around the wicket to the left arm of Cranston, and it's lofted up into the air, and an easy catch. It was just bobbed up there, really, as Dobson came round. Simple catch there, and a simple way to lose your wicket there from Cranston. It just seemed to die on her in the pitch as she looked to work it around into the leg side, and maybe caught the bottom edge of her bat and looped up an easy wicket there, and South East Stars lose their first, 9 for 1.
Yeah, disappointing shot, wasn't it? She might say that it's stuck in the pitch, perhaps, something like that, but I think she was just on the shot far too quickly, and an absolute dolly of a catch, wasn't it? Leah Dobson's not going to take many easier ones than that if she plays the next 25 years or so. So, first blood to the Diamonds, and that brings in Bryony Smith, the South East Stars skipper.
Yeah, 35, 7, 50 and 21 so far in her 4 innings in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. It was just a simple catch for Dobson coming round. Maybe I've just tried to help her a little bit there, because she was through the shot, as you say, Doige, far too early. And a breakthrough early on for the Diamonds here at Scarborough. So 9 for 1 in the 4th. As Smith just takes her time at the crease, gets herself set. Right arm over, Woolston in, full at the pads, and just snatched away by Smith, who with a thickish outside edge just sees the ball scurry out towards the mid-wicket region. No run. So good pressure here from Woolston inside her second over. A lovely sunshine here at North Marine Road, as Woolston once more, short this time, pulled straight to third. Single taken, moves the score on to 10 for 1 at the end of the third over. So first wicket to fall in this game. It goes the way of Jess Woolston. A simple catch for the Northern Diamonds, and the breakthrough.
Yep, Eilish Cranston facing just a 10 balls out there for her 5. 9 for 1 after 2.4 overs, and 10 for 1 after 3 complete overs. So good start for Jess Woolston, and it was a pretty good opening over from Lizzie Scott, the first ball accepted. Smattering of spectators in, beautiful sunny morning at North Marine Road. Great place to watch cricket. And a change now to bowling over the wicket here by Lizzie Scott to the right-handed Stars skipper Bryony Smith, who's got a ball short of length and just turned it down to long leg. While Leah Dobson had quite a chase on to come round and do the fielding. They've got back for a couple. A bit of work being done on the west stand. I'm told there's a multi-faith room going in there, and also those with the eagle eyes who know that part of the ground. All the seats have been taken out at this moment in time. Now then, Lizzie Scott just straying down the leg side here through to Lauren Winfield Hill. Bryony Smith can't believe that's not been given as a wide, I don't think. She's asking the question.
A rather perplexed look, wasn't it?
Going to be joined by Graham Hardcastle, who pens the Yorkshire website and all those diamond stories you'll have seen on there, and gets to watch, or has got to watch, the girls a lot in the last few seasons. Followed the successful run in this trophy last year all the way down to headquarters. Scott's latest delivery is full, and it's worked around the corner. And a good piece of fielding by Katie Levick, but can't prevent the second run. Two more to Smith, who has got going immediately. 14 for 1 now, the Stars then in the fourth over. Don't forget, reduced to 46 overs here because of that delayed start. So the reason it's down to 46, they have half an hour where they can lose half an hour, if you like, without losing overs. Short ball here, pulled, and that has gone a long way along the deck. Superb shot this time by Bryony Smith. Lizzie Scott dropping too short for the second occasion in this match so far, and has been pulled for a very nice boundary. So 9 already on the board to the Stars skipper. But yeah, half an hour was kind of ticked off without losing any overs, and then a further half hour with a loss of 4 overs each, down to 46 overs as an even contest. There is, though, rain forecast later in the day, so that may mean that we end up going to a Duckworth-Lewis type scenario. We'll just have to see. But Scott in again, and then this time hammered off the back foot through extra cover. There's a half stop on the dive, and they're going to get back for a couple of runs. So the Stars skipper is not wasting any time here.
Yeah,
getting on with things.
Yeah, 2 short deliveries. Fabulous first shot on the leg side, got a hold of it, and then this one punched, as you say, through the offside, beating 2 fielders.
Scott again, short again, and pulled again. This time he's not quite got it, as much on it as previously, Bryony Smith, and it might just hold up inside the boundary. It does. And a real good chase by Leah Dobson round there. And she has kept them to 2, about a yard or so inside the rope. But good start from the Stars skipper, having watched that first wicket tumble in the previous over to Jess Woolston. And after, what are we now, 5 complete overs, 22 for 1.
Yeah, Bryony Smith not hanging around at all.
Is it 4 complete overs? It's 4 complete overs, my apologies.
And yeah, the captain coming out there and dispatching really the short deliveries that were on offer. There's a good chase from Dobson around the boundary edge to prevent the ball from going for 4, as Woolston comes back in for her 3rd over. So 22 for the loss of 1 wicket. The South East Stars. Woolston for the Diamonds, right arm over, full delivery, and it just beats the outside edge. To just surprise Chatley there. The pitch of the delivery for a back foot shot, but just went past the outside edge through to Winfield Hill, no run.
End of the over, we might do a little swap, and Graham Hardcastle standing by to have a chat with us.
Woolston once more. This one just worked off the legs. Scamper through for a single. So good run in the end as well, actually. Just dropped into square leg region. And on her toes there was Chathley to call early, go through, and Smith backing her up now on strike, the captain. So 23 for 1. So far 13 for her off the 8 balls faced. Woolston right arm over, and that one on the back foot, just a straight blade through to Armitage, mid wicket, no run. It's my first visit to North Marine Road.
Can't believe that.
I know. I was really looking forward to it, and it hasn't disappointed at all with the weather thus far.
It's Graham Hardcastle's favourite venue.
Understandably, I can absolutely see why. There's Woolston short this time, and it's caught in the deep. Oh, it's a fantastic catch, and Smith can't believe it. It was there to be hit, and she picked out the fielder in the deep. Fabulous catch, and Diamonds have their second wicket, and it's the scalp of the captain, Smith, who was looking in good touch. 23 for 2.
She really was as well, and was not wasting any time with any delivery that wasn't on the mark. It was going to go for some runs at least. Already a couple of boundaries, but she has gone for 13. And a superb catch out in the deep. Didn't have to move too far, but you've still got to make sure you get that technique right. And the Stars skipper has gone, so a couple of big blows early on here, struck by the Diamonds.
It was there to be hit, wasn't it? I mean, that's why she couldn't believe it when she saw the ball go straight to the fielder in the deep. Came straight out of the middle of the bat as well, so frustration no doubt for the captain, Smith. She's back in the pavilion. Outstrides now Sophia Dunkley, England international. And the Diamonds, well, with the wind in their sails, with 2 early wickets in this set, Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy group game.
We think, waiting for confirmation, it was Abby Glenn who took the catch. Way out in the deep on the west side of the ground.
So Woolston in then towards Dunkley, and it's a full delivery outside the off stump. Dunkley just uses the face of the bat to guide it down to third. Chased down and through for a single. Stars 25 for 2. Dunkley off the mark, facing her first delivery.
So that little cameo for Bryony Smith. Yeah, she was confirmed as being caught by Abby Glenn off Jess Woolston for 13 off 10 deliveries.
Woolston in full slower delivery this time. It's just dug out from beneath Chathley, and fielding done at mid-on. No run at the end of the fourth over, which has brought a second wicket. The South East Stars 25 for 2.
Just have a quick change round. We'll see what we can glean, given that it is our first match covering the Diamonds ball by ball from Graham Hardcastle, who pens, of course, the Yorkshire County Cricket Club and website, which includes the Diamonds. And he's written many stories and seen many matches in recent years, including following him on the trail to Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy success last year. Morning, G.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. I love coming here.
Yeah, so do I. It's brought a tear to my eye this morning. Look, I will say straight away.
As Scott's first delivery of the over is again going to go for runs here. Beautiful straight drive as well. An excellent piece of fielding out on the boundary, straight behind bowler Lizzie Scott. It was Chathley with the straight drive. You were going to say?
I love watching cricket at this ground. It is a fantastic venue.
There's always a but.
But the drive up the A64 is hellish. And the town's not my favourite. But apart from that, it's good to be here.
So, as a venue,
you
love
it's a
it.
fantastic place to watch cricket.
You're okay once you get in the gates. It's the rest of it.
Yeah. It's a brilliant place to watch cricket.
Chatley on strike, high backlift. Just tries a little late cut there and wasn't too far from getting it wrong. But blush is spared.
But it isn't somewhere I'd come on my holidays.
Okay. Well, you Lancastrians, you've got the treat of Blackpool, haven't you? Just, next door. I mean, who wouldn't want to go? There, short ball here, pull. That's a lovely shot. It's not the best of deliveries, you'd have to say, from Lizzie Scott. A half tracker. And it's got the treatment from Kira Chatley, who's starting to get going now. A lovely straight drive at the start of the over, and that pull up to the east side of the ground. So 31 for 2. They're scoring runs at a rate of knots here, but they're losing wickets at the same time. And there's a long time to go here, G.
It's been all action, hasn't it, so far? I mean, that was a fantastic catch from Abby Glenn. Really impressed with Jess Woolston so far, actually. I mean, I've seen her a couple of times this season already, and she's impressed me both times.
Scott again, this time goes slower Yorker. And that's a well-aimed delivery and also well dug out. So, you've followed the girls around for a while now, last few seasons. And I know you've talked to me quite a lot about their performances.
Yeah, I never felt, and I've said this to a couple of the girls actually, I never felt last year was almost in any doubt at all that they were going to win that competition.
Single to Chatley.
You watch sporting sides, whether you're a supporter, whether you cover them or whatever, and you just get a feeling, don't you, about things. You get nervous at key points, all that kind of stuff. At no stage last year, up until the Vipers needed a couple of runs in that final over, did I kind of think to myself, I'm not 100% sure here. I always felt they had enough runs on the board with 214, 15 or whatever it was in the final. And they bowled extremely well. And I felt it was their time to go on and win that competition after a few near misses. Now, fair play to them for doing it. It's a completely different side this year. They've lost some key experience. Lindsay Smith, Jenny Gunn. Admirably, they've looked to their youth policy, which has been a successful one over the last few years. And they're trying to blood them pretty much all at the same time.
Here's Woolston from the P-Zone Park end to Chatley, who has run one down into the gully region, and there isn't a gully there, so they've managed to get through for a single. So very much a feeling of transition then about what's going on this year.
I think so.
So are we managing expectations here, having won the trophy last year and today part of their defence?
Yeah, I mean, they've still got enough to potentially go on and win trophies. I still think there's enough there. However, do I see them doing it as smoothly as they did last year? No, I don't, because I don't think they are quite as strong, and I think others have improved as well.
Dot ball there from Woolston to Dunkley, who is subject of an appeal for this latest delivery, but not out, says umpire Phil Mustard. It wasn't the most joined up and confident of appeals. 33 for 2 with that single earlier in the over. So still got the ability, but a feeling of a work in progress about it this time.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think.
Here's Woolston again. And there's a little bit of room outside off stump for Dunkley to work with, and she played it nicely out towards point, but couldn't get it past the infield.
There will be bumps along the way, as you saw on Saturday up at Durham when they were bowled out for 60 odd by the Blaze. who have, for want of a better word, they've started on fire, haven't they, the Blaze, really? They've won.
You're better than that. You're better than that, Graham.
I'm sorry, I am, yeah.
Here's Woolston once again. Dunkley driving straight down the ground, and he's going to get through for a single. Lizzie Scott couldn't quite make a clean pickup. Have you got any more? Any more funnies for us?
No.
Is that it? You've dried up?
Yeah.
Phew. So still the Ringfield. Power play rules, of course. First, actually, we didn't get clarification on, but I would think it'd be a 9 over power play rather than 10. Maximum 10 overs for one bowler, as that's a dead ball, not delivered. 10 overs for one bowler, the rules at the outset here, and 9 overs maximum for the remainder. So a minimum of 5 bowlers to be used. Jess Woolston is using this ball well with her right arm seam at the moment. And that is pushed out to mid-off, where it's fielded by Phoebe Turner. And that is the end of over number 7 then, with the South East Stars on 34 for 2. If you're just joining us more recently, first ball-by-ball coverage on BBC Radio Leeds and the Yorkshire stations with Jamie Rayner and myself, Jonathan Doidge. You've got Graham Hardcastle of the Yorkshire County Cricket Club and Diamonds website alongside. Ailish Cranston caught Leah Dobson, bowled Jess Woolston for 5, and Bryony Smith caught Abby Glenn, bowled Jess Woolston for 13 of the 2 wickets to have fallen. And it was the Diamonds skipper Holly Armitage who won the toss and put the opposition in, and no surprise we had a delayed start when I got the teeth in for a wet patch of ground, a spongy patch of ground just this side, the Peaceholm Park side of the square. Short ball here from Scott again, and that has been hammered away off the back foot through mid-on by Sophia Dunkley, and it got the treatment that I think, to be fair, it deserved. It was another short ball by Lizzie, who just keeps dropping one of those in each over so far, and the visitors have been taking full toll. So 38 for 2. Lizzie Scott in again, nicely played by Dunkley, top of the bounce, back to the bowler. So, for those who may be listening for the first time, who may not have seen the Diamonds in action, who are we looking to this year to sort of be the progressive players, the ones who are coming in and are going to take their opportunities, do you feel?
Well, you're watching 2 of them open the ball in now.
Here's Scott again, and that is run down through the gully region by Dunkley for a single, take it to 39 for 2. So there's 2 of them now. There's also presumably Catherine Fraser.
Yeah, Catherine Fraser, I mean, has been signed quite late on, Scotland under-19's captain. So she's on a summer contract, having actually been around the kind of setup for the last 12 months, be it the Diamonds, the Northern Superchargers. I think she's done a little bit of work with. So they've had an eye on her progress quite closely, and have decided this is the time to throw her in. Ironically, we're talking about her now, and she's missing this game due to kind of team balance.
Scott here to Chatley, who played out a dot and then gets a single through square leg.
I mean, I said to you off air before, didn't I, that I thought it was a decent move to bring Leah Dobson into the side to kind of stiffen the batting. That's an easy thing to say once you've been bowled out for 60 odd, but I just felt that was perhaps something that I would have done a little bit earlier on. It's difficult to say who do you, as that one's just turned around for one to deep square. It's difficult to say who you bring her in for. Can't give you a kind of definite answer on that, but it's no surprise that the spinner has been left out at North Marine Road, given what we've seen over the years with the extra pace and bounce. So yeah, I think that's a decent move from a player who starred in that final. It was a very important innings at the stage of the game to get them up to that winning total. So yeah, you've got Lizzie Scott, Jess Woolston, Emma Marlowe will be somebody who will have an important role to play, perhaps especially in T20 cricket, with her off spin, a little bit more senior, somebody like a Bess Heath, who is still a young player but has been around a bit.
Wilson continuing here, and Dunkley just running that one down through that vacant area at Gully, and we'll pick up a single. It looks as though, if I can read signals right, that Chloe Tryon might be getting a go.
Yeah, I mean,
she's winging her arms round at slip.
It's always a good sign, isn't it? It's always a yeah, they've obviously lost Lindsay Smith, so Chloe's going to be a key part of.
Oh, lovely shot there. Rare stray from Jess Woolston, wide of the mark, and she's bowled really well from this P-zone park end so far, but just giving a little bit too much width this time to Kira Chatley, who has played a beautiful square cut to the east side boundary. 4 runs.
Yeah, she's going to be a key part of that kind of succession plan and filling that kind of hole that Lindsay Smith has left. And obviously she offers more than Lindsay does with the bat.
Here's Woolston again. Now then, this one just kicks a little more off the pitch, and so a cut shot over the top of Chatley's bat through to Lauren Winfield Hill.
We have seen quite a bit of that so far, haven't we? Just that extra bounce from this end,
yeah,
in particular, has just caused a few issues, including for Ailish Cranston earlier on.
It looks like John Dodds has left a bit of grass on it. It's a little touch on the green side, so it might get a bit of that trampoline bounce. Here's Woolston again, straightens things up. This time Chatley has to play it back to her in a follow through. But you must have enjoyed seeing the team develop over the last few seasons to get to that point where they lifted a trophy for the first time, having had a couple of finals before that and come out on the wrong end of them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they've done it in a very different way and a very smart way to what some other regions will have done. Let's compare, for example, the two regions who are closest to each other. The Diamonds and the Thunder over the other side of the Pennines. The Diamonds decided early on, when we were in the middle of that COVID summer, it was the first year of regional cricket. How do we best compete in this season? And what they decided to do was to get a squad together of experienced players.
Here's Woolston, P-zone park end, ball short of length, appeal for caught behind, and Lauren Winfield Hill was all over that one. And a third Stars wicket has fallen, and 46 for 3, and Woolston strikes again from the P-zone park end. Super speller bowling from her, and the South East Stars in a little bit of trouble, you'd have to say, with a long way left in this innings just yet.
Again, it was that extra bounce, wasn't it, that did the trick. You know, Kira Chatley has really seemed to kind of struggle to get to grips with the consistency of the pitch, or the inconsistency of the pitch, should I say. She's played a few cut shots that she's got away, others that have caused her issues, and that one again just seemed to bounce from her just short of a good length, and she's on her way.
Yeah, just that little bit of extra kick, which, given that they're out now exploiting that, I'm sure the Diamonds batters, Lauren Winfield Hill, no more so than her, will be wary of when they have their opportunities. But Kira Chatley caught by Lauren Winfield Hill off Jess Woolston for 18. She faced 21 deliveries. and hit 2 fours during a 36-minute stay at the crease. So 46 for 3, doubling their score during that partnership, the Stars. At the penultimate ball of the 9th over. So Alice Davidson-Richards, the new batter for the Stars. As seen on TV, she drops this one out into the offside first up, and that completes another really good over from Jess Woolston, who, if I can see my laptop, because it's a bit bright and shiny, which is never great, is it, for reading these things? Just looking for her figures up to date at the moment. I don't know if you've got them to hand there, G.
I haven't. My Wi-Fi's. That's why I'm updating the Diamonds Twitter feed off my phone.
Here we are. 5 overs, no maidens. 3 for 16 so far for Jess Woolston. Super stuff from her, and we are going to get that change of bowling at the Trafalgar Square end. And it looks as though it is going to be Chloe Tryon. Have you seen her in action so far?
Yeah, kind of a very simple action and very experienced, somebody who will kind of get her wickets with guile, and in that sense really than the massive turn.
Here we are then. Left arm round the wicket. And immediately good play by Dunkley, who just opens up the offside and pushes that into a gap square. Field was set back at point, and so they're off the mark with a single, but not the worst of looseness.
No, I think if I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure that she was a kind of medium pacer in her earlier career.
Yeah,
and
you get that feel about the action. She's just been run down through third, and they're going to get back for a couple through the sort of first slip region that one placed.
And then has had injury issues which have kind of forced her into a little bit of a rethink. And she's reinvented herself as a slow left armer, which is added to her more well-known capabilities as a powerful middle order batter.
29 years of age, born in Durban, and has represented the likes of the Mumbai Indians women, Barbados Royals women, KwaZulu-Natal women, London Spirit, Sydney Thunder, and of course South Africa. Nicely placed cut shot here by Alice Davidson-Richards, and a half stop on the dive means that the boundary is prevented, but they've got back for 2. Now Chloe Tryon's has played 1 test match, 97 one-day internationals, having taken 43 wickets, and an economy rate of 4.23, not to be sniffed at, as that is pushed into the offside by Davidson-Richards, and there is no run. She's also played 88 T20 women's internationals, taking 27 wickets at 7.02 as an economy rate, not as an average. That's 24.88. Latest delivery is fuller and blocked by Davidson-Richards. But they've already got into the middle order here, so they'll consider it to have been a good decision at the toss.
Yeah, this is clearly a key partnership, isn't it? Dunkley, Davidson-Richards.
And it's Davidson-Richards who pushes one out into the covers. It's going to be stopped for a single. End of the over then. 52 for 3.
2 England players of obvious quality. The Diamonds will know plenty about Alice Davidson-Richards, having had her play in the Kia Super League for the Yorkshire Diamonds. She's a current Northern Supercharger in the 100, so there are plenty of teammates on the opposing side today for ADR, as she is known.
So runs coming at a reasonable lick over 5 and over. That's the power play done. 52 for 3. And it's Jess Woolston, 3 for 16 so far, has made that 4 for 16, and she's taken the wicket of Dunkley, who has pulled one straight out into the deep to mid-wicket, and another wicket has gone. So really starting to get deep into this South East Stars batting lineup here, the Diamonds, and that is another excellent effort from Jess Woolston. And it was Alex Davison-Richards, in fact, whose wicket had gone because, of course, she did take that single at the end of the last over.
A bit of a strange dismissal, wasn't it? Considering the fact that you've seen one of your teammates do exactly the same thing only 10 minutes earlier. And another really, really good catch. Not quite as kind of stand out as the first catch, because that one was really travelling, but even so, this one was struck reasonably cleanly. And another good catch from Abby Glenn again.
Yep, so just into the 11th over, 10 overs and 1 ball gone. Paige Schofield coming in at number 6 for the Stars. So Alice Davidson-Richards caught, Glenn bowled Woolston for 5 off 7 deliveries, 52 for 4. Partnership for that 4th wicket worth just the 6 runs. And already deep into the middle order here, and tremendous opening spell here from Jess Woolston. And if you're Holly Armitage out there, I'm sure you're thinking just keep going. We'll keep you going as long as we can if you're going to pick up wickets with this regularity. Another good delivery with Lauren Winfield-Hill standing up. I'll do the rest of this over and I'll bring Jamie back in. He can sit with you for a bit if you're okay for a bit more time. Jim?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Just been outside topping up his tan. Here's Woolston, just straying slightly leg side-ish. In fact, that has been adjudged as a wide. So they took a single as well. 54 for the loss of 4 wickets. Get in touch on the usual forums at Jonathan Doidge or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Jamie will remind you of his Twitter handle, I'm sure, when he comes on. Or it's at Tykes Travels if you got anything to say to Graham. As this latest delivery drops into the leg side off Dunkley's thigh pad. Holly Armitage just thinking about a change in the field here. And Phoebe Turner, who was at mid-off, is herring down the opposite end of the ground here. And she is going to be taking a position up at 3rd. Armitage goes back into short extra cover. Chloe Tryon just inside the circle at mid-off, as that is flicked around the corner off the hip by Dunkley for a single. Katie Levick doing the fielding.
If the Diamonds can just, you always just want more, don't you? If the Diamonds can just get one more wicket here,
start to open up the tail.
It really does. You know, you really will start to think we've got the game by the scruff of the neck.
Here's Woolston. Now then, this could be the wicket, and it's a 5 for Jess Woolston. Paige Schofield has just, lobbed one back at her. It took a little while to get to her. She's already halfway through the shot, and the girls are around and mobbing Jess Woolston. And why wouldn't they be? Because she has 5 wickets to her name, all 5 to have fallen so far. Could we see an all 10, Graham Hardcastle?
You never know. You never know. I mean, it's going to be tricky given the limited overs element to this. But it's clear that from from this end of the ground, there is something in the wicket, something significant. You know, a real kind of jeopardy and bounce in many ways, and it's done for pretty much every player. You know, yes, okay, the 2 pulls were giveaways, but were they the right shots to be playing at that time? I'm not so sure.
So 55 for 5, and the new batter in for the Stars is Phoebe Franklin. I think what you'd have to say is that there's been a couple of superb catches taken to assist Jess Woolston, but she's just about, there's only been a couple of deliveries where she's not been on the money. She's asked questions virtually every ball, and she is letting the pitch do the work here. Yeah,
as I say, those 2, you know, you can kind of question the 2 pulls because they were struck reasonably well.
Here she comes again. That's floated up, nicely played as well. Good start by Phoebe Franklin, who has clipped that away backward of point, and will pick up a couple of runs.
But again, it's that age-old thing, isn't it, where if you maintain the pressure, when there is a ball there to be, there's even a semblance of being hit, you feel like you've got to take advantage. And obviously that's what those 2 players were thinking, and it's undone them as well.
Just going to have a change in the comm box. I'll take a breather. Jamie's itching to get back in before this is all over. So a few words from Graham and then Jamie.
Yeah, those fish and chips on the seafront could be coming a little bit quicker than you thought. But it's been a fantastic start from the Diamonds. They've asked questions from one end, maintained pressure from the other.
Let's try on in for the start of a new over, as that one's just worked off the legs, and some good fielding actually at fine leg from Katie Levick. There was a single there. A fantastic start though, as you say, for the Northern Diamonds, and in particular Jess Woolston. You just teed that up straight away, didn't you? The way you were talking about getting into the bottom order, the lower order of the South East Stars, and then straight away caught and bowled. Try on then once more, full of this time, and Franklin just digs that one out. No run.
It's kind of at the time where you start to wonder, do you hold Jess Woolston back? Do you keep her going? You've got to keep her going, haven't you, really?
Well, I mean, she's bowling with confidence, clearly. Control as well, as you've outlined. No run off that last delivery. And she'll be absolutely wanting to keep going, no doubt. Lofted this time, and it just goes over the fielder at mid-off. In pursuit. South East Stars will come back for 2. They may think about a third, but some good fielding out in the deep. And Franklin gets 2.
I haven't brought my binoculars up to the commentary box here, but is that Katie? I think that might be Katie Levick at mid-off.
It might be quite a good shout actually. His try on this time, shorter, worked into the mid-wicket region, and in the covers there, just a single. So another one goes onto the tally. 61 for 5. All 5 wickets go in the way of Jess Woolston, and that's, I suppose, the big question now for Holly Armitage, like you've said, Graham. There is, do they stick with her? You know.
Yeah, I think you do. You know, you've got to really kind of put your foot on the throat, in a sense.
Trying in once more, and just a defensive push into the onside by Sophia Dunkley, who is just surviving there at the moment, trying to keep any threat alive for the South East Stars. End of the 12th. They are 61 for 5. Interestingly, when you were talking about getting that next wicket and trying to open up the lower order, just looking at how Paige Schofield has fared in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy thus far. I mean, scores of 111 not out, 31, 134 not out, and 27.
Not a bad wicket to get, is it really, at this stage?
Not at all.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think with her wicket now, I think we're going to see some more of Jess Woolston to start her 7th over.
It says actually a lot about her form that within this lineup, when you've got the likes of, that one's just defended into mid wicket, you've got the likes of Dunkley, Davidson, Richards, people like that, Bryony Smith. When you actually think that she could be the key wicket of the innings, really.
Yeah, to come in at 6. Yeah, it says a lot about the talent that's in this South East Stars batting lineup, as Woolston comes in for the second delivery of her 7th over, and a flash of the blade. It's fielded it backward of point, no run.
Yeah, it's been... I came here today thinking the Diamonds would be really tested. I'm not saying I didn't think they could win, no, by no means did I think that, but I thought it would be a really tough game.
Woolston wide and dispatched through the offside. Fabulous shot there from Franklin, gets a boundary, and the South East Stars move on to 65 for 5. That was the first real loose-ish delivery from Woolston, who's kept a good line for the majority of a spell, and it was there to be hit, and Franklin certainly did that.
And at the moment it's proving to be a reasonably straightforward afternoon, isn't it? I mean, you know, there's...
Woolston there just going past the outside edge, no run.
There is absolutely no doubt at all that the Stars have got the capability to get back into this game, but the Diamonds are right on top of a very good side.
I guess this is the response that they'll have wanted to see from what happened at the weekend, at the very least.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's what good teams do, isn't it?
Woolston leading the attack with 5 wickets to her name, looking for a 6th, and she once again beats the outside edge of Franklin. And Winfield Hill just standing up at the moment, so good take behind the stumps, no run.
Every team, no matter how good you are, you can be the best team in the world. The Australians of the early 2000s kind of thing, you're always going to get beat at some stage. The sign of a really good side is how you bounce back from that.
Bouncing back as it stands are the Diamonds, as Franklin just on the back foot works it into the offside region, and there's a run, and a good take from Winfield Hill. Actually, it was a fairly firm throw from the deep by Leah Dobson, and she had to reach out with her right arm to prevent any overthrows. So a single to finish that over. The South East Stars 66 for 5. If you're just joining us, Jessica Woolston has taken all 5 wickets thus far. She's bowled 7 for 25 runs. So by far the most economical bowler of the 3 that the Diamonds have used thus far. And she's got the prize wickets of Alice Davidson Richards, Paige Schofield, Bryony Smith, the captain. And you spoke there about the control that she's shown. I mean, there was the 2 pull shots and 2 great catches in the deep by Abby Glenn as Tryon comes in for her 3rd over, but that one's worked into the mid-wicket region once more, and there will be a run. But other than that, I mean, the way that she's bowled and the control that she's bowled with, mightily impressive.
Yeah, look, as I was saying to Doige, you can look at those 2 wickets that were both caught at deep mid-wicket and describe them in different ways. You know, you can say, well, all right, they were short balls, and
again, just worked backward square of leg, and it's Levitt coming round to do the fielding there, and there'll be another single to the total.
They were avoidable wickets from a Stars point of view because they were short balls, there to be hit. But it's that building of pressure, isn't it?
Try on fullish this time, and Franklin just punches that one down to mid-on. and there's no run. It was really telling, actually, the way that Bryony Smith reacted when as soon as she hit the ball. And she connected with it so sweetly, but then she just saw the fielder out there as it goes through slip, and Winfield Hill keeping wicket, and they'll go for 2. They may even try to get a third, and they do so successfully. Whether that got a touch off Phoebe Franklin's outside edge, runs are signalled, so half chance for the Diamonds there, but Franklin adds 3 to her total and moves on to 14.
It would have been a stunning catch from either Winfield Hill or Holly Armitage at slip.
Yeah, it certainly would have been, actually. It came at them at a fair old rate of knots as this occasion Dunkley just dances down the wicket to meet the pitch of the ball, and it's once again punched towards mid-on, no run. So Phoebe Franklin on 14, as is England international Sophia Dunkley, who's on strike. Try on then to deliver. Left arm around and just a defensive push back to try on the bowler. And that concludes the 14th over. The South East Stars 71 for 5 with Dunkley and Franklin both there on 14.
One thing that's been quite obvious so far, actually, is we've obviously had a half-hour delay due to a wet patch just off the square. The outfield, though, is very, very slow, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. There was a couple of shots that just didn't caught in the pitch because of
and this one was down here. We were just talking about the one that was flashed through between keeper and slip. It went really, really quickly and didn't get anywhere near the boundary rope.
A change in the attack for Holly Armitage and the Northern Diamonds, and a first sighting of Katie Levick, who comes in for Jess Woolston, and her first delivery is flashed straight to Armitage at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So she's decided to rest Woolston as Armitage. Right arm over Levick, getting through her deliveries quickly, and that one this time, fullish delivery, worked towards point, and again no run.
This is where, again, the Diamonds build pressure in a different way.
Full, and beautiful drive. It was airborne for a period, but it came straight towards this boundary edge right in front of us. Lovely shot there from Phoebe Franklin, and 4 on the board.
Or try to build pressure in a different way. Race through their overs with spin. You've got a side under pressure. 14 or 15 overs gone. Before you know it, there's 25, and you're 100 for 5 or worse, as that one's defended.
Yeah, slightly fuller after that previous delivery from Katie Levick. I mean, you follow the Diamonds for a number of years now, Gray. I mean, how crucial has Katie Levick been to what they've done over recent times?
Absolutely instrumental. Her stats tell you that she's right up there amongst domestic bowlers.
She comes in once more, slightly shorter, and it's just worked towards point once more by Franklin, opening up the face of the bat, but no run.
I've absolutely no doubt that if the professional era...
Again, full delivery, and it's aimed in towards long off, but Woolston on this occasion was pushed back towards the boundary rope by Levick, so there'll be just a single, and the South East Stars move to 76 for 5. That's Katie Levick's first over complete. Phoebe Franklin there on 19, Sophia Dunkley 14. The South East Stars 75 for 5 after 15.
Yeah, I've no doubt that had the professional era in women's cricket, in English women's cricket, come in maybe a couple of years earlier, that she'd be playing for England. And I say that because I think that regional cricket is getting more recognition for performances, whereas perhaps performances in county cricket...
Try on short, and Franklin pulls, but finds the fielder out in cow corner, so a single taken. and she moves on to 20.
Weren't getting recognised quite as much.
Yeah.
So, and it still wouldn't surprise me at all to see her progress and play for England at some point.
Try on second delivery, shorter this time, and flashed through the offside. Back foot cut, but just a single. 78 for 5. Really interesting. I remember chatting with her, it must have been 3 years ago, so to think how rapidly the women's game has grown in that time, as Try on this time just sees a backward of length delivery just punched into the offside, no run. How she was saying, because of the way that women's cricket was funded at that time, that she was genuinely considering retiring from the game because she had a day job. Playing cricket was just a hobby, as that's swept. But on the boundary, backward of square, fielded by Phoebe Turner, and there'll be single to the score.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't got the stats in front of me, but you look at, she's the leading wicket taker in county championship history for Yorkshire.
No run from that last delivery.
You know, of any bowler in the country, she's the leading wicket taker in championship history.
Try on short, and it's just worked back to her by Dunkley, who didn't really get the direction she was hoping for with that shot. So a dot ball to finish the 16th. South East Stars 79 for 5.
I don't think there was any bowler who took more wickets than her in regional cricket last year. So she's performing at different levels and doing it consistently. Now, there's still plenty of time for her to graduate into the England senior setup. And you know, I think she's a fantastic bowler. She's obviously a really good character as well, as you guys will know, having worked a little bit with her.
She starts her second over, and cries of LBW. I think it may have hit the bat first. That's certainly what umpire Mustard is saying, as Franklin adds one to the total. Just worked off her legs into the onside. 300 first class wickets, wasn't it, recently?
Yeah. Well, 300. It's a good shot.
And it's a clever, just
Dunkley
leaned into that, worked around. It's almost like a paddle sweep, just plugged in the surface, and she's picked up 2 for that. So 82 for 5, the South East Stars.
Yeah, 300 senior wickets across women's List A and women's T20 cricket in her career. So that's for all teams. It'd be the Yorkshire Diamonds, Yorkshire Women, the Northern Diamonds. So yeah, fantastic achievement.
Approaching her 32nd birthday. Do you think there's an England career still there?
I don't see why not.
Shorter this time from Levick, and it's flashed at by Dunkley. Picked up in the deep, single added to the score.
The one thing, she's got a couple of things in her favour. One, that she's performing, she's taking wickets, which you can't ignore. And if she keeps doing it, then that's going to be a great thing for her and the Diamonds, as that one's defended. There aren't many good leg spinners around, and she's clearly at the moment behind Sarah Glenn in the England pecking order.
It's short this time, and once again cut by Franklin. Fielder in the deep, picks up the ball, single added to the score.
And you've seen it across many a white ball competition. Leg spinners are so important.
Short cut once more. This one a little more in front of square, and another single added to the score. So the Northern Diamonds just racing through these middle overs. That one concludes the 17th. The South East Stars 83 for 5, and the visitors just starting to build a partnership here after the loss of their first 5, all going to Jess Woolston, if you're just joining us. And although they're going at just under 5 and over, it's the wickets that have really pegged them back thus far, the South East Stars.
Yeah, it is. And again, it's the kind of pressure from both ends, isn't it?
As this time Dunkley will go long and high up into the air in a couple of bounces over the boundary edge. And for 4 it goes, so a bit of intent shown from Sophia Dunkley. And that moves her on to 23. That's just her second boundary of the innings thus far. Try on left arm over shorter this time. Flashed away. Out towards deep mid-wicket. Single taken. 90 for 5, the South East Stars.
Might be a kind of tactic that works in the Diamonds' favour, this, if Dunkley feels, as we've seen so often her do for England, that she can attack.
Franklin just whips that off her legs towards deep square leg, and there'll be a single added to the score.
Hopefully her strength becomes a downfall in a sense, and she she miscues one up in the air and or gets stumped or something like that.
They've had to build some sort of foundation, haven't they, the South East Stars, as Tryon sees that delivery work towards point. No run taken. It's an age-old saying, isn't it? But it just feels like quite a crucial part of their innings at the moment, as they look to rebuild following the loss of those first 5 wickets. It's a punch down towards long on by Dunkley. So runs flowing in this over thus far for the South East Stars. 92 for 5.
Yeah, you do feel, don't you, that if they can get Dunkley pretty quickly, then being bowled out for 150, as that one's defended, isn't a stretch at all. That would be very realistic from the Diamonds' point of view. But if Dunkley bats another 15 overs, then a total of 250 is still within the Stars' capability. So it's, as you say, it is a very, very key period of the game.
End of the 18th, 92 for 5 in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy group game. BBC Radio Leeds, online ball-by-ball coverage on the BBC Sport website and app. Great to be in your company. Jamie Rayner and Graham Harcastle on commentary as the sun disappears here in Scarborough, and it was forecast for some rain later this afternoon. The wind certainly picked up, and the grey clouds have just started to creep in and above us as a change in the attack once more, as Abby Glenn comes into the attack, and wide is signalled from her first delivery. Mr. Doidge delivering the goods with the bruise. Did you ask Graham if he wanted one? Yeah,
he did.
Oh,
he did. Yeah.
I'll let him off then. Abby Glenn in once more, and that one's on the back foot, driven really actually towards Leah Dobson doing the fielding. Deep mid-wickets, 1 to the total. 95 for 5, the South East Stars. And Abby Glenn, who's got 2 catches to her name so far, both off the bowling of Jess Woolston, who has all 5 wickets for the Diamonds. Short, wide, cut, and Turner once again doing the fielding. Single taken. What have you made of Abby Glenn thus far, Graham?
I haven't seen a great deal of her, to be honest. I mean, my kind of situation with Yorkshire and the Diamonds is that I'll do the majority of the men's stuff and then kind of cover the Diamonds when available. And I haven't. It's just her kind of appearances have really kind of coincided when I've not covered matches.
So what you're saying there is, why did you ask me that, David? on air is the appropriate response to that.
But look, clearly she is a useful cricketer. You know, as you've seen with the catches.
Short, pulled out towards Cow Corner. It's a vacant area and it will run away for 4 runs. So Sophia Dunkley, in fact, that's some great fielding on the boundary edge. That looked destined to reach the boundary rope, but for some fantastic fielding. I think it was Bess Heath coming round from long on.
My vantage point to that kind of area of the ground is obscured by the press box, so I just completely given that one
up. You had to trust me there, didn't you?
Yeah. It was 4 all the way off the bat, but goes back to what we were saying a little bit earlier about the outfield being soft.
Abby Glenn in once more, right arm over, and this one just dropped in towards the square leg region, and the fielder on the boundary edge comes in, single taken. So the South East Stars put up 100 for the loss of 5 wickets. Sophia Dunkley on 29, Phoebe Franklin 26, and it's Franklin who faces, and it's caught. Brilliant catch down to her right hand side. Abby Glenn gets her first wicket and the Diamonds get the breakthrough. It was hit firmly towards point and brilliantly taken.
Yeah, I mean, going back to Abby Glenn, well, it was just perfect time to talk about her, really. She seems to be a very, very versatile cricketer. She's opened the batting for the Diamonds. She's batted in the middle order. She obviously catches very, very well. And she's bowling very useful medium pace. So, you know, she's going to be a useful asset to have. And has obviously got a little bit more experience than the kind of young bucks like Woolston, Scott and people like that.
Well, that brings to the end Phoebe Franklin's innings. 26 runs from 30 balls, 2 fours. And out goes Tash Farrant, who's had a fairly handy knock with the bat so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Scores of 21, 45 and 11 from the 3 games that she's played. So they bat deep to the South East Stars, but the Diamonds will be pleased to see the back of Phoebe Franklin, because between herself and Sophia Dunkley, who's still out there on 29, they were just rebuilding the innings after the loss of those first 5 wickets. But crucial breakthrough for the Diamonds, and Abby Glenn getting the wicket. Fantastic catch as well.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Phoebe Franklin's innings there, and all the focus will understandably be on Sophia Dunkley, given her capability. But Franklin was matching her as well.
Absolutely.
So again, a really big wicket.
So the score 100 for the loss of 6 wickets. Katie Levick swaps ends, so she'll be bowling from the Trafalgar Square end.
And just to answer your initial question on the catch, fantastic catch from Sturk Alice as well. You know, low down, going to a right.
So Katie Levick starts her 3rd over of this innings, and it's just dropped into the onside by Farrant for no run. First delivery faced. Had the pleasure of working with Tash Farrant last summer. during
The 100.
the 100 coverage, and an absolute joy to work with. She was suffering with injury, so wasn't playing, as Levick comes in full this time and just trying to turn it into the pads of Farrant and a thickish outside edge that scurries away to backward of point. No run, so 2 dot balls from the first 2 deliveries of this Katie Levick third over. South East Stars 100 for 6, and Dunkley comes down the wicket and punched towards long on for a single, so Farrant to face.
Just one point that is worth making as well. Holly Armitage's captaincy this season and in this game has been exceptional so far. You know, we've seen the success that Seam has had from this end of the ground. She's immediately realised that and switched ends for Katie Levick.
Bowls and to the left-handed Farrant just sees the ball drop beneath her feet. So dot ball, 1 run from the over so far. Levick, right arm over, and again that one's just defended back towards Holly Armitage. And there'll be another dot ball. 101 for 6, the South East Stars.
I did the Diamonds game down at Chelmsford the other week against Sunrisers.
Oh, as Levick just draws the outside edge of Farrant, and it comes out towards fine third.
I was waiting for everybody to go up for an LBW appeal there. I thought that was obviously the outside edge. Yeah, I did the game at Chelmsford against Sunrisers that they won Bank Holiday Monday, and her kind of field changes and bowling changes just worked a treat. So it seems to be happening again for the skipper. And now you would feel that Sophia Dunkley is absolutely key to the Stars' chances of getting anywhere close to 200.
Just get my keys out of my back pocket. We'll do a double change, I think. Abby Glenn is going to continue right arm over the wicket from this Peatholme Park end of the ground.
I'd only just spotted the Johnny Bairstow mural on the far end of the ground.
Look, I struggle to paint anything other than maybe a wall in the same colour, but as a likeness, that's a flick through mid-wicket, full-length delivery. Dunkley playing well out there, and she's got through for just the one. Good piece of fielding out on the west side boundary edge.
There he is.
We've got a close-up on YJB.
Yeah. That's decent likeness, that.
I just think that's an excuse for the streaming team to try and get a free holiday out of it, don't you? Bit of publicity.
Yeah, camera operator Jack Harris just shouted up saying it's got a hot tub excitedly, so yeah, there you go. And a cinema room, sleeps 16.
So Abby Glenn, having taken that wicket in her previous over, in and bowling here to the left-handed Farrant, who on the tiptoes has pulled that one square for a single. Got a real opportunity here to get back on the horse, as it were, after that defeat over the weekend, if they can see this through now that they really are in and among the wickets. Down to the lower middle, Dunkley is obviously now the big remaining wicket in this Stars line-up and is on strike. Lovely elbow up and just a push through to long on for a single.
I played in a partners' day at Old Trafford a few years ago, where there was a media team included. and it ended up being a rainy day.
Glenn in again, pushed by Farrant to short extra cover. No
And
run.
The kind of format of it was you were due to play mostly on the main ground at Old Trafford, and it ended up being pushed inside because of the weather. And it was when Sophia Dunkley was playing for Lancashire Thunder in the Kia Super League.
Here's Glenn to Farrant, but leg side, and will inevitably be given as a wide by Phil Mustard.
And those kind of days are usually, you know, there'll be sponsors and office staff, team and that kind of stuff, and you each get a player. So you get a player from on that occasion it was a player from the Lancashire men's team and a player from the Thunder women.
Ball short of length this time, pushed out into the offside by Farrant. No run to complete that over at 107 for 6.
We had, in our team, we had Toby Lester, who's since been released from the Lancashire staff, and we had Ria Fackrell, who is playing for the Central Sparks at the moment. And Sophia actually played in the day, and I actually faced her bowling a leg spin, which is her lesser known skill, and she did me like an absolute kipper.
Oops.
Yeah, completely done.
Can Katie Levick do Sophia Dunkley like an absolute kipper here? Because it's the right-hander who is on strike, and here is Lev, full, and driven down the ground to the onside of straight for a single.
That was pretty much what I tried to do to Dunkley's leg spin.
But missed it.
And missed it, and ended up trudging off. Well, I probably trudged to the other end because it was one of those formats where I think you lose 6 runs every wicket for falling, but stay in.
Another dot ball, turned to leg this time by Farrant. Levick sets herself then. A 2-footed stance at the start of a little run up to the wicket. Another delivery that is pushed back this time. We'll make a change in the comm box at the end of this over, G, if you don't mind, and bring Jamie back in. But you're welcome to come back up in the second half if you've got the time and inclination.
I may well have a fair bit of writing to do if this one finishes as quickly as we expect it to, or we hope it to, should I say.
Now that was a wide delivery by Katie Levick. It's going to be signalled as a wide, and they've taken 2 runs as well. The ball beyond the reach of Lauren Winfield Hill. 111 for 6. Difficult to know what would be a good score on here. The outfield is slow, with obviously a bit of movement. And a lot of overs left as well. And he's pushed out into the covers this time by Farrant.
You'd be delighted as a star to be 200 from here, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, absolutely. Dunkley on 33, but he's watching on from the non-striking end as Lev is in again, and that is pushed into the leg side by Farrant. And there is no run. Jess Woolston coming in to do the fielding. She'll be full of beans at the moment. All the first 5 wickets in this one. Levick this time bypassing the outside edge of Farrant's bat. End of the over then. That is 22 now complete in this South East Stars innings. They were put into bat by Holly Armitage on winning the toss for the Diamonds earlier. 111 for 6. Many thanks, Graham Hardcastle. If you can't make it back up, then obviously we know you've got your real job to do.
See you at Durham.
You will. Later on this evening. So, it's going to be Abby Glenn to continue at this Peazone Park end. Jamie back in position. Was the coffee nice, JR?
Went down very quickly, actually, which would suggest that, yes, it was very nice.
Good. It took painstaking effort to get that sorted out as well.
Where did you have to go for that? I saw you walk around.
I went into the sort of offices at the side with the balcony on it, square onto the pitch, was shown where the coffee was, and then unfortunately, having made the 2 coffees, couldn't find any milk to go in them. Went downstairs to the office and was told that the chap in the office said I was meaning to go and get some from the shop on the way in, but forgot.
I know that feeling.
As we've got a single played out into the leg side here by Dunkley, and then eventually walked through and into the pavilion onto the top floor there, and was told that there were some little sachets of milk, so I've put a few in each. And then of course people wanted to stop and chat, so by the time, no wonder you drank it quickly, because I bet it was warm rather than hot.
Yeah.
At the point it arrived here. Here's Glenn bowling to Farrant. Nice straight blade from Tash Farrant, pushed out into the offside where Chloe Tryon does the fielding. Dot ball. 3 runs so far to Farrant. Here's Glenn again, quite close to the stumps, right arm over, nicely played, just timed that really well as Tash Farrant, but again evidence that the outfield really is holding up. That's slowed up considerably on its way towards the boundary, and they've got back for 2. So whatever score they finish with here, the Diamonds kind of in effect going to have to factor in that they're scoring a few more than that, because of the slow outfield. They're going to have to run quite a lot, you would think. Here's Glenn again, and that's nicely worked off the legs this time by Farrant. Abby Glenn just straying leg stumpish. Fired in over the top to Lauren Winfield Hill.
Abby Glenn getting noticeable movement, swinging it into Tash Farrant and away from the right-handed bat of Dunkley.
Can she affect a wicket? Yeah, it's swinging quite early, isn't it? So it's giving Dunkley, well, both batters, the opportunity to have a good look at it on its way through. Dunkley dealt with that one by dropping it into the offside. So that's the end of over number 23. 115 for 6. I think they would have taken this at the start, but bearing in mind they were shot out for 62 just a few days ago, they'll also be mindful that they've got to improve with the bat. Break in play here for some drinks.
Well, you've got to credit the South East Stars in how they've rebuilt this innings. You know, at one stage, 55 for 5, a valuable partnership between Paige Schofield and Sophia Dunkley, getting them to the 100 mark. Then the loss of Franklin's wicket for .26, and yeah, the real wicket now for the Northern Diamonds will be that of Sophia Dunkley, who, with 34 from 43 deliveries, 2 fours to a name, who's just keeping this going really for the South East Stars, all of her experience and quality. But I think you're right, Dorji. I think certainly from Jess Woolston's perspective, fantastic to get 5 wickets, all 5, the first 5 anyway. And it will no doubt be the response that they were looking for, given what happened at the weekend, as the sun begins to shine once again here, which is nice to see. I was rather pessimistic actually when those grey clouds came over, given the forecast.
Yeah, I thought you were reaching for the coat, some sort of top a few minutes
ago. I was at one point. Graham, who was here with us just a few moments ago, was leaning on it. So, and then as he left the commentary box, I was ready to put it back on, but now the sun's come back out. I think I might leave the jumper off.
Scores elsewhere, by the way, in the RHF Trophy. They're off for rain in the match between Thunder and Sunrisers. Sunrisers chose to field, and Thunder 60 for 2 at the point of the rain break. The Vipers are in a bit of trouble at 135 for 7 against the Sparks down at Hove. And at Leicester, the Blaze are also in a bit of trouble themselves, having rolled the Diamonds for 60 odd at the weekend. They're 117 for 7 against the Storm, who put them into bat. So that's what's happening elsewhere today in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Listening to ball by ball commentary on the Northern Diamonds versus the South East Stars in that same competition with Jamie Rayner and myself, Jonathan Dodge. BBC Radio Leeds, the Yorkshire stations, and all of that. And it's been a really good halfway stage in this 46 over reduced match, because there was a delayed start due to a spongy wet area just off the square, which caused some concern early doors, but they were satisfied after an extra half hour, well, about an hour I think, by the time they finally got going, that they could play a 46 over game. So 115 for 6 at the halfway stage. 5 wickets for Jess Woolston. She got those of Kira Chatley, of Ailish Cranston, Bryony Smith, Alice Davidson Richards, and also Paige Schofield. The only one of the top order remaining is Sophia Dunkley, who is not out at the moment on 34. Tash Farron has joined her more recently and is not out on 6. And, well, we're not privy to what's been said out there, Jamie, but I'm sure that Holly Armitage will be saying, come on girls, let's really turn the screw, see this through now. Sophia Dunkley's a big wicket, but if we can keep it tight to her, we can still work on those at the other end, and we might still be able to run through them.
Yeah, it opens up that lower order, doesn't it, if you get that prize wicket of Sophia Dunkley, who does look well set for her 34 so far in the innings. But yeah, Graham was with us earlier, Graham Hardcastle from the club website, talking about just how well Holly Armitage has captained, not only in this game but actually throughout the trophy campaign thus far. And yes, okay, the Northern Diamonds have suffered 2 defeats in their opening 4 games, along with the 2 victories. But Graham, saying that rightly so as well, noticing that Katie Levitt more effective from the Trafalgar Square end, from Peasholm Park end, suiting more the seam deliveries. So as Tryon comes back into the attack for the Northern Diamonds after that drinks break. Sun shining here in Scarborough as we get ready for the start of the 24th over. So the South East Stars 115 for 6. Tash Farrant, the latest batter to arrive at the crease. She is 6 from 14 deliveries faced as Tryon left arm over, and whether Tash Farrant absolutely meant the angle of that strike as it raced towards third, and she picked up 2. She opened up the face of the bat, but I think it might have taken a thick outside edge. So 2 to her score. The South East Stars 117 for 6. Dunkley at the other end on 34. Tryon shorter this time, punched towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So my first time here, which I'm very pleased about. I've listened to you on numerous occasions commentate on Yorkshire games in the years gone by here, as that one's defended towards mid-wicket. They'll have to do well to come through for the single, and they do. Early call from Tash Farrant. Dunkley on her toes, scampers through, single on the total. What do I need to know about this cricket ground for those that are listening that haven't been to Scarborough?
I think the main thing is that it's just a great venue to watch cricket from any angle.
Try on left arm round, and that one's just dropped square, and another single on the total.
If Bill Mustoe, former chairman and former player here, makes his way up to the box at some point, as he says, as he hinted he will, and he'll tell you much more about the history of the place, but all the great players pretty much have played here at some point in their careers, all of them.
Left armed Farrant, again just on the back foot, pushes that one through the offside, and there's another single on the total. So the South East Stars 120 for 6. They're just keeping the scoreboard ticking over at the moment of the South East Stars. Try on left arm round, and that one again just worked off the hips by Dunkley, square of the wicket. Another run to her total and the South East Stars.
Yeah, so many legendary names have played here. Of course, the festival used to last for the full fortnight with various different formats being played, championship games, one dayers, Tilken Trophy matches, or I think I'm right in saying. And so it's got a real feeling of history about the place. As I mentioned, just from whichever angle you look at, you can set your deck chair aside down beside the boundary edge, if you like, at some points during the summer, particularly away to our right, down at this Peasholm Park end of the ground. Get a good view from the west stand when it's in operation, so you get a good elevated view. Looking down on play, I think, always helps. There's just a lovely sort of atmosphere about the place when you're in and there's a crowd. Pitch is usually good, and good cricket wickets. There's always a bit in it for the bowlers. They like to come here with a bit of extra bounce, as this return of Jess Woolston at the Peasholm Park end sees Dunkley push her for a single into the onside first up. So good carry, good bounce, and then of course batters like to be able to work with that as well. So there's something in it for batter and bowler alike, and just lovely friendly place as well. I know they talked about they would love to make some improvements. The wooden seating that you come in on the east side of the ground, and some new seating on the west stand. There was talk of quite a few different plans for the west stand, from something we talked about in commentary with Bill during last season, I think that was. Woolston coming round the wicket here to the left-handed Farrant, who's received a slightly misdirected delivery from the 5-star wicket taker, and as in fact I thought it had been worked down to fine leg, but clearly not, because it's been signalled wide by Phil Mustard. So it'll get a couple on the total. And then just other things that you get here that you don't get elsewhere. There's sort of, sometimes there's a bit of morning sea fret, which can change things dramatically in favour of a bowler out there for whatever it might be, half an hour or so. Dunkley drops one into the leg side, there's no run. And then when you get games that are going on into the evening, those who are in the boarding houses and hotels locally, sort of tends to be a fairly mass exodus around the 5:45 mark, ready for the 6 o'clock dinner gong. So a crowd might dissipate to some extent towards the end of the day. Woolston in again, that's short of length, hasn't quite found the marks in this over since she came back on, and that's pulled by Dunkley, who then wraps her own pad because she feels like she could have played that better and got more than the single that she did take.
It was there to be hit, that one. A rare short delivery from Jess Woolston so far. Back into the attack. What I like so much about this ground, similarly to Headingley actually,
Woolston round the wicket and pushed into the offside by Farrant, no run,
is that it's such an intimate cricket ground, in the sense that you're in a residential area like Headingley. You get a real feel for the area, and you know, I can tell I'm on the seafront just from here.
Yep, not far as the crow flies to dip your toe in the water. A couple of 100 yards, maybe 300 yards or so, something like that, as the crow flies. Take you a bit longer to walk it, as this latest delivery is pushed again into the offside, and once more there is no run, but you get the gulls are a little bit on the quiet side at the moment, just floating around on the breeze. But as the day goes on, I don't know if it's the hunger factor or what, but that tends to get a little louder. Woolston in and pushed into the offside by Farrant, and a good stop there in the covers to complete that over. It was Bess Heath who got down low to do the fielding. 125 for 6 after 25 overs. Still a long way to go here. 21 overs if the Stars are good enough to bat through. And Sophia Dunkley, who's 38 not out, has played really well. Just wants a couple of partners to stay with her, and they're still going to have something worthwhile to bowl at on a pitch that has offered a bit for the seamers in particular.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we were saying this with Graham in commentary, that Tash Farron has delivered some handy knocks so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy for the South East Stars. 21, 45 and 11 from the 3 games that she's played to this point. So an able partner for Dunkley, who once again dances down the wicket to meet the pitch of that Katie Levick first delivery, punches it towards long on, goes through for a single. And the right-hand, left-hand combination at the crease for the Stars. Tash Farron now on strike. Numbers make their way over to the offside as Levick comes over the wicket. Shorter, just worked backward of square for a single. 127 for 6 are the Stars. This inside the 26th over. The run rate hasn't really been a problem for the Stars, going at 5 and over. It's more a case of just keeping batters out there. And Dunkley there, nearly done by Katie Levick. She came down to meet the ball. Levick maybe saw that and just dropped it a yard or so shorter, and Lauren Winfield-Hill was on hand to take the bails, but Dunkley got back into a crease.
Yeah, just did enough. Very experienced player, of course. Sophia Dunkley has got a one-day international 100 to her name.
Levick to Dunkley, and she just drives that back to Katie Levick, who fields off her own bowling. No run. It's quite a good battle, this, actually. Quite a good contest. Levick from the Trafalgar square end, and shorter this time. Flash of the blade. It's cut, and it's cut for 4. Great shot from Dunkley. Hits it through the offside region. Fantastic shot, and she just wins that mini contest.
Yeah, I mean, Katie Levick just straying a little bit off stumpish with the line. She's got that the ball turning away from the right-hander, of course, and that was really good body positioning from Dunkley to open up point and get it away.
Full of this time, in fact, it's a full delivery, and Dunkley opts to just work that down the ground towards long on, so she keeps the strike, adds a single to her total and the South East Stars. End of the 26th. They are 132 for 6. Sophia Dunkley on 44 from the 51 deliveries that she's faced. Remarkably, that was just her 3rd boundary of the innings so far, so she's finding the gaps in the field, although as you and Graham outlined, that it is quite a slow outfield. There's been a couple of shots that she's played that from the bat destined to reach the boundary rope, but it's just held up in the surface.
So Jess Woolston to continue at the Peace-Home Park end, right arm over the wicket here to the right-handed Dunkley, who has just dropped the ball into the leg side and taken a single. 3 women's test matches to her name. Sophia Dunkley, highest of 74 in that format. Her only test half century, but as I mentioned, one-day international 100 plus 5 half centuries to boot. 746 women's one-day international runs, and T20 internationals. She's batted 34 times, scored 652. Come up with a couple of half centuries in that format as well. And Yorkshire, so used to saying that, the Northern Diamonds, I should say, will very much want to take her wicket and see the back of her, as Farron works that one backward of square leg, and they pick up another single. And she's just playing a good foil here, Tash Farron.
Yep.
Done nothing stupid since she got out there. 12 runs to her name, just running the ball around, rotating the strike, and giving Dunkley, the senior of the pair of them in terms of, well, both experience and quality, the opportunity here. And she's chased one that's gone wide of off stump, cut that away out through extra cover, and the ball has been returned for the concession of 1 run. Leah Dobson in from the boundary to field that, and just took a moment to get up as if she'd lost her footing and slipped.
Yeah, noticed that. She just seems to be trying to run that off. I think she's okay, actually, which is good to see. But she just seemed to Had a foot caught in the ground as she went to collect that ball.
Wilson round the wicket. Farron gets the ball leg stumpish and has worked it square on the leg side. Again, Dobson, who's busy patrolling the boundary regions, does the fielding. They settle for one.
Yeah, the Stars just rotating the strike, as you say. Tash Farron playing a brilliant supporting role, really, in this partnership. All eyes on Dunkley and what she can do.
Woolston in. That's wide of off stump, and Dunkley has a go at trying to get her hands through it, but the ball doesn't bounce that much this time from this P-zone park end, but it's still signalled as a wide by Phil Mustard. So 137 for 6, as you mentioned, Jamie. Bit of leaden cloud right overhead at the moment. The sun is still shining. Got that bit of a paradox, there's only a little bit of blue sky visible, but the sun is poking its way through at this moment in time. Another wide, this time down the leg side. So Jess Woolston, who bowled a brilliant first spell, not quite back on the mark immediately this time in her second over after having had a break.
Yeah, just needs to re-find her rhythm, and Holly Armitage, the captain, just comes over to have a word as she makes her way back to her mark.
Holly Armitage learned her cricket, I think, in the first place at Meltham. Will Frayne also from those parts. Yorkshire men's player, of course, as Woolston's in. Short ball, pulled this time by Dunkley through mid-wicket. And they've settled on one. So 139 for 6. Duckworth, Lewis, Stern method could come into play here this afternoon, folks, because the forecast is not good from around about the, or I'm told it's not good from around about the 4 o'clock mark onwards, which would be roughly going on for halfway through a Diamonds innings. That sort of time, as Farron just beaten by one from Woolston outside off stump, the left-hander. End of the over, 136 for 9, with Farron on 13, and Dunkley looking like at the moment becoming the first player in the match to reach the half-century mark.
Yeah, it was a nice way to finish that over for Jess Woolston after a couple of wide deliveries to beat the outside edge of Tash Farron. Lauren Winfield Hill continuing to stand up behind the stumps to the bowling of Jess Woolston, as Levick will continue from the Trafalgar square end. I keep wanting to say square end, and I can't understand at all why. Has that ever caught you out? You're going to tell me no. Katie Levick, first delivery, and again, whether that was left or it beats the outside edge of Sophia Dunkley, the way it goes through to Winfield Hill. Trafalgar square end. That it seems simple when you just break it down. Levick, it's full this time and driven down towards long on, and they'll go through for a single. So that moves Dunkley on to 48, 2 away from the half century. Tash Farron now on strike, 13 not out. This partnership worth 39. Levick goes down the leg side, wide signalled by umpire Naeem. Short this time from Levick, and it's just dropped in towards mid-wicket, and there'll be no run. The wind just picking up as well. Talking about the clouds coming over, but you can see the breeze is getting a little stronger, and that one's just clipped. Whether runs will be signalled or it'll be extras. Long chase down towards the boundary edge in front of us. They come through for 2, and wide is called, so 3 to the total. 144 for 6, the South East Stars. Tash Farron still on strike. Levick full of this time and just driven through towards extra cover. No run. 5 fielders on the offside. more on leg side as Farrant lets that one go through outside off stump. Maybe just trying to see out this over now to get Dunkley back on strike. One delivery remaining in this 28th over. Levick full, and this time it goes past the inside edge of Tash Farrant. And another dot ball to conclude the 28th over. So the South East Stars 144 for 6. The partnership worth 44. And Tash Farrant there on 13. Sophia Dunkley 48.
Yeah, good to hear from Georgie Heath, who says Farrant was an absolute boss with the bat at a recent fair break too. Get in touch on at Jonathan Doidge or at Jamie Rayner or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. We're good to hear from you. Our first ever ball by ball commentary on a Diamonds game on BBC Radio Leeds, and Jack Bino has emailed in. That's BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com saying, glad to hear you're broadcasting today. I've come down from Edinburgh to watch, so I'm hoping the weather stays away. I love this ground in Scarborough. I try to come once a year when I can. The cat walked past me earlier on. I felt honoured. I love this competition and I'm glad it's getting full commentary. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Jack. It's good to be here.
Yeah, it certainly is.
We're covering a number of the Diamonds games this year in the coming weeks as we have a change of bowling at this P-Zone Park end, and back into the attack is opener Lizzie Scott, right arm over the wicket. Now just a little bit of indecision there between Farrant and Dunkley for a moment, but Sophia Dunkley got that away backward of point for a single. I think one of the notable comments you'd have to say about the Diamonds so far today, the fielding has been really good, some good catching, they've cut out runs, certainly look willing movers, if you like, in the field. Enthusiasm. Katie Levick has just been dropped out down to third. She'd probably, at a guess, with the foreshortening, be about 15 metres, maybe 20 in from the boundary edge, as Scott's latest delivery is pushed out into the offside.
It's good work from you, that 15 to 20 metres.
With my mince pies, I've just taken the prescription sunglasses off and put the normal stuff back on because the sun is not out just at this moment in time, and you can't read your laptop, can you, with the shades on? Unfortunately, you've got that sort of play-off between eye comfort and ability to read what's going on. Another wicket here, and this time it is Lizzie Scott who has come to the party. And that has been chopped by Farrant aerially and caught at point. It was the simplest of catches, really, and she has gone for 13, and a 7th South East Stars wicket has gone down with a total of 144 on the board.
A rare loose shot from Tash Farrant, who up until that point was looking assured in her shot making and playing a handy knock for the South East Stars, but she just went after a wide one and lofted it up into the air. And as you say, Jonathan, a comfortable catch at point or backward of point. Either way, simple catch enough, and right on cue, as you were quite rightly discussing prior to that delivery, the fielding by the Northern Diamonds has been superb so far. That one, of course, a simple catch, but they haven't dropped anything so far, the Diamonds. They've taken every opportunity that's come their way in the field, and Tash Farrant's innings comes to an end on 13, and out striding to the middle now is Rihanna McDonald-Gay.
Yep, going at number 9. And I just get the impression from some of the dismissals from this end of the pitch, and now looking, in fact, all 7 wickets have fallen from this P-Zone Park end. There's something going on, and when you think about one or two of the shots that have been played, it just gives you the impression that the ball might be holding up a little bit from this end. I think that was another one where Tash Farrant has played just a little bit sooner than she needed to, and we've seen that as a case in point with several of the other wickets that have been taken so far, not least the Paige Schofield caught and bowled by Jess Woolston. So the Diamonds, when they get their opportunity with the bat, just going to have to think, just when you think you've waited long enough, wait a little bit longer before going through with those shots. Oh, she could be in trouble by hitting that ball aerially. First up there to Rachael McDonald-Gay, dot ball, which he's punched up to mid-on. And, well, if Dunkley, if it wasn't obvious that she's already the key to this South East Stars innings, it very much is now. 49 on the board to her. She's just resting on the bat of the non-striking end. Now that one's short of length, really did climb this time on McDonald-Gay, who did well to control that, dropping it out into the offside. Has a few words with Lauren Winfield-Hill, who's the back of the stumps with the gloves on. Been very tidy, as you'd expect from an international cricketer. And here's Scott again. And again, they're just feeling that that kicked a little bit more off the pitch. A bit of a trampoline tennis ball like bounce. And if you've ever played cricket with a tennis ball, you'll get what I mean. You just have to wait that bit longer after it's bounced, don't you, before you want to hit it. And if you go too soon, then you get right underneath it and you're in trouble. End of the over, 145 for 7.
Go back to that point that Graham Hardcastle made on commentary with us about half an hour ago now, about the captaincy of Holly Armitage, and noticing what we've probably just picked up on now, that there's something from this end for the seam bowlers, whether it's getting caught in the pitch or it's just kicking up. There's something there for the Diamonds, and as Levick comes back into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end, she's used both Levick and Tryon, as that first delivery is just worked backward of point, and 50 for Sophia Dunkley, who has played a gem of an innings in difficult circumstances really for the South East Stars. Coming in with wickets falling around her, the England international has held her own, and she's reached the half-century mark. That's coming from 60 balls, 3 fours at a strike rate of just over 83. And McDonald-Gay now on strike and just defensively pushes that out towards extra cover, and there'll be no run.
Yeah, she just marshalled it, hasn't she? She
Yeah.
really has marshalled it. She came in with a score of 23 for 2 on the board, 146 for 7. Says everything.
McDonald-Gay off the mark as she evades Holly Armitage in the extra cover region and comes through for a single. And then as Dunkley comes back on strike, the fielders drop back towards the boundary edge on this leg side. Levick in then. And she does really well actually to pitch that one up towards Dunkley. And all the half centurion can do is just drop it into the offside, and there's no run. 147 for 4, the South East Stars in the 30th over. That one's short and slashed at by Dunkley, who kicks the turf in frustration as she doesn't beat Holly Armitage at extra cover, and there's no run, and she will have no doubt felt that she's missed out there on a rare short loose delivery from Levick, who's back in once more. Fuller this time, hit on the full and work towards cow corner. There's 1 run on the board, and she will take the strike at the end of the 30th. The South East Stars 148 for 7. Rachael McDonald-Gay there, 1 not out, but all eyes on Sophia Dunkley. 51 not out, and really steering this innings for the South East Stars from the 62 balls that she's faced so far. Just the 3 boundaries, which in itself tells you how well she's looked to work the field and find the vacant gaps, as it's a spread field now for Lizzie Scott, who continues from the Peasholm Park end.
I think the key for me is that she's played pretty much risk-free cricket out there, and That has told on the board. Here is Scott then. Dunkley pushing out square on the offside. She has read the pitch better than anybody else. She's waited. She's at the key end at the moment because all the wickets have been taken from this Peasholm Park end. And so far, don't want to put the hex on her, but so far she's been the one who's been able to read that better than everybody else. Played it with softer hands, waited that bit longer. And the teammates that have departed have found one delivery to see the back of them. Here she is again. This time she's lofted it away square on the leg side for 4 runs. Lizzie Scott just straying on about leg stump and scooped as much as anything around the corner. The Diamonds fielder out there in the distance is in front of square, and it's a good placement, isn't it? She picked it out well and just hit it, 15 yards or so away, and that was enough.
Yeah, she read the flight of that delivery so well, and as you say, just flicked it with great precision and power as Scott just pulls out of that delivery and will run back to a mark. It was the way that she, as you say, Doidge just knew where the vacant space was and worked it into that area so well. And she's going to have to show real power because of this slow outfield.
So here she is again. Scott to Dunkley, who again just makes use of that fielder set back way down on the west side boundary. And having hit the boundary, she's clever enough then to play the single square on the leg side. Good cricket. 56 not out now. Sophia Dunkley, 154 for 7. Take out her innings and the fact that she's also worked well in conjunction, in particular with Phoebe Franklin, who made 26. And this could have been a rout. And a chance here, and that is a brilliant catch. Superb diving catch to see the back of Rihanna McDonald-Gay at straight mid-wicket, and an 8th wicket falls, and yet again it is another one at the Peasholm Park end of the ground, a second for Lizzie Scott, and the South East Stars 154 for 8.
Yeah, I think it's a round of applause for Bess Heath in that mid-wicket region, who got down low to a left-hand side and just plucked the ball there from the air, landing on her elbows, and did well actually because she caught the ball and then landed. So the task then is to keep a hold of the ball. It doesn't pop out as she hits the turf, but she did ever so well to take that catch, which has been a common theme in this display so far from the Northern Diamonds, who've been exceptional in the field. They've taken every opportunity that's come their way. And Rihanna McDonald-Gay's short innings is over. Back in the pavilion for just the 1 run. And Freya Davies now joins Sophia Dunkley, who is fast running out of partners.
Yeah, that's got to be a bit of a concern for her now. And particularly given that she is at the non-striking end, so can't do a great deal about what's going to happen in this next 2 deliveries that remain in this over. And Freya Davies, well, she'll be trying to see these off, and if she gets a chance, obviously, to push a single. Lizzie Scott then, buoyed by a couple of wickets since switching to the Peasholm Park end. Davies playing that one well enough. Right up there from Lizzie Scott. The only 2 players I can see outside the circle are at long leg, Katie Levick, and down at third. And everybody else now closing in. Hit it past us if you want to get some runs is the key from Holly Armitage. Unfortunately, Lizzie Scott has gone well down leg side with this delivery and might be conceding 4 wides. She has indeed. So the good work done earlier in the over, just slightly soured by that. Nonetheless, although clearly Jess Woolston, the pick of the bowlers, 5 for 37. She's still got an over left, and you'd expect her to bowl that. 1 bowler can bowl 10, the remainder can bowl a maximum of 9. Lizzie Scott, approaching the end of her 6th over, has 2 for 36. And this lady's ball is pushed into the offside where skipper Holly Armitage does the fielding. It was glee that with which she greeted the win of the toss, or the wrong call, I suppose you'd have to say, by her counterpart this morning. Couldn't hide the smile from her face about getting the chance to put the Stars in. Lizzie Scott, though, has again strayed down the leg side here, so another wide. And you got the leg side. Got 3 fields in the leg side. I'm not sure she, in terms of how the field was set, she was wanting to bowl it quite as straight as it might have looked, just easing down the leg side. Now they've dropped out a sweeper back on the cover boundary and a sweeper back square on the leg side, and that's a better delivery from Lizzie Scott. Pushed back up the pitch to complete that over. That was over number 31. Don't forget, we're down to 46 overs aside following that delayed start. So 160 for 8, the South East Stars. It's very much a gettable total in the 50 overs that you're allowed. And don't forget, DLS could come into play here. And I do have a table of scores for DLS if we get to that stage.
Chloe Tryon back into the attack for the Northern Diamonds from the Trafalgar Square end, which is where Holly Armitage has used predominantly spin in this innings. 160 for 8, the South East Stars, and Sophia Dunkley 56 not out, drills that back towards Tryon, who fields off her own bowling for no run. So all eyes really now for the South East Stars on what Sophia Dunkley can produce with 15 overs still remaining in this South East Stars innings. The problem is, as she works that one towards point, is that she's running out of partners. There's 2 wickets remaining for the Stars. 4 boundaries in the 56 that she's managed so far. This one back of her length, and Dunkley looking to try and beat the field at backward of point. She worked back on her legs and tried to flash it away, but good fielding once more. So pressure building here for Chloe Tryon. In once more from the Trafalgar Square end. Short, and this one has been flashed away successfully by Dunkley, who gets her 5th boundary of the innings. She moves on to 60. It was a great shot from the England international, who had 2 bites of the cherry of that previously. And she got it away this time. So pressure now back on Tryon. The South East Stars 164 for 8 in the 32nd over. Short this time, pulled towards cow corner, but there's a fielder out there on the boundary edge, and the batter's cross for a single. Dunkley moves on to 61, and that brings Freya Davies on strike. As the grey clouds once again just come over us here at Scarborough. Poor weather is forecast later in the afternoon. Tryon just sees that delivery short of a length dropped into the mid-wicket region to conclude that over. 32 overs complete. The South East Stars 164 for 8. The Northern Diamonds winning the toss and electing to bowl. And you heard there from Jonathan, who's just left the commentary box for a moment, and the glee from the Diamonds captain, Holly Armitage, when she got that call. And actually, watching her from up here in the commentary box, she went racing back to her teammates, jumping with glee, because they got the call that they wanted. And Lizzie Scott will continue from the Pease Home Park end. 2 wickets from her 6 overs bowled for 43.
And it's pushed into the leg side by Dunkley for a single. Chloe Tryon coming in from long on to do the fielding.
I have an admission to make to you.
Go on.
Sadly, I gave the game away, because if I hadn't said that you'd left the commentary box, nobody would have known that you'd gone missing, that you were back in time for that delivery.
Just being professional,
I
Jamie.
let the game slip.
Scott. Oh, good delivery. Has the beating here of Freya Davies. But not out, says umpire Phil Mustard. You'll have heard the appeal on our effects mic, which you'll also have heard the wind buffeting for quite some time now. Sea breeze. Very much in evidence. That dark cloud that we had threatening for a little while has moved on. It's a bit higher now and not quite as darker grey. There's going to be a wide, I think, inevitably down the leg side from Scott. So Lizzie Scott's very much sort of learning on the job out there, as Graham Hardcastle said, building up some experience. She's had an opportunity first up from the Trafalgar Square end. She's found some joy from this P-zone park end there with a couple of wickets, 2 for 44 to her name, into a 7th over now, right arm over the wicket. Bowling here to Dunkley, who again looks calm and assured as she whips that through the leg side and runs another single.
Really elegantly done. The right foot just flicked back up as she struck that ball.
Yeah, she's just a good player. She's just well organised, seems to know her own game. And she's just batted very, very sensibly out there. Scott in again. And slower delivery, just looping this one. Well watched by Davies. Didn't get a great contact on it nonetheless.
England under-19 international, Lizzie Scott.
Yeah, there's definitely, as we've seen with those couple of wickets, some ability there. She'll be just striving for some consistency. And once again, another good delivery. Just watchful Freya Davies, and I'm sure second guessing what Sophia Dunkley might have been saying to her out there. And I mean, just play every ball on its merits. Just wait that little bit longer from the P-zone park end in particular. Push it around. We've got a long way to go yet. Scott in again. Davies sensibly just stepping into that and pushing it to Holly Armitage in the offside to complete the over at 169 for the loss of 8 wickets. And she's got a very important job to do here, Freya Davies, even though she might not score heavily. She needs, she's yet to get a run to her name on the board, but if she can keep one end going and Dunkley can run it around, it's just so important, isn't it, to use all the deliveries that you have available. And when you've been 8 down inside 31 overs and you've got another 15 to go, it can look quite daunting. But if you've got a player of the experience and the quality of Sophia Dunkley out there, then it can be done. But she's going to have to take the major responsibility out there.
Yeah, 78 deliveries remaining, and the first of those is just clipped away to deep mid-wickets, fired in from the boundary edge and tipped over the crossbar by Lauren Winfield-Hill, but fielder there backing up, so just a single. And Freya Davies now with 5 deliveries remaining of this over to face. Tryon comes in, and it's a waft of the bat that just picks out the fielder on the edge of the circle on the offside. Tryon once more, 3rd delivery of this over. Short cut away, and again well fielded.
Yeah, good piece of fielding by Abby Glenn, I think it is, in there. She's patrolled it well in the cover region. I think there's obviously a lot of thought gone into the fielding positions as well when you look at who's fielded where and who's done what.
Well, she just drops back a few paces with Dunkley on strike, and again that elbow, that left elbow up as she comes down the wicket, sends it straight back to Tryon, who fields off her own bowling. The Stars 171 for 8, Dunkley 64, and she cuts that away towards point and scampers through for a single.
Yeah, Stir Callis doing the fielding. She's been in point just about throughout and has taken a couple of catches in there as well. Quick across the ground.
Tryon, well, completely loses the ball as she gets ready to deliver, and it lofts high up into the air, and it lands at about 5 yards to the right of the square leg umpire.
Yeah, we've seen it done before, plenty of times over the years. If you watch cricket long enough, you'll see that happen, just a slip from the hand. So there's obviously still a bit of moisture out there, which you'd expect, really.
Yeah, dry the left hand on the crease as she comes in and gets that one absolutely on the money this time. Try on, full delivery, push back towards her, and finishes that over with a dot ball. So the South East Stars 172 for 8 after 34 overs, 12 in this first innings remaining. Of course, we're reduced to 46 apiece because of the delayed start here at Scarborough. BBC Radio Leeds online, ball by ball coverage.
And that also shows you, I mean, no wickets taken from the Trafalgar Square end. Chloe Tryon and Katie Levick have bowled quite a few overs between them there. 8 for Tryon, 7 for Levick. But it also shows you that maybe one of the reasons neither of the slower bowlers have got wickets is that the grip of the ball could be more of an issue than we've appreciated from this distance, because we haven't really noticed that so much until that delivery. It might not be, but that just could be a one-off that have happened at any time. But it may be that it's that little bit more difficult. There's a change of bowling again down at this Peasholm Park end of the ground, and Abby Glenn coming back into the attack as that ball goes through the would-be fielder Jess Woolston. She's not going to be too happy with herself for that. 2 or 3 other fielders covering for her and converging on it, but they got a couple that they shouldn't really have had there. 67 now to Sophia Dunkley, 174 for 8 into the 35th over of this one. Reminder that the Diamonds won the toss, put the Stars in. Or before the pedants get in touch with us, decided that they'd field rather than put the opposition in. Dunkley works that backward of square for a single.
Has that Bairstow mural always been there?
No, it's new. I'm looking forward to seeing a Rayner one. Imagine that on the white wall, just back where the
nobody would want to see that.
Bowlers are coming from the Trafalgar Square.
Absolutely nobody.
The batters would be walking out, wouldn't they, saying, "What's this?"
I say, has that always been there? But I should know that it hasn't, because that was his celebration when he got the century at Trent Bridge last summer.
Here is Glenn again, nicely fielded by Holly Armitage to this Freya Davies drive. Got to try and find a way through with these last couple of wickets. It's probably with so long to go still in terms of the allotted overs. Sophia Dunkley's clearly not being overprotective with her number 10 here, and she's letting her have a go. And to be fair to Freya Davies, she's played a couple of quite nice shots for not many runs. She's just cut that one quite firmly, but unfortunately for her, she found Leah Dobson, who's feeling in the covers at the moment. So the Diamonds have a ringed field with just fine leg and third outside the circle. Jamie's giving all sorts of gesticulations with his hand here. Bit of swing.
Very much so.
I think he's suggesting here.
Very much so.
From Abby Glenn. You're only sitting a few feet to my right, but certainly not as easy for me to detect it, I don't think, as it seems to be for you. Here she is again. Yeah. Bit of drift on the Scarborough breeze. Nicely played as well by Davies. Final ball of that 35th over then. So 11 overs remain in this South East Stars innings. They're 175 for 8. Quick look around what's happening elsewhere in this competition. And where are we? Still no further play between Thunder and Sunrisers from when rain stopped them, but play is due to restart at 2 by the looks of things. 60 for 2 the Thunder. Katie Levitt coming back on from the Trafalgar Square end. The Vipers have been bowled out for 180 by the Central Sparks, who are yet to bat at Hove.
And nearly a stumping as Levick comes back into the attack for her 8th over.
188 for 8, the Blaze. They've still got 4 overs and 1 delivery left against the Storm at Leicester.
As Levick back into Dunkley, and she does well to chop that one down towards 3rd and picks up a single. Freya Davies now on strike. It was a teasing delivery, the first one of this Katie Levick over. We've seen that Dunkley isn't afraid to come down the wicket. She just got caught in a crease, and Winfield Hill for a moment was interested, but Dunkley wise to leave her back foot just planted within the crease. Levick now to Davis, and that one does her all ends up. Brilliant delivery from Katie Levick, the leg break, just going past the outside edge of Davis for no run. 176 for 8 are the Stars. Levick fuller this time, and it's just gently punched back towards the bowler by Davis, who herself is 1 not out, but as Doidge was saying, she's played some pretty handy shots. And that one just, again, driven back towards Levick, who fields off her own bowling. She's getting through this over quite quickly into the 36th here at Scarborough. And well, these deliveries are being rattled on through by Levick, who is shorter this time, and that one's cut away, flashed away through extra cover. A chase towards the boundary edge successful, and Davis advances to 3, and the South East Stars 178 for 8 at the end of the 36th over. She managed to get that one away because she's hit some pretty handy shots so far in the 18 deliveries that she's faced so far, and that one finally bringing her some joy. Levick very quick to get through that over, and Holly Armitage has alternated between both Levick and Chloe Tryon from the Trafalgar Square end, and I think it will be,
looks like Abby Glenn to continue,
yeah,
at the P-Zone Park end. Bowling here to Sophia Dunkley, a beautiful shot, just over pitching Abby Glenn, and Dunkley, well, looked like she was going to get 4, but full marks to Chloe Tryon, who's made good ground across the sight screen area here behind the bowler's arm, and has kept him to 2 runs. 71 for Dunkley. Huge innings in the context of this South East Stars innings. 180 for 8 then. Here's Glenn, and Dunkley this time pulling this one wide of Tryon. She's going to split the gap between 2 fielders, but a really good chase down the bottom boundary. I think it was Bess Heath who's got round there to do the fielding, and again they've managed just the 2, but this shows you the outfield still on the slow side, and you're going to have to work for every run with the bat here. And again comes Glenn, full face of the blade from Dunkley this time, picked up in there by Phoebe Turner. Phoebe Turner and Leah Dobson, I was talking about the thought in terms of the fielding. They've often been out there in the deep, got better arms than some, and cover the ground quickly as well. Done invaluable jobs, saving quite a lot of runs between. And now Dunkley's got underneath this one. Chance here. Oh, it's the first chance of the day that has hit the deck, and it's unfortunately for the Diamonds, Dunkley, who has been put down. If you can say it was really a catch, and it was one of those that was sort of hitting the ground at the same point as Bess Heath was trying to get her hands underneath it. Let's have a look at it for those on the streaming service and see what you think. Did she get her hands underneath it, or did it bounce? Well, probably not a chance really. I think it's just to the sort of left of her, not being able to quite get the hands underneath, but a valiant effort. And Dunkley continues to make hay with a nice little flick off the legs. She looks, from what we've seen in this innings, a class apart so far. International experience, but Freya Davies has got plenty of international experience, just not so much with the bat. Of course, we'll see plenty of her, I'm sure, when the Stars are in the field. Flicking this one to leg, and no run. She's taken 23 T20 international wickets and 10 one-day international wickets, Freya Davies, but in 25 T20 internationals, for example, she's batted just once, and in 9 one-dayers she's batted just 5 times. So, but she's still, even for number 10 in the batting order, Jamie, just kind of showing the composure of a player who played at international level, whether or not she's a batter.
And the temperament as well to support the main act, really, which is, of course, Sophia Dunkley on 76, with Chloe Tryon coming back into the attack now. So Holly Armitage just mixing things up from the Trafalgar Square end. I think that chance, half chance really, we have to call it, was such a difficult one, as Dunkley just flicks that towards mid-on, and there's no run. She raced in Bess Heath from the deep wicket boundary to try and meet the ball. I think she got to it, but it was such a difficult chance for her, as on this occasion Dunkley just works it out towards Long On now, who comes in inside the circle to collect the ball, and the batter's cross, single on the total. Freya Davies now on strike. So she did really well to get to the ball itself, but even then, to get her hands down to meet it as it reached the turf would have just been some incredible effort. And take nothing away from the way that the Diamonds have fielded in this innings. It was an absolute half chance. Chloe Tryon short this time, a thickish outside edge that will run away to the third region, and it's fielded, and 2 is added to the score. Freya Davies moves on to 5. Dunkley at the other end on 77. Still plenty of overs left in this innings. 186 for 8 are the Stars, and that one's just pushed back to the South African Chloe Tryon, who kicks it back up to her hands.
Afternoon to Kate Holsworth, who says it sounds a bit windy in Scarbados. Sure is.
Tryon left arm around, and that one's worked off the hips by Davis. Backward a square, single taken. 189 for 8, and she'll keep the strike for the next over. So at the end of the 38th, the South East Stars 188 for 8, and given that they were at one point 55 for 5, Doidgy, it's not been a bad rebuild from the visitors, which has been spearheaded by Sophia Dunkley.
I think it's been an excellent rebuild, and I think this is going to take a bit of getting, particularly when you consider how it's been playing for half the overs from this Peaceholm Park end. Not that it's been sort of quote-unquote doing all sorts, but it's just been, it appears to have been stopping a little bit, and therefore players getting under it on several occasions. Albie Glenn continuing at the Peaceholm Park end, then see if she can exploit that. Bowling at number 10 for the South East Stars, or batter number 10, number 5 on her back, Freya Davies. Dot ball first up, still that same field, trying to keep her pegged down and on strike. Closes in when Davies is on strike, and then disperses to some extent when Dunkley is. She's at the non-striking end as Davies pushes this one back to Glenn in her follow through. Abby Glenn with 1 for 26 against her name so far. Into her 6th over now. Right arm over again. This one's short of length. Nicely played as well by Davies, who accepted the opportunity. Again, it's not going to have the legs to get to the boundary. They're going to have to run them, and they're going to have to settle for 2 because a 3-person chase sees Leah Dobson return that from the deep. Back in the side today to replace Catherine Fraser in the only change to the Diamond side that was beaten by the Blaze last weekend. Here's Glenn again, thick outside edge, way out of reach of Lauren Winfield Hill. They'll get through for a single down to third. 192 for 8. 77 to the lady on strike, Sophia Dunkley. The superb knock. Can't think of a chance that she's given so far. No.
Half chance.
Just the one that she pulled into the deep. If you're really harsh on the on the fielder, Bess Heath, for that one, you'd say it was a chance, but I think it was dying, and it would have taken an arm extension to get your hand under that one. Dunkley pushes one up to long on. 193 for 8. Tremendous recovery from 55 for 5 at one stage and 100 for 6. Glennon again. And Davis pushing up to Chloe Tryon at mid-on to complete that over number 39. So 8 overs remain. 193 for 8. What are we going here, Jamie, with the sweepstake on the final score?
Oof.
Well, if they keep playing sensibly like this, you could still settle quite comfortably and just happily accept 4 and 0 rather than lose a couple of wickets going silly. 4 and over for the last 8 overs to somewhere around the 230 mark, 225, 230.
I had 230 in my mind.
You'd absolutely take that from 55 for 5, wouldn't you?
Absolutely. And the key wicket, it goes without saying, is that of Dunkley, who on the back foot slaps the ball down towards long off as Captain Holly Armitage comes into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end. Yeah, I mean, she is key to getting to that total, no doubt. But Freya Davis, once again, as we've already outlined, playing...
Look at this, the most important delivery of the entire day. Nothing that the girls have bowled out there, but it's Ruth Turner, Yorkshire media manager, who's bringing the lunch for Deutsch and Rayner. This is the best delivery of the day, no doubt. No
run from that last delivery. I have heard nothing but food from Mr. Jonathan Deutsch since I arrived at Scarborough.
Ruth.
Thank you very much, Ruth. Armitage with this third delivery, and it's a foolish delivery as well. And Davis there, she goes through the shot that I think she hoped to play, and she just rather punched it towards extra cover. So there's no run. 194 for 8. Faster delivery this time, and that's a smart shot from Davis, who on the back foot cuts away towards deep extra cover. They'll come back for 2 as well. So that moves the South East Stars on to 196 for 8, and Freya Davis with 11 on the board and looking very capable coming in at 10. Holly Armitage, right arm over, and it's driven back towards the Diamonds captain, who tries her right palm in the crease from which she's just bowled, and then she sends Abby Glenn out towards long off on the boundary rope. So Davis on strike, short, wide, and just takes her time with that strike to find the fielder out at deep extra cover. They take the single. Freya Davis moves on to 13. She'll keep the strike for the next over. And with 6 overs remaining of this South East Stars innings, they are 196 for 8. And just a reminder, they were 55 for 5 at one point when Jess Woolston, opening the bowling for the Diamonds, ripped through the top order of the visitors. And at one point, you wondered whether the Stars would reach 3 figures, but they've done that, and they're nearly at 200.
We have been joined in the royal presence at the moment of Sir William Mustoe, as Abby Glenn is in and bowling here. And that's pushed into the offside by Davies. First up, Holly Armitage fielding, dot ball. Jamie knows his place. Bill is vacating straight away. Former Scarborough chairman, Scarborough's everyman, Bill Mustoe is alongside. Good afternoon,
Afternoon, Dorji. How are you?
Good. It's been good stuff so far. Abby Glenn in and bowling here to Davies, who pushes into the offside, no run. So a great start for the Diamonds, 55 for 5. They had the opposition, but you've got to say there's been some great knocks on this ground, as you well know, over the years. And in context, this one for Sophia Dunkley is one of the better ones. 79 not out from a position of 55 for 5. And barring that half chance a few overs ago where Bess Heath was diving full length to try and reel in a ball that was aerial, it has been chanceless and a knock of total control as Davies pushes one into the onside.
I think she's batted really well, hasn't she? I mean, it's good to see.
Here's Glenn again, driven to short extra cover where Holly Armitage fields, dot ball.
Dorji, it's very nice to have you back again. It's a while since you were here. I mean,
it's always a pleasure.
Yeah, I missed you during the winter.
Well, I'm a little bit perturbed that my name wasn't painted on a particular parking space on the periphery, you know, as is usually the case. As Freya Davies plays this Yorker length delivery well and gets it away down to fine leg for a single.
You know, I personally supervised your parking to ensure that you were a satisfied radio broadcaster.
What have we got left? I think one from memory in the over, and then you can tell us what's been going on at Scarbados of late. Now then, Dunkley has got a ball short of length and pulled that quite firmly out towards Cow Corner. Good chase as well by Bess Heath, keeps them to 1, although they were probably happy to settle for that given that Dunkley will keep the strike. So 5 overs remain after 41. The South East Stars 199 for 8. So this year here
we've set up really good games. 25th of July is Durham Championship game, followed by 2 50 overs, the second one of which is against Lancashire, which we're looking forward to, and then the season closer at the festival in September against Derbyshire Championship game. So I think they're good games, and we're looking forward to great crowds coming back to Scarborough.
Holly Armitage continuing from the Trafalgar Square end, and Dunkley flicks it off her legs, but Levick is into field. And I understand that you have been rubbing shoulders with some of the David Leans of this world and the Spielbergs and all that sort of thing here on the ground in recent months, as Armitage is pulled here. Now then, this thought for a moment it could be a catch, and in fact it is the first 6 of the day by Sophia Dunkley, who stepped back. Holly Armitage at that pace was going to go if she dropped it too short, and she dropped it too short. 6 over square leg. 86 for Dunkley.
I actually thought we'd see you in September because we had a week's filming, proper film making here, and I know with your thespian tendencies.
Now then, a chance here for a catch. And she's been put down. Sophia Dunkley has hit it straight out to long off, and the catch has gone down. It was Lizzie Scott who couldn't hold it. The first one today that has been a clear chance that the Diamonds have put down, and how important could that be with just a few overs remaining? With Dunkley now on to 87. And Davies back on strike and cuts this one out into the offside. We'll pick up a single. So yeah, look, my agent was on to me, but unfortunately the terms were not to my liking.
Well, it was a rupee contract because it was an Indian film company, a bit like Netflix in India, and it was all about the. Woo.
Now Holly Armitage has bowled a full bunger here, and there you go. Straight away that drop catch costing another 4 runs here, because Dunkley has dealt with that and pulled it in front of square. 91, 211 for 8.
Yeah, it was about Goswami, the Indian record wicket taker lady. And the character
Big
was
appeal here for
sorry.
LBW. That drops into the leg side, and there's a leg by. End of the over, 211 for 8. Carry on.
And the character, the leading character of the fast bowler, was actually played by Virat Kohli's wife, who's an actress. So we had all the glitterati here, with your exception, of course. But it was good, and in fact, Louise, who looks after our pavilion catering, they persuaded her to become an international umpire. So they dressed her up, and they did that. John Dodds, our groundsman, had his legs photographed for some reason or other, which I don't really understand why. But it was it was a great experience, a lovely week. So.
Look, they wouldn't give me my usual parking space, and that was the crux of it. And despite the fact that my agent was on the phone and very irate about this, they still, I don't know, Mrs. Coley, apparently assumed greater importance. I'm not quite sure what that was all about.
I understand it was only a couple of notches.
As Dunkley pushes one straight down the ground for a single. Katie Levick continuing at the Peashome Park end. Did you get a little cameo in there? Something.
No,
with a
my agent also didn't do me any good either.
Levick to Davies, who misses an attempt to cut one away up to the top side of the ground. You didn't get a frankly, my dear, I don't, or anything like that in there, no?
No, I'm afraid not. The non-entity, Doiji, in my proper place in life.
It's just like, I never get a chance to say they think it's all over. It's just the way that the cookie crumbles sometimes. As Davies pushes into the onside, and there is no run.
I'll tell you what, isn't it nice to see cricket on the ground again this year? Wonderful. It's looking well.
Here is Levick with that delivery, that action that she describes herself when she's on commentary with us as a frog in a blender. Drops that around about middle and off, and is cut for a single by Freya Davies. Frog in a blender's done pretty well by her, though, hasn't it, over the years? Hundreds of wickets, leading wicket taker in the women's game, Katie Levick, and she's here at the Peashome Park end, blending things up once more. And Davies, I should say Dunkley, working that out into the deep on the leg side where Bess Heath has been active, I think it's fair to say, throughout, and such a shame that she couldn't get her hands underneath that chance a while ago off Dunkley. So 215 for 8 into the 43rd of the 46 overs set to be played in this match for each side. The last ball sees Davies miss a cut shot, so 215 for 8 off 43.
I take it we'll have the pleasure of your company during the season, will we?
You will.
Yeah.
In fact, I can tell you about a planned event when the marquee goes up. Are you naming after me this year?
It's got
Jamie getting his name on
it.
The
Doji McMorkey.
Same
marquee, that's it, isn't it? Yeah.
The dodgy marquee.
Yeah.
I can reveal that on the third evening of the Derbyshire game, so the penultimate evening of cricket here this year, there will be an event chaired by yours truly. A question of sport.
Oh, really?
We're trying to get both Yorkshire and Derbyshire to put up a team. They don't know that yet.
No, don't know that. It's a mystery. Yes. You'll surprise them.
There will be an
in the bar late at night.
Yeah, the tickets will be on sale as the season goes on. So you're welcome to plug that in the clubhouse.
Well, that would be very good. I take it you'll have a poster of some sort, will you?
Yes, I will. I've got to produce that. Yeah. Now then, Dunkley's got underneath this one. This would be a great catch if Lizzie Scott gets anywhere near it, and she's 10 yards off it by the time the ball drops. And Dunkley has two more to her name and is closing in on a ton here.
Sorry. Oh, that should. So you won't know who you've got panellists then. They haven't had. Which brain box is he having?
No, not well. I'll tell you more in a sec.
Okay.
Because this latest delivery is pulled by Dunkley, and she's found the gap through mid-wicket, and that boundary takes her on to 99. Abby Glenn dropping it mid-pitch, and that is taking Dunkley then to the brink. What a knock this has been from 55 for 5. She walked in at 23 for 2. Holly Armitage is prompted by that shot to go over and speak to her bowler before she scurries off back down to long off. So the field spread straight and on the leg side now. And Dunkley, sensibly, with everybody set back on the leg side, has pushed the single through mid-wicket and thoroughly deserves a brilliant 100 here. We've seen some great knocks on this ground throughout its history. And in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, that surely has got to lead the way. Sophia Dunkley, 100 from, well, we'll wait for confirmation, but precisely 100 balls, I think, is that that return. 145 minutes of batting, 7 fours and 1 6. Outstanding for the South East Stars. And taken them to 222 for 8. Oh. And they've now made that 222 for 9, because the first wicket has been taken from the Trafalgar Square end, and it's Abby Glenn with a caught and bowled of Freya Davies. 222 for 9 then. And we're into what is the 44th over of this one.
That was a great knock to watch, wasn't it? I mean, real quality and high quality, worth watching.
It was. So we're just trying to get updates sorted out here as well.
Are you? All right. Well, you're a multitasking man.
Well, you know, that sort of a chap, really.
Very good.
So, I mean, any theories, as somebody who's watched a lot more cricket than I have here over the years, as to why the majority of wickets, all but one, have been taken from the P-Zone Park? And do you think it's held up a little bit in the pitch?
Possibly. I mean, obviously we've all had a lot of rain across the country, so probably it's medium paced, and maybe that's something to do with it. I'm not sure that one end is particularly different. Certainly John Dodds, the groundsman, would say not.
Oh, now then, that was nearly 2 in 2 to complete the Stars innings, and the ball just dropping into the leg side. It's Danny Gregory who's gone out there bringing up the rear for the Stars. Number 19 on her back, batting at number 11. Very much the onus is now on Sophia Dunkley, if she can get the strike back, to try and manipulate that until the end here. Final delivery of a wicket taking over then from Abby Glenn is run out down towards third. So just to complete the Freya Davies innings, she finished with 15 from 45 deliveries, and she was caught and bowled by Abby Glenn after 43 overs and 4 balls, and that was a really superb partnership as far as the Stars are concerned for the 9th wicket, because they went from 154 to 222, which I make a partnership of 68. Highest partnership of the day so far. Katie Levitt going to continue from the P-Zone Park end. Dave Fletcher, my BBC Radio Derby colleague, as this could be the final wicket. Oh, that has gone down. Bess Heath was right in line and underneath that, and it was Dunkley who has been dropped again. It's the second time she's gone down. Heath did really well to get anywhere near an opportunity earlier on, but this time she had every chance of catching that. And again, even in the last couple of overs, you're just not sure how costly that could be. Can Katie Levitt finish with a wicket? Big appeal for LBW, and she can, because that is the end of Danny Gregory. LBW to Katie Levitt, who gets her name on the wicket-taking sheet, as it were, for the first time in the day. And Sophia Dunkley has run out of partners with a brilliant 101 not out. Danny Gregory, LBW Levitt without scoring. And the South East Stars finish with 200 223 all out in 44 overs and 2 balls. So almost got to the end, and that's a very creditable effort considering they were at one stage 55 for 5 balls.
Absolutely great result. No, I think it's probably not a bad total.
I think it's a pretty good total.
Yeah.
The way it's played out there. Not that there's been any evils in it, but the outfield just feels a bit on the slow side.
It is slow.
A lot of rain.
It is slow, and I think that you can see balls pull up, which normally you wouldn't stand a chance of stopping them. So I think that reflects what's gone on, and I think it's probably just to be expected at this point in time. But it's a challenge for the Diamonds, and the Diamonds are a winning side. So let's hope they can deliver.
Yep, hoping so from Diamond's point of view. So they're going to need 224 to win this match in 46 overs. That's going to take a bit of scoring, and they're going to have to bat much better than that 62 all out at the weekend. But good side, different day, different pitch, different game, and we'll see if we get a different result. We'll thank Bill for now, and we'll take a breather here. You might hear one of us doing an update for BBC Radio Leeds in a few minutes' time, but otherwise we'll be back for the start of the Northern Diamonds response. Doige. Good afternoon, Richard. Yeah, it's sunny at the moment over here on the northeast coast, but well, we've had a little bit of a delay to the start of play earlier in the day, probably about an hour from the scheduled start time when they finally did get underway because of a wet patch on the outfield, which could have proved dangerous to fielders out there. As it was, when Holly Armitage, the Northern Diamonds captain, won the toss, she decided that her team would field first. And they made a really good fist of it, in particular in the first 10-11 overs or so. Had the South East Stars 55 for 5 at one stage. All those first 5 wickets taken by opener Jess Woolston from the Peasholm Park end of the ground. She finished with 5 for 37 from her 9 overs. But then a brilliant knock from Sophia Dunkley of England fame, who just played sensible cricket, ran the ball around, took her opportunities to pick up boundaries when she could. She was dropped in the 90s, and again after she'd got her 100, but finished 101 not out, and you certainly couldn't begrudge her a bit of luck, because had it not been for her, the Stars would have been able to post nothing like the eventual 223 all-out that they made. She was ably supported by Phoebe Franklin and by Tash Farrant, and also later in the day by Freya Davis at certain points, and has carried the away side here to a total that's going to take a bit of scoring, you would think, and particularly when you consider that, albeit on a different day over the weekend, the Diamonds were dismissed for 62 in total, so going to have to bat appreciably better this time around. Jess Woolston then 5 for 37, as I mentioned, 2 for 47 from 7 overs for Lizzie Scott, 2 wickets for Abby Glenn, and 1 also for who else but BBC Radio Leeds' own Katie Levick. Looking forward to doing a bit of commentary at the men's game up in Durham with her on Friday. But it's the halfway stage here. They're off for the mid-innings break at 223 all out the South East Stars. The Diamonds then need 224 from 46 overs to win it. Well, most of the wickets taken at the Peasholm Park end, where the ball looked like it might have just been sticking a little bit. So there's a bit of that to take into account in terms of how the Diamonds play. 1 or 2 of the South East Stars girls got under the ball and gave catches. So that's may require a little more sensible batting, if you like. It's a slowish outfield. They've had quite a lot of rain here, and I mentioned the wet patch on the outfield. So John Dodds, the groundsman, and his team probably haven't been able to get the outfield like it often is here, like glass. Just a little bit of growth on it. That's going to make the girls have to run their runs a little bit more. They're not going to be whacking as many boundaries as you might see otherwise in this competition. So yeah, 223 might feel like it's maybe add another 15 runs or something like that to it, maybe 20 runs in terms of how it's going to feel to score them, Richard. So I think it's a pretty formidable total. They're going to have to bat well. That is right, yeah, it's on the BBC Sport website and app. And we'd love to have your company.
really nice. Well, the memories of his cricket were not great. Really nice guy, but if you remember, he signed for Yorkshire for 2 matches. 2 matches, that's right, yeah. That one at Edgbaston was the last game of the season, and Tom Cole capped out 100. They played about 4 sessions in 4 days. I just spent most of the time looking at the lake. And they all went out one night for a ruby. It's good. And he was really a good guy to chat to. And then he'd already played at Kent against Kent at Headlands when Billings
Welcome back from North Marine Road in Scarborough, where the sun, if you're watching our streaming pictures, you'll be able to see is shining brightly. And Freya Davies is opening the bowling from this end, which yielded so many wickets during the Stars innings, which reached 223 all out in the 45th over. And her first ball stroked into the offside by Lauren Winfield Hill. Fielded at cover, no run. And well, the first thing to say here is that there is rain expected, as we sort of speculated earlier on. According to the radar that Jamie had a moment or two ago on his phone, around about 4 o'clock, there's going to be rain anticipated for about half an hour or so. And given that we already had a late start here because of a wet outfield, you would think that it's not going to take too much rain to either bring proceedings to a halt or certainly put a big hole in this Diamonds innings. As Winfield Hill is back and elbow up, pushing that back to Freya Davies, who batted really well, didn't she, towards the back end of that Stars innings. 15 she made from 45 deliveries, but the latter rather than the former being real key. She chewed up a few deliveries there. She held up another end for Sophia Dunkley to go about her business, and that was a tremendous ton that she scored. Davies again, right arm over the wicket. Lauren pushing that one out into the offside once again. Lots to do here, but they'll be mindful, I'm sure, Lauren and Holly and the Diamonds, of a potential DLS situation here. And obviously in situations like that, Jamie, wickets in the tent,
Certainly.
always of help. Davies bowls full here. That's driven up to mid-off this time. And there's no run. Alice Davies and Richards doing the fielding.
It was a very handy knock from Freya Davies and really helped sort of Thea Dunkley get over the line with that outstanding century. It was a real pleasure to watch, playing with real confidence throughout the innings.
And she comes once again, evidence of a little bit of swing, just gentle away swing, and met with the straight blade there. Just a reminder of the fielding sides team here, in addition to Freya Davies. Bryony Smith, of course, skippering the South East Stars. Kira Chatley keeping wicket. Ailish Cranston, nicely played this time, lofted over the infield, and that might just have the legs to make it to the boundary, and does, down by the pavilion. So first runs of the day, and that's 4 of them to Lauren Winfield Hill, who replays the shot. Oh, she'd be quite happy with the way she played that. Boundaries have not been easy to come by, and they've, generally speaking, Jamie, come from the short ball where the batter's had just that bit more time to latch onto it and get some more power through it. So that's a rare driven stroke that we've seen go for 4.
I was about to say, it's the kind of power and timing, as we watch the replay on the stream, that the Diamonds batters and Lauren Winfield Hill on this occasion will have to try and succeed with on the fuller deliveries to reach the boundary edge, and it bobbled on its way to register 4 for the Diamonds and Lauren Winfield Hill. Lovely stroke to just lift it over the fielders inside the circle. As we get ready for the second over of this Diamonds reply.
Phoebe Franklin.
And just aims one in towards the pads of Sturkallis, and there's no run from that first delivery. Phoebe Franklin herself had a very handy knock in that Diamonds first innings of bowling, as she comes in, it's wide outside off stump, left alone by Callis, and through to the keeper. No run. I think she went out to the middle at 55 for 5 with the Stars and put on 45 with Dunkley to reach 100 before she was dismissed, but it was vital really in that rebuild that we saw from the Stars. Again, a wide delivery, and this time it is signalled as wide by umpire Naeem, and a score goes on the total, now 5 without loss for the Diamonds. And they're just taking their time here, both Winfield Hill and Callis, just to read the pitch as Franklin comes in once more from the Trafalgar Square end, and Callis just opens up the face of the bat and directs it towards point. No run.
Oh, nobody's going to have a better idea of how it's playing than Lauren Winfield Hill, having been behind the stumps close up at both ends, and with particular reference to the end she's standing out of the non-striking end at the moment, where whoever is on strike will be facing the bowling from the Pease Home Park end that pulled in so many wickets
Callis
in the first half of this match.
Taps her bat short, cut away, well fielded, backward of point. Tash Farrant there for the Stars. And another dot ball in this over from Phoebe Franklin. And the wind and the breeze picks up once more. The temperature's dropped. The jumper's on, Doige.
The jumper is on. Not quite got to the coat that you have.
Franklin just back with a length, and it's again guided towards Tash Farrant, who comes round to field from points, and there's no run.
I thought they bred them tough round Ponty Way. Rugby league territory.
I've got to say, the breeze...
You've let yourself down, but most of all you've let Pontefract down.
The Pontefract Five Towns region. Franklin in once more, and she finishes her first over with a dot ball. So at the end of the second, the Northern Diamonds are 5 without loss, chasing down a victory total of 224.
Yep, I don't think runs are at this moment in time key. Just have a look for a few overs, plenty of time, power play time at the moment. Give yourself a little bit of a chance to get used to how the ball is coming through on this surface.
Looking at my weather app here, Doige, and it just approaches 4 o'clock. Get this almighty blot on the radar.
Deluge coming. As Freya Davis to continue at the Pease Home Park end, bowling to Lauren Winfield Hill, who just drops that out into the offside. Does a bit of gardening. There's no run. They've ringed it, as you might expect, given that we are in the power play. The two fielders outside the circle are down at third, and also on the mid-wicket boundary down away to our right on the west stand boundary, if you know the ground here at Scarborough. Nicely bowled by Freya Davies. We're talking about her international experience and saying that remarkably, having played so many internationals, either one-dayers or T20s, how few times she's seen action with the bat, but she's certainly seen action with the ball plenty.
Yep.
And that lady's delivery, another good one, roundabout off, maybe fourth stump, pushed into the offside. We're not straight on behind the bowler's arm here. It'll be about half a dozen strips or possibly more away to the left if you're looking from behind the bowler's arm on the stream. It's another good delivery though. Just Lauren having to be watchful there. Played it late.
Just threatening the stumps, isn't she, Freya Davis? Just asking the question constantly of Lauren Winfield Hill, who was equal to that task.
Yeah, definitely good bowling. And she comes again. Blonde-haired figure now, then this one has been lofted up in the air over the infield. The shot's on, no problem with that. Again, just showing you how slow and soft the outfield is, because that plugs as if Lauren Winfield Hill hit it with a 9-iron. And they've got back for a very comfortable 2.
Shake of the head from Winfield Hill. She wanted a bit more from that shot, but she got 2 runs. And rightly so, with the fielders up inside the circle, looking to try and exploit those gaps with the lofted effort.
Bags of experience, we know, at international level. One-day international ton to her name. And she's got hold of this one, but hit it, unfortunately for her, straight to Alice Davidson-Richards on the bounce at mid-off. So no run. There's a slip in place at the moment, as you'd expect early doors. Bit of attack. They know how important this wicket would be to them. Davies then takes a moment at the end of a run, then bowls a slower delivery, but unfortunately for her, it fades away down the leg side inevitably. Phil Mustard signals that that is a wide.
Unsurprisingly, Lauren Winfield Hill has gone very well in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy thus far. 75, 42, 51, and just the single score of 7 in the last outing.
Davies again. This time just holds that length back slightly, and Winfield Hill able to step into it, loft it, great place to do so, over the bowler's head. Never a fielder there, back for 2. End of the over, and that is 3 complete now. And the Northern Diamonds so far have managed to survive without loss of an early wicket, and they are 10 without loss.
Going to say some great camera work from the chaps running the stream, for those watching online, of a single seagull who has just been surveying the boundary edge.
Oh, come on, look, you see, you can tell you haven't commentated here before.
I'm enjoying this.
Seagull.
No?
Seagull?
Go on, correct me.
What type of gull? There isn't such a gull as a seagull, is there, Jamie? You need to bring your Observer's Book of Birds with you when you come to Scarborough.
Jamie Rayner and David Attenborough with you in the commentary box. Here is great delivery from the Trafalgar Square end, beats the outside edge of Sturkallis. Phoebe Franklin continuing. Beautiful length on the delivery, which just got a caught in 2 minds.
Herring gull.
Well, thank you for that further clarification as we watch the replay of that delivery. Back in once again, second delivery of this over. Front footed drive from Callis, but doesn't beat the fielder at extra cover, so there's no run. Callis yet to get off the mark. The Diamonds at 10 without loss. Winfield Hill on 8 at the non-striker's end. 1 slip in place. Franklin right arm over, and Callis opens up the face of a bat, tries to squeeze it through to maybe push for a single, but Lauren Winfield Hill was quick to say no and turn it down, and it was Tash Farrant doing the fielding once again backward of point.
Yeah, not a great comp so far for Sturkallis. She made 1 at Headingley against the Storm, 16 against the Sparks, 14 against Sunrisers, and half a dozen against the Blaze.
Still waiting to get off the mark. Will she do it here? Yes, she will. She manages to work it past this time, Tash Farrant at backward point. Just holds out the blade and gets a decent enough connection with the wide delivery. And Lauren Winfield Hill now on strike. And that's, which gull? On, tell me again.
Herring.
Herring. Just backward of square at the moment. As Franklin full of this time, and it's driven firmly by Winfield Hill, but picks out the fielder at mid-off.
Yeah, Bryony Smith's not going to be too chuffed because the gull is kind of not watching play. A bit casual down there at long leg.
Looking at us at the moment. Right arm over from Franklin. Short of a length, driven, and Lauren Winfield Hill holds the pose, but just picks out the fielder. Lovely strike, but no run. Concludes the 4th over of this Diamonds chase. They're 11 without loss, chasing down a victory total of 224. We've seen some early signs, certainly from Lauren Winfield Hill, that she's striking the ball with intent, and no doubt the weather picture and what we've seen on the radar will be in the back of her mind, just at the very least trying to get the run rate up for the Diamonds, which currently sits at 2.86.
Freya Davies going to continue from the Peasham Park end. Don't think we'll get the... no, I think we're past that time already for the Battle of the River Plate behind us. Not sure, quite sure what time of the week or what time of the day on those days of the week that it happens, as the first delivery of the over is turned into the leg side there by Callis. There's no run. You need to get on Google. Peasham Park, Battle of the River Plate. Google it. You can tell me what times it's on, but quite often you'll be sitting there commentating and then there'll be guns going off from behind as they do a sort of miniature reenactment of the battle of something or other. I think it's River Plate. Down on the lake behind us. As this delivery, just misdirected by Freya Davies, ran about the hip of Stir Callis, who's worked it down to fine leg for a couple.
The Battle of Peasham.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
I think it's emailers who've previously suggested it's the Battle of River Plate, but anyway.
Well, I'm
it's a
going
battle of sorts.
The Discover Yorkshire Coast website. So
here's Davies coming in again. Again, just a little bit of gentle swing, although not quite full enough to fully exploit any aerial movement. Worked square on the leg side. Once again by Callis, and there's no run.
war breaks out on the lake in the middle of the park when the 20-foot replica boats recreate some serious tensions during the Peasham Park naval battle.
Okay, Davies in again.
You brought it up.
Callis pushes back to the bowler, and there's no run. I did bring it up, yeah. Just well, I'm educating you.
That was a dismissive okay.
I'm educating you. You know, you're here for your first game of cricket of any sort, which is in itself something that needs a full explanation as a lover of cricket that you haven't been here before.
I know.
And then you're not realising that there's a battle on. What's going on? Nicely played by Callis this time. Davies, though, she's rarely strayed in this spell so far from the Peasham Park end. Just an odd one, but being consistent, and he's not giving a whole lot of scoring opportunities just at this stage. 13 without loss there. You'd rather have the wickets in the 10. And there may be other opportunities from other bowlers to come. Again, Callis solidly behind that and pushed into the offside to complete that fourth over at 13 without loss.
Yeah, she's holding a very consistent line, which is proving very effective. And it was similar to that of Jess Woolston in the Northern Diamonds effort. The difference being that Woolston had picked up a few wickets by this point, but very consistent line and length from Freya Davies, and making scoring opportunities very difficult, as Lauren Winfield Hill will take the strike.
It was the fifth over, by the way, not the fourth. 13 without loss.
And a couple of pads as Phoebe Franklin comes in, and that's just got the treatment from Lauren Winfield Hill. It will trickle towards the boundary, but it won't reach the rope, and so she'll come back for two. She won't get all 4 runs, and again another example of the slow outfield here at Scarborough, but back of a length and slightly wide from Phoebe Franklin, and Lauren Winfield Hill was there to dispatch.
Yeah, not only the slow outfield, but I just don't think she caught that quite out of the middle. It felt like it might have been top side of the middle, so more of a forcing shot.
She drives this time, that one seemingly coming out the middle a bit more, but I think Franklin got a touch on it as she followed through from her delivery action.
I think if you time it, then you will still get a boundary, as we saw from some of the Sophia Dunkley shots. If you can get the full shilling, even if you don't whack it hard, if you don't go right through with your shot, you might still find the boundary. But otherwise, if you don't get it out of the middle, you're going to have to be forcing.
Winfield Hill on 10, short, pulled, well fielded, just in front of square on the leg side.
There you go, case in point. But she's pulled that out of the middle. It's really pinged, hasn't it, on its way to the fielder, who did a really good job of stopping that, because that's a 4 if it's not stopped.
Yeah, it was a great bit of fielding from Cranston, and it keeps Winfield Hill on strike. The Diamonds at 15 without loss, as Franklin in once more, right arm over, and that one's driven out towards mid-off, and there'll be no run. Winfield Hill is seeing the ball well. She's timing the ball seemingly fairly well, but just not finding the gaps on that occasion, albeit there was some great fielding from Cranston and the delivery before last. Franklin's in, it's short, that one's heaved over the fielder in the circle at mid-on. It will plug in the outfield once more, and they'll come back for 2. Again, probably didn't get an absolute hold of that one.
No, I don't think so. And I think it's clearly still on the slow side, this pitch, and so you're having to use a bit of sort of brute force with quite a lot, with a fair percentage of shots, because timing is proving difficult, and that is why Sophia Dunkley's innings has stood out so far in this match. She was able to wait and to get the ball out of the middle more than anybody else we've yet seen.
Franklin in short, worked off the legs by Winfield Hill. She thought about the single, but she was sent back by Callis, and there'll be no run to end that 6th over.
Yeah, it might have been a single there. Callis probably just slightly on her heels as that was played, but again, you wouldn't want to risk a silly run out at this stage, would you? They've built now. They're scoring at what, just under 3 and over. They're clearly going to need a fair bit more than that, but they're still having a look. And important that they just surrender wickets in this early stage, and not worry too much about scoreboard pressure at this stage of the game. Long way to go yet.
Yeah, 4 runs from that Franklin over, as Davis continues at the Peastone Park end.
She comes, right arm over, it's floated up. That's a beautiful shot for nothing. That really is well struck by Ster Callis, along the deck all the way, picked out Dunkley in the covers. It's one of those at a yard either side, and you're probably looking at a boundary. But important that they just keep the composure, the pair of them, don't get too frustrated by that.
Beautiful flash of the blade. Deserved more than no runs.
Short ball this time, and she's onto that quickly. There is a sweeper out though, down the bottom side of the ground. Rihanna MacDonald-Gay it is who returned that for the concession of 1. So Callis on to 4 at the moment. I think, you know, I might go for the fleece after I've done this over. It's blowing straight in the box now, isn't it? Or actually, if you can manage to get up and just close that door, seeing as you're not on commentary at this moment, that will definitely help. There you go. You see all those years of combox experience here at Scarborough coming racing to the surface. He said taking him 6 overs to realise. And there's Davies' latest delivery, pushed into the offside there by Lauren Winfield Hill. No run. Oh, you see it's calmed down a bit.
I'll
now.
give you that. Yep.
Thank you very much. Experience does sometimes count for something, you know. Davies in again, and Lauren Winfield are just opening up the offside square, but couldn't get it past point. So slip, there's a backward point about 45, short third, plus a point. Dunkley sweeping on the cover boundary. Short extra cover. Mid-off is just inside the circle. Alice Davidson Richards. There's a mid-on sweeper at mid-wicket and a backward square leg, and a chance here for a run out. Tell you what, that would have been pretty close had it been a direct hit. Throw coming in from Tash Farrant, I think it was. And Lauren Winfield Hill, well, they'd have been calling for the square in the air if they had such a thing. Certainly from this distance anyway. Phil Mustard would have had a much better idea. Either way, she survives. But might just be a little warning about taking a run to Farrant in future. They got home this time. Here's Davies again. Good stroke, beautiful stroke from Sturkallis, and there you go. You can time it and get a boundary without having to overhit the ball, as she's just done, and that is an exemplary straight drive. And a rare stray from Freya Davies, who was just over pitched. I think it might have been taken on the full. If it wasn't a full toss. It was a full toss. Jamie's putting his thumb up. I'm going to say it was certainly a full delivery. So 4 runs to Callis, takes her on to 8. And with 13 for Lauren Winfield Hill after 7 overs of complete here for the Diamonds. They're 23 without loss, needing a further 201 runs to win this from the apparently theoretical 39 overs that remain, because we're expecting a sizable deposit of rain at some point in the next hour or so. Phoebe Franklin is going to continue at the Trafalgar Square end.
Yeah, I'm just looking at my weather app. I mean, it's changing picture now. It's saying 20 past 4 when we'll first see the downpour as Franklin into Winfield Hill, and she just drops that into the extra cover region, and there'll be no run. You didn't actually tell me when I asked you earlier about this ground and its history, and what little nuggets to know about. The tea room, what's that like over there?
Never been in the tea room.
Have you not?
No.
Franklin short this time, and again, similar shot from Winfield Hill. Just pushes that one out into the offside, and there's no run. I'm surprised by that. I thought you might have, in all your years and experience, as you've outlined, at least had one moment in there.
Sorry.
Oh, it's quite all right. Big shot now from Winfield Hill, who goes airborne into the deep mid-wicket region. There's a fumble on the outfield, and it doesn't go to the boundary edge. They do, though, pick up 2, and that moves Winfield Hill on to 15.
Yeah, she didn't quite get that where she wanted it, did she? She just played a shot sort of through the through the V, having got back to her crease.
Franklin again, full of this time, flashed away on the offside by Winfield Hill, and it's Dunkley who's doing the fielding, rather just tips it up into the air, and took all the sting out the shots. They still managed to get a single, though, do the Diamonds. That brings Callis on strike. Winfield Hill 16, Callis 8. And maybe just another suggestion that these two are trying to put the foot down. As Franklin in once more. And it's a good delivery, good line and length. And Callis just has to open up the face of the bat and push it into the offside for no run.
Yeah, it's probably never the easiest, is it, when you think there's going to be rain around. You want to get yourself in front on DLS just in case, but you've still got to play with a bit of sort of 46 over sense about it as well.
It's another defensive shot from Callis, who just for a second there was interested on maybe some overthrows, but backing up behind the stumps was Cranston. So at the end of that over, finishing with with a dot ball, I beg your pardon, the Diamonds are 26 without loss. Callis on 8, Winfield Hill on 16. A boundary apiece for the two Diamonds openers currently. And you do wonder, don't you, Doidge, just looking at, again, the weather map and rain in just under an hour's time, how much the Diamonds can put the foot down, really, and try and put on some early runs to heap pressure on whatever will be, if it comes to it, the Duckworth-Lewis Stern score and situation.
It's just a bit of a mental conundrum in the sense that you'd hate to be non-down but then still lose the game on DLS because you're a fair bit behind the rate if the rains come, but at the same time you wouldn't want to give away 2 or 3 quick wickets and also make it harder for yourself in terms of needing to score more then, and rain might not materialise in anything like the forecast. They get them wrong sometimes, as Lauren Winfield Hill just tries to work this off the hip, but actually I think it probably hit the hip instead. Leg by, signalled by Phil Mustard.
Not this app, Doidge. Paid money for this one.
Did you? Did you really?
I did.
You parted with some cash.
There's some total of £1.20.
You didn't part with any cash to get me a coffee this morning, did you, on the way in?
You got me a parking spot as well.
With all that banter going on, we'd missed the fact that Paige Schofield has come on at this Peasholm Park end.
I hadn't. I just waited for you to say it.
Okay, I'd missed the fact that Paige Schofield had come on at the Peasholm Park end, but she's here. Right arm over the wicket. Lovely shot. Cracking shot from Sturkallis, who's going to get the boundary backward of point. And again, timing was the key. She's not really cracked that away, but she's placed it really well backward of point, and she got it right out of the middle. So just those few overs of having a look here, it's looking like the pair of them, without wanting to put the hex on, have begun to pick up the pace of this pitch. Paige Schofield goes for 4 then. That 4 taking Callis on to 12, and then she's solidly behind this. And we mentioned that it's not been a great tournament for her so far. She's got a start here. She'll want to build on it. 31 without loss so far. Schofield again just drops this one short of length. Back foot for Callis, who plays it out to the offside where Farron fields. Already seen her skills on the pick up and throw. Didn't quite hit at the non-striker's end, but can't have been so far away. Let's go for it again. Short ball this time. Bangs that one in halfway down. Handily cleaned up by Kira Chatley. End of the over. 31 without loss then they are after 9 overs. You're listening to ball by ball commentary on the Northern Diamonds against the South East Stars, a trophy, the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, that the Diamonds are defending, of course. I mean, won their first ever trophy last year. Jamie Rayner and myself, Jonathan Doidge, BBC Radio Leeds, with you throughout. And we're going to be covering a few more games.
We are,
in fact,
Doidge.
I'm going to have to get an email up here to remind myself precisely what they are. But there are quite a few.
Yeah, we've got a selection of games throughout the summer, and we do hope you can continue to join us. I have to say, it is a genuine pleasure to be covering this game. The first time we've covered a Diamonds game on BBC Radio Leeds and across the Yorkshire stations as well. And the Diamonds have made a steady start to their run chase, 31 without loss. Franklin continues from the Trafalgar Square end, and that's well worked around the corner by Winfield Hill. The call is 2, and she'll come back for it comfortably. It's picked up in the deep and thrown in there. So 2 more to the total.
Want to get some of the girls on, of course, as well with us to give you their perspective. It'd be nice if Lev would pop up and have 10 minutes with us.
What did she... I'd not heard her describe herself as... was it
She describes her bowling action as a frog in a blender.
Short this time from Franklin. It's pulled firmly, and it may dissect the fielders on the boundary edge. In fact, it has done beautifully by Lauren Winfield Hill, who's just starting to motor here now. Second boundary in her innings. She accelerates now on to 22, and the Diamonds now 37 without loss. And go back to that point that Doidge made earlier with timing and a bit of power as well, it will get to the boundary edge, and it comfortably made its way there. Good precision as well from the experienced pro at the top of the Diamonds batting order, as she decides on this occasion to just punch it back into the mid-on region.
Yeah, you could see what she was trying to do there. Just run a single, just sensible batting, boundary followed by the single, rotate the strike. But just, I don't think she felt like she quite had the power to take on the fielder, and probably a sensible decision to sit there.
Well, Franklin looking to respond fuller this time, and it's flashed away, but finds Farrant at backward of point. Winfield Hill goes through the stroke again. No run.
Yeah, we're back on next week with the match against the Storm at Headingley. So that is T20. We've got a few T20s to come.
Yeah, looking forward to those. As Franklin shorter pulled from Winfield Hill, but she picks out the fielder at the deep mid-wicket boundary edge, and they'll pick up a single.
Yeah, it was probably just a little bit off stumpish for where she was trying to place it, and so she got it a bit straighter than ideally she wanted, than she had done earlier in the over. Now Callis on strike, facing Franklin. Slower delivery, and it's just pushed into the offside, and they'll scamper through for a single, and it's good running. It is. Between the two openers. Yeah, it's good play, and that gets the thumbs up from Lauren Winfield Hill. Callis called it early, and she was there backing up, good support, so that's good understanding between the pair of them, and it takes them on to 39 without loss after 10 overs. Now, just for comparison purposes, at this stage, the opposition had reached 52, but were 3 down, and were shortly to be 5 down, 55 for 5, weren't they, at one stage? So, tick in the credit box for the Diamonds, wicketless so far. It's going to be Paige Schofield to continue at the P-Zone Park end. So those games that we're covering, in addition to this T20 game against Western Storm at Headingley a week on Friday the 19th of May. Then a further 9 days on from there against the Sunrisers also at Headingley, a T20 game. As this first Schofield delivery, pushed back down the pitch by Callis, no run. Friday the 2nd of June, we'll be there at the Riverside as they take on the Blaze in a T20 fixture, and hoping for a better result than they got in this competition up there against them last weekend. Schofield is just punched into the offside this time by Callis, who's now looking like she's got the hang of things out there and playing more confidently with every passing delivery. We'll be also there for Sunday the 4th of June, the match against the Vipers, T20 game at Headingley.
Double header?
Yeah, that's a double header, as I'm going to say. I can't remember specifically which ones are double headers, but I know that we've got a couple of those, haven't we, with the fellas as well. And then Saturday the 10th of June, if they're good enough to get to T20 Finals Day at New Road, Worcester, we will be there. Saturday the 15th of July, we're back to 50 over comp and the Central Sparks at Headingley, so looking forward to covering a good few games this year, and hopefully, who knows, if they get back to Finals Day in this as well, that's back end of the season, isn't it? Then I know certainly I'm available to go and do it. Whether you might have football commitments by then, might you?
Possibly, depends what day.
But that's a long way off just yet, as that was a dot ball. And Schofield from the P-Zone Park end then. Dropping this one just short of length, and Lauren Winfield are whipping it into the leg side, but the field in quickly to cut out any potential for runs there. Brightened up and sunny again at the moment. And here's Schofield again. Tight on leg stump, and Lauren Winfield pushing this into the onside, where it is fielded by Phoebe Franklin, who's parading around there at a sort of straight mid-wicket. Should be a few yards inside the 30-metre circle. And final ball of the over, again treated with some respect by Lauren Winfield Hill. So Schofield attacking, well, she's certainly bowling straight here, attacking what looks like probably middle and leg, leg stump, that sort of area. Turned that way by Lauren Winfield Hill, but couldn't get it past the infield. Something for her to think about for next time around, but again, wickets intact. Key at this moment in time, 40 without loss after 11.
It was a smart line to bowl from Schofield, actually, just forcing the issue for Winfield Hill, who picked out Franklin on the last 3 deliveries of that over, just proving the consistency from Schofield and maybe a need to just try and dry up one end after 8 runs came from the previous over. The Diamonds are 40 without loss. Winfield Hill 23 not out. Callis now on strike with 14 to her name. As Dorji delves back into his lunch package that he was delivered prior to the conclusion of the South East Stars. I'm absolutely delighted that whoever's looking after the stream has panned towards the commentary box camera to watch him stuff that away. Never have I seen a happier man. One of the first things he said to me when he arrived was asking about lunch. Well, unsurprising, knowing Dorji now, as the next over gets underway from the Trafalgar Square end, and we're going to see Alice Davidson-Richards with the ball in her hand for the first time in this game, which is defended, and there's no run. The England all-rounder, who is no stranger to these parts, of course. She'll be playing for the Northern Superchargers in the 100 this summer. She revs up at the top of her mark and steams in there. So short of a length and wide, and it's well worked out towards the fielder on the covers boundary, and they'll pick up a single, and Winfield Hill will now be on strike as she takes guard. A spread field now from the South East Stars, with fielder at long leg on the boundary, and deep square leg. In fact, they just informed both of them to come round to their left by a few paces. So Winfield Hill with her bat raised high. Alice Davidson-Richards comes in, and it's pulled short of a length. And the fielder on the boundary edge at deep square leg does the fielding. They'll pick up a single. The Diamonds move on to 42 in pursuit of 224, so a further 184 runs required from the remaining overs.
That was dashed fine maths there, Raina.
Thank you. As Davidson-Richards with a full delivery this time, and it's flashed away on the offside. Backward of points, Callis picks up 2. And they're just starting to motor here now, the two Diamonds openers. They took their time and just working out the pitch, working out their own rhythm of this run chase, but they both seem well set. And I know for a fact now that Dorji will tell me, what have you done? Why have you said that? As Alice Davidson-Richards gets ready from her mark once more. Comes into the wicket and bowls firmly into the ground, and it's well defended by Callis, and there's no run.
I don't believe in the commentator's curse, I've got to say.
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, absolutely nothing to do with what we say, what goes on out there. You just end up with egg on your face half the time. That's the problem doing it, but that's just one of the hazards of the job.
There was a stunning moment, wasn't there, in the game down
moment
at Sussex?
Yeah, great moment the other week, yeah. and he meant nothing in it. Nothing at all.
It was outstanding, having seen the clip on social media. Davidson-Richards bangs it in there, short delivery, and it goes down past the leg stump and wide is signalled.
For those who didn't see it, my colleague down at BBC Sussex, Adrian Harms, the loveliest, genuinely the loveliest bloke on the circuit. He's a great guy. And he was just talking about one of the Sussex players, Ali Orr, and said he really thinks this guy can play. And he actually said, I've said all this now, and you watch, he'll end up getting out the next ball. And what happened?
Davidson-Richards, and again, back of a length, out on the offside, and Callis just guides it out towards the boundary edge, picks out the fielder, and there'll be a single.
It was the disbelief in his tone, though, wasn't it? He said, I've said all this, and you watch, he'll probably get out the next ball. I've said it all now. And then, of course, and the bizarre shot that he got out with, because it sort of hit the back of the bat, so it was not even looking like a wicket-taking delivery. He's turning it one way, and it goes over there to about third slip. And he's going, I don't believe it. He's out. Oh my, I'm really sorry. I'm sorry to all Sussex spectators.
It was outstanding. End of the 12th, by the way. The Diamonds 46 without loss. I actually tuned into the coverage online via the BBC Sport app, actually, and I'd not seen the moment and I'd not heard of it. I was only made aware of it by the correspondence that you received from many happy Yorkshire supporters thanking Adrian for his great work.
Yep, Schofield's first delivery pushed into the onside by Callis. There's no run. Yeah, I mean, it went sort of probably not quite viral as in worldwide, but there was certainly, I saw a tweet with a clip of it, just the actual those few words, 20 seconds at the most. That had about 150,000 views later on that day, as Callis pushes one back to Schofield, and again no run. That was just on one of the tweets, and then there was several tweets that passed around. Adrian himself put it up there, I think just to send himself up really as much as anything, not to say how great am I or whatever.
You've got to own it, haven't you, really?
Yeah, he just took all the laughs in good part, and I sort of played it down for him, because it's one of those things, you know, actually great that you said it and that somebody will remember that.
Yeah.
Pushed into the offside, this latest delivery there by Callis. Dunkley fielding in the covers, no run. Schofield places her feet quite precisely at the start of the run, and she's gone short here, but looked deliberate, and that's very nicely played again here by Callis. And once more, it just shows you that if you time a ball, she's just let that run off the face, really, of the middle of the bat, and got it away through third for 4 runs. So 50 up, the partnership now in the 13th over, and that is an excellent start for the Diamonds. These two building nicely, and you feel that they've learnt quite a lot, I'm sure, from the way that Sophia Dunkley approached it in the Stars innings, as this latest push square on the offside goes straight to Farrant, no run.
I'm going to make a bold call here and say that shot of the day so far from Callis, the way that she manoeuvred herself into a body position to hit that so late that it beat the fielder inside the circle. Outstanding.
Schofield in again, and Callis full face of the bat, back to the bowler, no run. So Ster Callis has her highest score in the comp so far this season. That will be just a little plus for her in the aid of, you know, building confidence as she goes on.
She knew exactly what she wanted to do with that shot, and I'm taking nothing away from the superb innings that we saw from Sophia Dunkley.
So what are we, 3, not quite a third of the way through just yet, but getting on for that way. And in terms of scoring rate, well, they're doing okay. They're just gradually winding things up without doing anything stupid at this stage.
Davidson Richards with a full delivery. It's hit on the full as well by Winfield Hill, who pulls it from just outside the off stump, and no ball is signalled. So another one to the total, along with the single that the two batters did run. So a loose-ish delivery from Davidson Richards to start her second over, and the Diamonds will be on 52, and
free hit.
Free hit is signalled by umpire Naeem. Ster Callis will be on strike. So yeah, I mean, at the moment, current run rate 3.84, required run rate 527. But as you say, Doigi, it's the base and the foundation that they've built. Wickets in hand, all 10. Davidson Richards steams in as well from that Trafalgar Square end, and it's hit uppish, backward of points, and runs away to the boundary for 4 runs. So Ster Callis cashing in on that free hit opportunity, and she made no mistake, and she moves on to 26. In fact, she overtakes Lauren Winfield Hill now on 25, and the Diamonds looking well set at the moment, 56 without loss.
Yeah, not sure if she executed that quite as well as she wanted to with the ball. There was a fielder back out on the long on boundary and one square on the leg side, banged it into the pitch, And that's a brilliant effort from Callis, because she stepped across, well, she stepped down the pitch and also out to the leg side, opened up the offside, and with the field up, she knew that if she got enough leverage on it to get it over the top, she had half a chance of getting a boundary. So well played.
Callis then to face once more Davidson Richards with a better delivery, but it still worked towards Cow Corner. It's a lovely clip off the legs. Callis wanted two, but Winfield Hill has sent her back, so they'll settle for the single. And she moves on to 27. The Diamonds 57 without loss, and you can just tell as this innings has progressed for Steyr Callis, there's a real confidence about her shot play, her decision making, finding the gaps. Davidson Richards just under pressure at the moment with ball in hand. Full delivery, lofted high up into the air. Will it go the distance? It'll plug inside the ground. In fact, it has gone all the way. First 6 of the Diamonds run chase goes the way of Lauren Winfield Hill. It was a full toss and it was dispatched.
Yep, had to wait a long time for that first 6 in the match for Dunkley in the previous innings, but, well, she's not going to miss out on that. Absolutely. If you're going to dream of a full toss, then that's just about the perfect height, the perfect sort of pace. And you've already seen quite a lot of balls out there now, and she's taken full toll. And well done her for taking that opportunity. So things starting to crank up a little bit now on the board for the Diamonds. The sun is still shining at the moment. That rain forecast, well, not sure where it's coming from right at this stage.
Maybe need to get a new app.
Especially if you're paying for it. Me.
So how can Davidson Richards respond after seeing that ball sail over the boundary edge for 6? She's pulled third up from the boundary edge into the circle as it's a full delivery, and it's just driven elegantly down to long on for a single.
Just good batting, isn't it? Key, you know, fielder goes back, fielder leaves gap on the one, push the one. Got the boundary of the ball, got the 6th of the ball before.
I can't help but feel that's experience as well coming into play from Lauren Winfield Hill, who's on 32. Steyr Callis now on strike 27. Davidson Richards responds well, actually. It's a good line and length, and Callis can just work that off her hips into mid-wicket where Franklin does the fielding. No run.
Miriam, good to hear from you down in Brighton. Miriam will often message us on the Yorkshire Fellows broadcasts, and she says, "Hi Jonathan, what a joy, cricket commentary from my favourite ground, working from home, great company, come on the Diamonds."
Davidson Richards, Fuller flashed away, that goes past Tash Farrant, backward of point. Coming round from third is MacDonald Gay, who does the fielding, and they take the single, do the Diamonds. So a productive over for the hosts in their run chase of a victory target of 224 by my maths. And although it's not as clear cut as I'd like it to be, Mr. Deutsch, that produced 14 from the over.
Well done.
Oh, that was a long wait.
Well, I would have corroborated that with a very confident yes had I forgotten to put down the score at the end of the 13th over, but you've now just told me that it was 51, so I'll believe you.
You kept me in suspense.
So Paige Schofield going to continue at the P-Zone Park end. So productive for the Diamonds when they were out there in the field, but yet to yield a wicket for the Stars. And not with this delivery either, which is round about leg stump and wraps Callis low on the pad. No run. Gotta like the way that this pair have set about this task. A lot of work to do still. Lots of work still for the Diamonds to do, but much encouragement in the start, and that's a lovely shot once again by Callis, who's just, she's hit the ball in the air, but the placement was key. It was nowhere near a fielder, and they've picked up the one. Thinking about a second. Not quite sure to what you're referring, Jane Wiles, with the lovely smiley face comment. Hope it carries into tomorrow. I think that may be to do with our cheesy grin photograph to start the day. So apologies for anybody who saw that on Twitter, folks.
Caught unawares.
Here's Schofield again. And once more short of length. Lauren Winfield Hill tells us that by going back to play it, but she couldn't quite get bat on it. Off the pad for a leg by. Kate Holdsworth, it's great to be able to listen to comms of the Diamonds from Scarborough as I cycle around Amsterdam.
Oh,
Ster Callis, the Dutch premier batter at the crease. Now then, Schofield's gone wide of off stump here, and I think she's lucky. She's very lucky not to be wided there by Phil Mustard. But she has managed to get away with that. She's back in again. It's not dissimilar in width, but this time Callis decides to step in and play it with the blade. You can't get away for runs. You can get in touch on @Jonathan Doidge or @Jamie Rayner or BBC West Yorkshire Sport @gmail.com. It's early days for us. It's the first day we've covered a Diamonds game live on Radio Leeds, so we're not expecting masses of correspondence from you, but we hope that that will build over the time that we're covering the matches. And you will get in touch just like you do with the fellas games. Last ball of the over was a dot, and so 15 overs bowled, and the Diamonds still in there pitching 67 without loss. Remember, they set out 46 overs apiece here, and from there 46 overs, if they get to complete them, they need 224 to win.
it's quite a bleak picture on the stream pictures that we've just been shown. Out towards, is that the western stand out there, Doidge?
Yep.
Towards my right. And it's quite dark grey clouds, which no doubt Lauren Winfield Hill and Ster Callis can see, as there's a change at the Trafalgar Square end. So Alice Davidson Richards' 2 overs are done for now, going for 21 runs, and umpire Mustard has lost his hat at square leg.
Bryony Smith, Stars skipper, coming on.
He's retrieved said hat, placed it back on his head, and Bryony Smith will get ready to deliver then what is the 16th over of this Diamonds run chase. Off break, pulled away by Winfield Hill, but it's picked up on the boundary edge at deep extra cover, and they'll go through for a single.
Yeah, not the best of delivery, but then not the worst of looseness either, because she has got a bit of boundary protection.
Yep, fielder out on the boundary at extra cover and deep square leg. This one a little fuller, and Callis was looking to try and work it onto the onside. Maybe got a thickish outside edge and just bobbled up, but thankfully safely for Ster Callis. There's no run. The captain Smith once more outside off stump, and it's just punched towards Dunkley, covering that region on the offside, and there'll be another dot ball as umpire Naeem just holds on to her hat. The wind's picking up here at Scarborough. Smith, this one aimed in towards the leg stump, and Ster Callis just flicks it into mid-wicket, and there's no run. 68 without loss are the Diamonds, chasing 224. Smith with a fuller, wider delivery, and it goes past the flashing blade of Callis, and there'll be no run. Collected by Chatley, the keeper. So a few dot balls building here for Captain Smith, and Callis will just find the fielder once again, punching it into the onside, and that over from the captain will conclude with a dot ball. So the Diamonds 68 without loss, looking well set as it stands, in what is an already reduced game. 46 overs apiece. Delayed start due to some damp patches in the outfield that were of concern. And then we may still see some interruption due to the weather. If anything, by those pictures on the stream, anything to go by. And the radar is backing that up. But thankfully, no rain as it stands. Schofield continues from the P-zone park end, and it's driven to mid-off, and they'll scamper through for a single.
Yep, nicely taken. Technically, she does look good, doesn't she? It's that. Oh, it's the elbow. It's that classic elbow up, and also just the full face of the willow, and just relying on some timing of the ball. Here's Schofield again. Callis just pulling that one slightly. A little bit of bottom hand coming through towards the inside of the bat. Played to Davidson Richards at mid-on. A few words from Lauren Winfield Hill. Just has a quick garden and walk down the pitch. Some men's news to come in a moment, but that's a good delivery this time from Schofield, who has Callis reaching for one wide of off stump. Chatley flicks off the bails, but no serious appeal. Schofield in again, and nicely done this time. Callis just drops that. She took the pace off the ball, if anything, and made Dunkley have to run in for it, and therefore, with the good understanding between the pair of them, they've got through for the one. Otis Gibson's announced a 13-man squad for the match that starts tomorrow up at the Riverside. I shall be there with ball by ball with Martin Emerson. Katie Levick joining us as well on commentary on Friday for that one. As Winfield Hill just pushes this one into the offside and Dunkley fields. 70 without loss in the 17th here. I'll give you that squad in a mo. Schofield getting through her overs pretty quickly here. And Lauren Winfield Hill again, technically right over the top of that ball, and has just pushed it out towards the sweeper in the covers for a single. So 71 without loss after 17. So Johnny Bairstow will keep wicket again. Finlay Bean, Don Bess, Ben Cliff is in the squad this time. Mickey Edwards, Matthew Fisher, George Hill, Adam Lythe, David Milan, Shan Masood to play his Yorkshire debut as captain of the side. Matthew Revis, Saud Shakil and Jordan Thompson. So as we expected, no Ben Code because of that groin issue that he suffered last week. Interesting to see who gets the vote as the final 13 in that squad. It looks a strong batting lineup. Can they find 20 wickets against top of the second division Durham?
Captain Bryony Smith continues from the Trafalgar Square end, and that fullish delivery just driven down the ground towards long on for a single by Winfield Hill. She moves on to 36. Callis also there, not out on 30, now facing. Diamonds 72 without loss. And Callis looking for the sweep. Looked like she may have double hit that. And she went to sweep the ball, and I'll have to see a replay, but it looked like it clipped the behind of her bat as she rolled the wrists and went through the sweep shot motion as Smith comes in once more, and it's just worked away square on the offside, and they'll pick up a single. So Callis back on strike. It looked like she either double hit it or it hit a pad. Here we have a replay now, and she goes for the sweep shot. Yeah, it's clipped off her right thigh pad, hence the LBW shouts as Callis just defends that one from Smith. And as she went through the shot in motion, it came off the behind of her bat and went down.
The scoreboard that we can see, by the way, away to the far tea room corner of the ground, the east southeast corner of the ground.
Pulled from Callis, and she'll get a single, backward a square.
Does not show any DLS related score on it. The other one may do, I seem to recall, but we can never see it, but it's only when you walk around the ground in a spell off commentary when you're here that you realise these things. I think I'm right in saying it usually does show it, so we'll try and just get a gauge for what that situation is, because it's still bright enough to play, no problem with that, but it's just starting to feel that wind is cooler now, isn't it? That we might get that rain that was forecast. They got a single off the last ball, didn't they?
Yeah, Winfield Hill with it, so she'll keep the strike. End of the 18th, and the Diamonds 76 without loss. Winfield Hill 38, Callis 32. Do you not have the algorithm to hand? What's the equation?
Well, I think Lord James Carr is down there in front of us. The managing director of cricket, I think, is his working title. We'll confirm. Regional director of cricket for the Diamonds. He's not obviously listening at this moment in time, but he might give us a clue as to what the situation is with the DLS as Lauren Winfield Hill pushes one firmly back to the continuing Paige Schofield from the Peasholm Park end of the ground. 76 without loss. Lauren Winfield Hill on 38. Stir Callis on 32. This one pushed firmly back once again to Davidson. No run. To Schofield, I should say. No run.
52 at the end of the over.
52, so well in front. And short ball here, cut by Lauren Winfield Hill. And they pick up a single, so they've worked themselves into a very strong position, the pair of them, and they'll be acutely aware now just to keep this going, miles in front on the clock, and they can just run the ball around. And if they keep wickets intact, that'll stand them in very good stead if there is no further play, if and when this rain arrives. And as you say, you can never be certain as Callis plays one up to mid-on. But either way, they've got the best part of 30 overs to get the remaining runs if they're able to play them all. So strong position either way at this moment in time. Pushed by Callis, misfield in the offside. There's an attempt at throwing down the stumps by Bryony Smith, but just that little bit of a fumble, and again they were on it. So not only have they sort of individually got themselves in, got used to the pace of this pitch, but they're working well as a pair here. They've got a good understanding with the running between the wickets. They've just pinched, what, 3, 4, nothing, not massive, but 3 or 4 runs that they wouldn't otherwise have had. And just nicely placed beyond the reach of Farrant, who's diving to her right at point. And a single to Lauren Winfield Hill to complete that over with the score on 78. I think it is, without loss, or was it?
79.
79 without loss at the end of the over. They're a bit slow getting that one on.
Rather cruelly did that to you as you put your head
that.
down.
Just as I started to write it down. Thanks for that.
You're absolutely right though, Doige. The way that they've built this opening partnership, it was a steady start just to work out the rhythm of the run chase, and then they've taken the opportunity when it's come their way. Lauren Winfield Hill in particular cashing in from those 2 Davidson Richards overs as Smith continues, the captain of the Stars, from the Trafalgar Square end. It'll be Winfield Hill on strike, and she's done ever so well to pull that away out towards Cow Corner, and they'll take the single. Really quick movement with her feet to read the pitch of the delivery, to get into the position to firmly, powerfully pull the ball through the onside. Callis now on strike, 80 without loss, steps away and cuts square on the offside. She'll find the fielder out on the boundary edge, and they'll come through for another single. And my £1.20 weather app still has it at 20 past 4. As Smith, right arm off break, is just worked into the long on region by Winfield Hill.
£1.50.
£1.20.
£1.20.
I won't be paying £1.50.
I'm surprised.
You wouldn't pay, would you?
Have you had a rise?
Sadly not. Smith full, and it's just straight back defended by Callis. Dropped into the offside, no run.
You staff boys.
I knew that. I wondered.
You staff
6
boys
minutes past 4.
Great pay deals compared to we freelancers.
I should have done my own bingo on the way here for when that would be. Smith shorter this time, and Callis again just maybe a little flat-footed, just works it into the onside. No run, but with the scoreline as it is, and in particular the DLS score as it is, Diamonds well ahead of the target needed, and that one's just punched. Great use of the feet from Callis to meet the pitch of the delivery out towards long on. They'll take the single and they'll move on to 84 without loss.
Yeah, look, they're in almost complete control now out there. I think in the middle they've worked themselves into that position. You always want to see a game complete because that's what we're here to do. We love cricket. We want to see it all played. But if they get to a stage where they're going to have to go off because of rain and they're in front of the game, then you couldn't deny that they would deserve that because of the way they went about the business with the ball, early wickets, and just because these two have got them in front of the clock as far as runs are concerned, that's one thing, isn't it? And they've batted really well, but let's not take anything away from the bowling side, because by taking wickets they've made it so that, you know, that the DLS adjustment means that the Stars are sort of hindered in that regard. So on both counts, so far so good. And we have a change of bowling with Rihanna McDonald-Gay coming into the attack at the P-zone park end, right arm over the wicket. First delivery pushed into the onside, and there is no run. Good stuff all around, but it's not done yet, and you've got to emphasise that. A couple of wickets can change everything, so just be on your guard, Diamond supporters, as this latest delivery is short of length, and Callis plays it like a player who's seeing it well out there and just top of the bounce cuts it into the offside for a single.
Few spots of rain.
Words yet. John Dodds, the groundsman, just walking down from right to left beneath our commentary position, has the top coat on now. That wasn't the case earlier in the day. And he'll have the ground staff on standby if there's the merest sniff of a drop of rain. You can be sure of that.
Yeah, just a few spots and a few spits of rain.
And AD on the camera over to our left, he's just taping a bit of a plastic bag around it, so that suggests that the rain is now coming. It is here. It started as Winfield Hill works that into the leg side for a single, but we do have precipitation at North Marine Road in the 21st over. Here's McDonald-Gay. Pushed into the offside by Callis. The combox window is going to have to shut because the laptop's going to get soaked. Another single pushed into the offside, but here he is, Doddsy, with Scarborough Cricket Club on the back of his coat, on standby. And here we go. Phil Mustard has called over his partner out there, Jasmine Naeem, for a chat about the weather, you imagine, and it's now coming down heavier, and you can't see him carrying on for too much longer like this. Don't forget, we started an hour late because of an area just this side of the square that we can see that's darker in colour if you're watching the streaming pictures, away to the right of the strip as we look at it from the Peace-Home Park end. Winfield Hill steps back and pulls this very firmly in the gap between two fielders. It has been tracked down out there by Alice Davidson-Richards, and they've got back for two. Well, when you're in and batting, actual fact, a little bit of juice out there might just help the ball skid onto you a little bit more when it's been just a little bit on the slow side. And as a fielding side, you've got a greasy ball to deal with. Just wouldn't want to give away a wicket or two while it's like this, because you always end up looking around and saying, oh, if only it hadn't rained. And there we go. She's chopped on Lauren Winfield Hill, and she has gone for a very well-made 45. The Diamonds have lost the first wicket at 88 then for 1 in the 21st over. An excellent opening partnership between the pair of them comes to an end. And it was just a little bit too tight to off stump, wasn't it? Didn't quite have the room she wanted to play the shot, and just an inside edge onto the stumps. So 88 for 1. That'll change things as far as DLS goes, and obviously a little bit of a setback, but you'd imagine that they're still going to be comfortably in front at this stage should they decide to walk for the rain. And at the moment, having had a chat, they seem to be quite happy to carry on.
Well, the rain has actually just subsided somewhat in the last few moments as we watched the replay of that Lauren Winfield Hill wicket, and there was just a cry of no as the ball bounced back onto her wickets. Yeah, I don't think it turned, or it didn't offer as much width as she initially thought, and it just seemed to cramp her up slightly, and she just bottom edged it onto her own wickets. But fabulous innings nevertheless, 45 runs, and set a really strong and firm foundation for the Diamonds, not least because of the rain, which has picked up actually in the last few moments here at Scarborough. And with the DLS score on the scoreboard towards our right, which we actually can't see, she's done her side really well as play does continue for now. And Smith, the captain, continues herself from the Trafalgar Square end as Callis just opens up the face of the bat and guides that through point for a single. So captain against captain now as Holly Armitage takes guard and gets ready to face the first delivery of her innings. She just steps away from the crease and just shifts the hips, gets a bit loose. Smith bowls, right arm off break, punched with the full face of the bat towards Dunkley at extra cover, and there'll be no run.
Well, I've got to say, this is getting too heavy for my liking, and yes, they are going to go here.
Right on cue. So a break in play then. Umpires have made the call. The rain had just picked up in the last minute or so, and one delivery faced by Holly Armitage, who was quick to race off the field, and on come the covers rather rapidly because the rain has picked up here at Scarborough. So in this break in play, the Diamonds 89 for 1 from the 21 overs and one delivery. I beg your pardon, 2 deliveries that we've seen of the 22nd over. Still there, Stir Callis not out on 38. The 1 wicket to fall for the Diamonds in this run chase, that of Lauren Winfield Hill, only a few minutes ago. And she was bowled by MacDonald Gay, just chopping onto her own stumps. The covers are now on the wicket. The tractors dragged those out. And the Diamonds well set. If the Duckworth Lewis Stern score is anything to go by, we'll get clarification on what exactly that is, but they were well ahead of it before the fall of that Winfield Hill wicket, chasing down a victory total of 224 set by the South East Stars in the first innings. 101 for Sophia Dunkley, not out. I hear 61. 64 is the Duckworth Lewis Stern score. So the Diamonds well ahead of that after the 21.2 overs that we've seen. Just to run you through that South East Stars first innings, if you are just joining us. It was Dunkley who starred with 101 runs, 7 fours and 1 6. She was dropped in the 90s. She was then dropped when she passed 3 figures. The support acts came from Phoebe Franklin, 26. Court Callis bowled Glenn. Tash Farron offered a handy 13. And Freya Davis at the end of the innings just propping up Dunkley to get those 3 figures with a equally handy 15. Jess Woolston herself, from a bowling perspective for the Diamonds, 5 for 37 from the 9 overs that she bowled. Lizzie Scott got 2 wickets for 47 from her 7 overs. And then Happy Glenn, who got a couple of catches as well off the bowling from Woolston, got 2 wickets for herself. And then Levick just wrapped it up with a sole wicket. So the Diamonds well set, Doidgy. As the rain falls here in Scarborough, they are ahead of the 64 Duckworth Lewis Stern score needed. As it stands, they are 89 for 1 with Sturkallis there not out on 38, and captain Holly Armitage, having faced 1 delivery, not out.
Yep, very strong position at this moment in time. 25 runs ahead on DLS. So if there is no more play, and looking at the situation out there, you'd feel that they probably will get back out there at some stage, unless something else blows in that is of worsening nature. But just the covers on the strip at the moment, none of the peripheral covers on, so that'll speed things up if this does blow over and they can get back out there on the field. But if it does hang around for any length of time, then that patch that was wet before is not going to take too long, is it, before it starts to get squelchy again, because there's been nowhere for it to go today, although it's been windy and sunny. If it was that squelchy earlier, it's going to get pretty bad pretty quickly,
yeah.
You would have thought. I just think you've just got to say, I think as you were wrapping there before we break, that full credit to the pair of them there. That was an excellent opening partnership of 88. I just think they play with really good cricket sense.
Yep.
I think they also showed the experience of what had happened in the first innings, wickets tumbling at one end, and fortunately for the Stars, they had somebody of the quality of Sophia Dunkley to show some class and ability out there and read the pitch better than the rest and take action in that respect as well, because although she was dropped a couple of times, that was right at the back end of her innings, and she'd done pretty much all that job at that point anyway. So the better players, as you'd expect, coming to the fore here in conditions that have not been the easiest, and the Diamonds, well, at the moment in the driving seat, but there could still be a fair bit more cricket to come. We shall see. They're now bringing on covers on the wicket ends. It will just take a little bit longer to get sorted at the other end of this rain delay. We'll take a breather while they're off the field as well. So just a reminder, with 38 against her name, Sturkallis, Holly Armitage yet to get off the mark, and 45 for the only person out, Lauren Winfield Hill, for the Diamonds. They're 89 for 1 in the 22nd over, chasing a total of 224 to win. There's going to be some adjustment now, because they did lose their allotted half hour for breaks before play started, so there'll be some adjustment to that total needed when they get back on, but we'll obviously let you in on all those sorts of secrets as and when there's any further play. Bye for now.
Good afternoon, Richard Stead. Jamie Rayner here. It's a 50-50 split. Goodness me. I'm so sorry to disappoint from Scarborough. Richard, good afternoon to you. You join us actually during a rain interval. We've just had a quick shower here, which has forced the players off the pitch, but thankfully we have just been given a resumption time of 20 to 5, so play will be back underway in around about 7 minutes time. I'm pleased to tell you though that the Northern Diamonds have made a strong start to their chase of a victory target set by the South East Stars of 224. Currently, they're 89 for 1, and they're well set thanks to an opening partnership of 89 by Lauren Winfield Hill, who just lost her wicket right before the players were forced off because of that shower. She made 45 from 58 deliveries with 2 fours and 1 6. She just chopped on by the bowling of McDonald Gay, and then joining Stir Callis, who is not out on 38 with 4 boundaries to her name from 70 deliveries, is captain Holly Armitage. So they're going fairly well at the moment, Richard, are the Northern Diamonds. They are ahead of the Duckworth Lewis Stern total, which currently stands at 64. So if there was no more play because of the rain, which I'm pleased to say there won't be that case at the moment, then they would be ahead of that victory target. It's been very encouraging, actually. It's been good to see so many people actually come out and enjoy Scarborough and to enjoy the ground at North Marine Road. A handful of games that will take place here this summer, and the Northern Diamonds, of course, on show this afternoon. So even though it's been quite cold as the afternoons developed, and of course we've had the rain, many have come out actually to watch the Northern Diamonds in action, which is pleasing to see. Of course not, absolutely not. Not a problem at all. Absolutely no dramas. Whatsoever. It's nice to have a bit.
It's quite nice to have a desk.
Yeah.
Just enter these reports as I go.
Absolutely no dramas at all.
I don't want you to go.
Not at all. It's nice to have the company. No. I didn't think we'd get back out so soon. I'm quite pleased about that.
I know, pretty quick.
I thought we'd be in for a bit of a shower for quite a period. Yeah, is it? Because it looked, I look out there, it was quite dark, but it...
It's dark, it's hot. It's
Yeah.
Hey, I'm no bloody weather you.
So you and me both.
Yeah, I bought like a coat when I first moved to Leeds, and it's literally
To the
like,
ankle.
yeah, and like literally
Sleeping
just,
bag.
yeah, it's like everyone says it's like a walking sleeping bag, and I'm not joking. I've never taken it off. I think it will be one that will remain with me for a while.
Well, don't blame you, mate.
No.
Where was home before Leeds?
Like South London.
Less warmer down there, they reckon.
Yeah, something like that.
So what else you got on this week, mate?
What have I got on this week? Got my day off tomorrow actually. And then we'll do the football commentary. So I look after Bradford for Radio Leeds.
Yep.
And they've just got to the playoffs on Monday, so they've got their press conference on Friday, so we're doing that.
Yep.
And then we've got the first leg of the semi on Sunday.
Yeah.
So I have Saturday off, which is good because I can actually play cricket for the first time this season. I know, so I'm looking forward
Which
to
club
that.
are you at?
Thorpe Portland Cricket Club, which is I'm Pontefract way. Yeah. So.
Oh, you said that before.
Oh yeah. Thank you. I was outs on air, like from Ponty. I don't like to shout that I'm from Ponty, but so playing Saturday and then we've got the game Sunday, and then it's weird. I love and hate this time of the year because I love it because I love doing two sports at once. Like, and this is the first season I'm doing cricket commentary, which so like today's been the first day I've done cricket comms in 3 years. So to get up to scratch doing this, I love doing it, but it's also like it's just a lot as well. But you kind of just do it because you love it. So.
What was like? What got you into this space? Was it something you always wanted to do?
Yeah, like I did media and journalism at uni, but like that was more like newsy stuff. But I knew I wanted to do sport, but it's anybody will tell you like it's like trying to pull teeth getting into sport broadcast because everybody wants to do it. It's really difficult to get in, so you just got to like bide your time and wait and just take the chance. So yeah, I just kind of
Work for free for ages.
basically do a lot of that and then just things kind of. But as I say to anyone who's like starting, like just like you earn your luck, like you do earn it. Just put the time in, it's worth it. And like that's kind of slowly how I got into it really. And then now I've been doing it for a fair few years, which is really lucky to do that. So did a bit with. Did quite a lot actually with the TMS team last summer, which was. Well, welcome back to North Marine Road. Jamie Rayner here with you for ball-by-ball coverage online via the BBC Sport website and app for this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy encounter between the Northern Diamonds and the South East Stars. And I'm pleased to say that the rain has subsided and we are back out on the field and ready to get going once more. So what looked to be, on initial glance, an hour-long downpour has turned out to be, in total, about 20 minutes long, and the covers were off quite sharply, and the players are back out on the pitch. The South East Stars are ready to get going. The two Northern Diamonds batters have just made their way to the crease. So the state of play as it stands, the Diamonds 89 for 1 in pursuit of a victory total of 224. At the crease for the Diamonds, Stir Callis, who has shone really, with 38 to her name. On strike, captain Holly Armitage, yet to get off the mark as she goes to sweep that fullish ball from her South East Stars counterpart, Bryony Smith, but she didn't make contact with the ball, and wide is signalled. So that moves them on to 91 for 1 because they did take a single. As Smith comes in inside the 22nd over, and Callis just picks up from where she left off before that rain break. Cuts away through point, and they'll cross for a single, so 92 on the board. The 1 wicket to fall for the Diamonds, that's of Lauren Winfield Hill, who made 45, defended by Armitage from the bowling of Smith. 45 from 58 deliveries, 2 fours and 1 hefty 6 that she hit on the full. And she lost her wicket just before that rain break. It was McDonald Gay who got the wicket, chopping on as Armitage pulls. Short delivery from Smith out towards deep in wicket. The fielder on the boundary edge, and they cross for a single. So 93 of the score now. Armitage off the mark.
178, if there's no further breaks in play, is the required total now.
Thank you very much. Jonathan Doidge with us here in the commentary position as Callis drives on the full. And that goes out through the covers. Fielder out there on the boundary edge. Single taken. End of the 22nd over. And what is a reduced game thus far because of a delayed start. So 46 overs apiece.
Yep, they've lost 10 overs. There was some debate about how much they should lose there. So it's the umpires who've come up with this figure of 10 overs. That the scorers were calculating 7. I've just been standing with them in the press room. So they've decided to go with what they did. The officials have gone with what they decided rather than what the scorers were suggesting. For whatever reason. So 10 overs lost. So that the revised total required 178. I was trying to get a DLS score sheet out of them so that we knew at every stage what the situation was, but they started playing before he had a chance to print it off, and they were straight back into the depths of concentration that scorers have. First ball of the over is pulled around backward a square by Callis. I'll just do this over, and then James Carr is going to step in and do a bit with you. He's been listening in and he's not satisfied with the quality of the broadcast so far, so wants to enhance it with his own input. Typical Lancastrian. So here is McDonald Gay. Now then, ball that keeps a bit on the low side. The shot being played there by Holly Armitage. Well, you could see she'd opened up the stance and was trying to get it away through the leg side. Couldn't manage to do so. So here's Rihanna McDonald-Gay again. It's wide of off stump this time, and Holly driving into the covers where Freya Davies does the fielding. So that rain that we talked about quite a bit today, spent quite a bit of time talking about the possible rain. Will it wash the game out? And actually, not so long in the end. Only 20 odd minutes they were off the field, with that bit of extra debate, lengthening that to going on for 30. Here's McDonald Gay again, and that is just wide of off stump, and Holly Armitage not being able to get bat on ball, trying to run one down through the sort of point, backward of point region. She'll be, oh dear. The streaming will still be picking us up, so you can carry on with that, and I'll just try and do the line.
Well, a few technical gremlins on the BBC Sport website and app feed, but for those of you following our coverage on the stream, we continue as Georgie tries to sort that out. In the meantime, McDonald Gay has just completed the over there, so the Diamonds 95 for 1, Sturkallis not out 41. Holly Armitage, having faced 6 deliveries, I beg your pardon, 7 deliveries on 1, chasing down that victory target. In fact, I'll get that from Doige in just a moment, because we've had a bit of a change because of the rain reduction. 178, I'm told, thank you. So 178, the victory target now. 95 for 1 are the Diamonds. As Callis on the back foot cuts, chops, but can't beat the field inside the circle. And there's no run as Danny Gregory comes into the attack for the Stars from the Trafalgar Square end. The wind picks up once more. And Gregory short this time, pulled by Callis. She'll look to split the fielders out on the boundary edge, but well round from deep square leg. Keeps it to just a single. And the Diamonds move on to 96 for 1. Callis on 42. Holly Armitage on 1. She will face. She takes a look to her left, checks the field. 2 fielders out on the boundary edge. Backward of square leg and deep mid-wicket. And Armitage goes long. She beats the fielder at mid-on comfortably. Couple of bouncers over the boundary rope for 4. First boundary for the Diamonds captain. She moves on to 5, and that brings up the 100 for the Diamonds in pursuit of that now amended victory target of 174. Lovely strike from Holly Armitage. Full delivery from Gregory through the line of the ball, and that's pushed mid-on back to the boundary edge. This time she goes for a drive through the offside, but didn't quite get the same connection, and it just trickles into the fielder at mid-wicket. So Gregory once more from the Trafalgar Square end. Short, pulled by Armitage firmly, but well fielded at deep mid-wickets by Schofield. Came at a fair old rate of knots, and she covered the ball and the boundary well, preventing the 4. So a run goes on to the score. Armitage moves on to 6. The total Gregory short, but on the offside this time. That allows Callis to work onto the back foot and cut the blade across the ball. Square on the offside, and another single to the total, another single to her score as well. 102 for the loss of 1 wicket so far. 43 not out for the the Dutch opener for the Diamonds. Just a reminder, if you are joining us a little late on, we've had a break in play because of the shower here at Scarborough. We did wonder whether it would last quite a fair bit longer, but thankfully it was about 20 or so minutes long. We've got a revised total now for the Diamonds to chase of 174. That's down from 223 posted by the South East Stars. As a bit more rain begins to fall once again. McDonald Gay from the Peaceown Park end, and that one's just driven comfortably, casually by Callis. Full wide outside off stump, flashed away for a single. She moves on to 44. Fielder out on the boundary edge at extra cover. There's also a fielder at third, about 10 yards in from the boundary rope. Armitage just works across the line of the ball and with a swivel of the hips just turns it out towards the fielder just in front of deep square leg. The rain begins to fall once again. Grey clouds coming from the north-westerly region, and it's Rihanna McDonald-Gay, shorter, and this time it's pulled by Callis, also guided really around the corner, 45, and there was a fielder at 3/4 long leg to do the fielding. So another single onto the board. The Diamonds move on to 105, 178 I'm told, from 36. Get that revised score right. That's a huge heave from Armitage, and she's picked out the fielder on the boundary rope. She couldn't have placed it any better. It was there to be hit. McDonald-Gay celebrates, and Armitage, despite some hefty blows thus far in her 7 runs scored, is sent back to the pavilion, caught in the deep from the bowling of Rihanna McDonald-Gay. And the Diamonds now 105 for 2, following the loss of their captain, Holly Armitage. Well, she was showing early signs that she was in good touch, Armitage, from the shots that we had seen so far, but like Bryony Smith did, the South East Stars captain in the first innings, just picking the fielder who was right on the boundary edge. As she took the catch, just checked behind her to make sure that the standing leg didn't cross the rope. Thankfully for the South East Stars, it didn't. And out to the middle now is Bess Heath. Sturkal is still there, 45. And Bess Heath, who has fared well in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy campaign so far. 71 in her first knock, followed up by 13, then a 32 not out, and then 9 against the Blaze in that defeat at the weekend. So Donald-Gay with a wicket. It's all happening here in the commentary box as we try to sort out some of the technical problems. Thankfully, though, we are still going out on the stream. And thank you for your company if you are watching. It's great to be bringing you ball-by-ball coverage of this Northern Diamonds game as they look to chase down a revised total of 178 because of the rain break. McDonald-Gay. That's a good line and a good length, and it's just squeezed towards square leg. Fielder comes over, they'll take the single. So Heath off the mark with 1 to her name. Callis 4 short of a half century. The Diamonds 107 for 2. I keep getting small patches of rain, but then they seem to blow away. It is, if I look out of the commentary box and out to my right, grey clouds coming over, but it's still just about remaining dry. So a further 71 runs needed to chase down the revised victory total of 178. From the Trafalgar Square end, it will be Gregory once more, and that one's just clipped off the ankles by Callis into the onside. She moves on to 47. Heath just takes her guard. She gets ready to face strike. Firm thump of the bat in the crease. Gregory just rolling the ball from one hand to another as she runs up to the mark. Full delivery, and it's slapped back straight to the bowler by Heath. Great connection with the strike, but for no run. Fielder at mid-off, gathering the ball and then drying it with the red towel. Rather greasy out there now, as you can imagine. 108 for 2. Down the leg side, Heath goes for the sweep. Well fielded by the keeper, Chatley, and then a shy at the stumps as Callis looked to try and take advantage. She did so successfully. It went past the wickets, so they come through for another single onto the score. Gregory again. Callis on strike. Full delivery. Drives out towards extra cover. Fielded once more, this time by Dunkley. 109 for 2. Callis 3 short of a half century. At the other end is Bess Heath with 2 to her name. 3 fielders out on the leg side, boundary edge. Full delivery, and it's just driven down towards long on by Callis, who will comfortably take the single. And I think Gregory will keep the same field for Bess Heath. If you are just joining us on the BBC Sport website and app, I'm told that we're back online with you. Ball-by-ball coverage here at Scarborough. The Northern Diamonds 110 for 2 in their Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy group game against the South East Stars, chasing down an amended victory target of 178 due to the rain that we've seen. And they move now on to 111. Stir Callis is there for the Diamonds, not out on 48. With her is Beth Heath, not out on 3. And I'm pleased to say that joining us now, eventually, after the technical gremlins that we've been able to navigate through, is the Regional Director of Cricket for the Northern Diamonds, James Carr. Very good afternoon to you.
Jamie Rayner, how the devil are you?
Very well, thank you. I'm far better now that we know that you're with us, and we're all singing and dancing on both the BBC Sport website and app and the stream as well.
Well, first and foremost, Jonathan Duh, he's had the spanners out, he's had different wires out, he's had his magnifying glass out. But we're back online at last.
I saw him do his best to try and take us off air as well when he pulled the kit down to the floor. Fantastic work from JD in the background there, wrapping up wires as we speak. As from the Peaceholm Park end, McDonald Gate continues. We're inside the 27th over, and a great 2 ran between Bess Heath and Stir Callis. Good understanding between the two and the middle for the Diamonds, and they move on to 113 for 2. You must be very pleased with how the Diamonds have fared in this run chase.
Yeah, it's really well paced at the beginning from Lauren and Stir. Bit of chemistry there. They ran well between the wickets, didn't they? And picked the bowlers off. Obviously a blow to lose those couple of wickets either side of the rain intervention. But yeah, I think we're still placed well, and putting Bess in will just add a bit of impetus.
Shorter this time from McDonald Gay, bit of outward shape, and on the back foot there it's punched out towards the boundary edge, and it will go all the way for 4. Pure power there from Bess Heath, who just arrowed the ball into the ground, past the bowler, down the ground, 4 runs.
Yeah, bit of aggression there from Heath. She's a very creative player. She'll make things happen. She'll use the crease. She'll go kind of deep and come forward, and yeah, she'll try and attack those boundaries and those pockets.
Oh, the Northern Diamonds now 117 for 2, 61 shy of that victory target. Heath now cutting, gets it through the fielder inside the ring. They'll push for 2, they'll get 2 comfortably. Backward of point there, and the Diamonds now just starting to put the foot down on this run chase. Heath now moves on to 9, Callis 2 shy of a half century.
The really important thing now is to be kind of across the DLS, because I mean, I'm trying to get a PDF up on my phone to see if we can understand the DLS, because we can't quite see it on this angle, can we? But I'd imagine we're just kind of ahead of it at the moment. But wickets are really important for the Stars at this point, and keeping them in the tent for the Diamonds is really important in terms of the run chase.
I think Doidge's just gone off now to try and source a DLS sheet to keep us intact, if not just peer around the press area. And he tells me it's 1. We'll watch on rather than watch Doidge, because another 4 is hit through the offside. This time, once again, Bess Heath. She moves on to 15, and the Diamonds 1, 2, 3 for 2. We'll get a DLS update from Doidge now.
102.
So they're ahead of that. I'll get your thoughts in a moment, James, on just not only this game, but how the Diamonds have fared so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Of course, a title that they're searching to defend, as Heath flicks that away through the square leg region, and she'll pick up a single. I mean, great to see how they've fared so far. What do you make to how they've started the season as a whole?
Yeah, I think we're really pleased. If we finish this game, 3 from 5, I think that would be more than satisfactory start. We know we've got a lot more cricket this year, and teams are continually improving and becoming more dynamic. We've seen more overseas professionals join the competition this year.
Okay, there, good length, and it's just dropped into the mid-wicket region, and a really good understanding between Heath and Callis at the moment as they take the single and just keep that scoreboard ticking over. 1, 2, 5 for 2.
I know the Vipers and the Diamonds have kind of been the front runners for 2-3 years now, but there's been a pack chasing us for a while, and I think the gap has been getting narrower and narrower. So I imagine it's going to be really interesting, kind of that next block leading into the 100 and the business end in September. I think there's going to be 5 or 6 teams kind of vying for those top 3 places. We've just got to control our controllables, and I think we'll be in the mixer at the end of the year.
Danny Gregory to continue from the Trafalgar Square end. The sun now begins to shine once again here at North Marine Road, and it's Ster Callis on 49, looking to just flick that into what I imagine would have been the back of square leg region, but didn't make connection with the ball. 1, 2, 5 for 2, the score on the board. Danny Gregory full, and she does execute that shot on this occasion. She will get the single, and she does make it a half century. It's been a standout innings so far in this run chase for the Northern Diamonds. Her first real score of the season for Ster Callis. She raises her bat towards the pavilion, towards our left-hand side, and a well-earned 50, and she's really got the Diamonds set fair in this run chase.
Yeah, she'll be really happy with that stage. She had a difficult winter, a few injuries and a bit of loss of form, but great to see her back on runs on the board.
Gregory just wraps her wrist around the ball as she delivers, and Heath on this occasion just defensively pushing that into the offside. It's a deep field, a spread field, 3 out on the leg side boundary edge. Danny Gregory again shorter this time, pulled. Great angle on the pull as well. The fielder at deep backward square leg comes round to collect, and they'll come through for 2. And a good scoring rate now for the Diamonds. Bess Heath not wasting any time at the crease. She moves on to 18 from the 10 deliveries faced.
Yes, Callis 50 there, coming up in 85 balls. Real mature innings there at the start of the innings.
Yep, 4 fours in that 50 from the 85 that she's faced. So that one just beats Bess Heath's flash of the blade. We're inside the 28th over of this game. 1, 2, 8 for 2 for the Diamonds. Great to see the sun shining. Once again, an indifferent display of weather in the last hour or so.
It's been a really odd day, hasn't it?
Gregory Short slapped there from Heath into a vacant area, and Gregory does the fielding off her own bowling, but she can't prevent the single, and Heath goes through to make it 1, 2, 9 for 2 at the end of the 28th, chasing down 178, a victory total in this Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy group game. It's always a pleasure to get the opportunity to chat with you, James, because rightly so we wax lyrical about the growth of the women's game and how it is going from stride to stride and how rapid it has been. I mean, for you and the role that you carry out with the Diamonds, how pleasing has it been to see for you where the women's game and the trajectory that it's on and where it's going?
It's an incredibly rewarding job. I mean, you know, the opportunity, the best day in the job is when you give new players contracts and players that have been through an academy program and local players, and kind of, you know, they're the great days. There's obviously blood, sweat and tears around that, and you know, a lot of sacrifice, but it's incredibly rewarding.
Change of ends for Captain Smith coming from the P-Zone Park end, and she beats the outside edge of Bess Heath there. Just looks to the heavens. No run.
The sun's out again. We've had wind, rain, sun. It's been warm. It's now cold.
Yeah, I've gone from t-shirt to jumper to coat, jumper and t-shirt, as again Heath just wafts away at that delivery, which was outside the off stump, there to be hit, but doesn't make connection, goes through, no run.
It's interesting, the Stars just opting to take a bit of pace off the ball here.
To full delivery, he dances down to the pitch of it, fabulous stroke, drives firmly, beats the fielder at mid-off, and it races towards the boundary for 4 runs. And we were talking earlier, James, about how slow the outfield was proving to be, not only in the South East Stars innings, but also the early stages of the Diamonds there. But with the force and the aggression that Bess Heath is showing with her stroke play there's no fear of a slow outfield with shots like that.
Well, yeah, I said they took the pace off the ball, but you know, Bess has got incredible hand speed and power, and can kind of put a bit of pace on the ball, which certainly helps her get to the boundary.
She's motored onto 23, and she's gone again, and she's got the same results. She may have hit that on the full as she danced down the wicket to meet the pitch of the delivery. Back-to-back 4s for Bess Heath, who is not wasting any time in the middle here.
Yeah, I was actually quite surprised. I know we've had a lot of weather around the northwest, and you know, it's kind of been a slow start to the season with the weather, but I couldn't believe how kind of soft the ground was. Yeah. You know, I sound like Dory G being on the race course here, you know, kind of going soft. But I was actually surprised how soft it was, because I know how hard John works, and you know, the amount of covers and support he has here.
Right arm over, Smith just a little wider this time, and that he couldn't absolutely get her arms through the stroke, and she picks out the fielder inside the circle at extra cover, no run.
I think it's been a great cricket wicket though, actually. There's been a bit in it for everyone.
As, she pulls off that shot once more, but this time the Stars have pushed the fielder back to the long off boundary. They'll take the single, Heath will keep the strike. The Diamonds now 138 for 2, just 40 runs needed now to reach that victory target. Bess Heath on 28, Sturkallis there not out 50.
Yeah, so the DLS score now, by my calculations, or by the match referee's calculations, and a photocopy of his sheet, nice, is 115. But just interestingly, you know, the loss of another wicket here would only cost the score 2 runs, but it does start to kind of steeple up beyond that.
128 DLS we're in. Oh, there's a mixed information.
No, perhaps that's wrong. I don't know. I've got a sheet in front of me. Whether it's right or wrong is another story.
I think we can confidently say that they are ahead of it as Gregory continues from the Trafalgar Square end. It's short and it's pulled by Bess Heath, who's really got her eye in early on as well to start her innings. She picks up a single, fielded out on the boundary edge. 139 for 2 are the Diamonds. Heath on 29 from 20 deliveries, 4 fours. Stair Callis 50 from 85, also 4 fours. In fact, she'll move on to 51. She might even try to make 52. They are going to go for the second, and she gets in comfortably. Well ran between Bess Heath and Stair Callis. It's been a real notable point of the 52 that she's made so far, James. The understanding between the respective partners that have been out with her there. They've pushed for the quick singles and they've found them.
They have indeed, and I think we have had a few run-out candidates in recent seasons.
Short of this time wide from Gregory, and Callis slaps it away, but she doesn't beat the fielder inside the circle at point. Parried away, and so they'll take the single. 142 for 2, the score on the board.
And it's something the players have been working on, is kind of those partnerships and what works for them, and different methods of communication to get people going.
Switch hit from Bess Heath. That is outstanding execution. It will run away to the boundary for 4. Bess Heath playing a perler of a knock here. Switch hits over the inner circle and away it goes. Another 4 runs to her total, and the overall score, the Diamonds 146 for 2. What a strike from Bess Heath.
Well, if there was ever a stroke to play to tell the director of cricket to shut up about the DLS score, that was the one, wasn't it? Just knock them off and don't worry about the DLS score.
They are accelerating towards that victory target, but maybe one shot too many as Heath goes again for the switch hit, but she doesn't get the same connection, and she picks out the fielder at point, and it's a comfortable catch in the end for Phoebe Franklin off the bowling of Danny Gregory, and a breakthrough for the South East Stars to just about keep this game interesting. That victory total 178. The Diamonds need a further 32. That is Bess Heath's innings over, an entertaining innings as well at that. 33 runs from 21 deliveries, 5 fours in it, and she is replaced now by the very experienced Chloe Tryon, who makes her way out to the middle.
Yeah, great impetus offered by Bess Heath there, just pushing the Diamonds on and getting in touching distance of that target of 178. And I think it's made Stair kind of accumulate a bit quicker with the good run in between the wickets. And Stair, it was difficult early on for her, and she scratched around, but she's built her innings and rode a little bit of luck, and it's been a really important knock for her so far.
You feel like the DLS score has now left the equation because of the rate in which Bess Heath was going about her business. I'm pleased to say as well, the sun continues to shine here at North Marine Road. We can see the shadows from the players pointing towards an easterly direction. The wind continues to just pick up here in the commentary box. You can probably hear it on our effects mic, but now facing the South African international Chloe Tryon, 63, 26, 12, and a duck from the 4 innings that she's faced in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy so far, as she tries to work that ball away. And there's a bit of a mix-up in the middle, and now Stair Callis could be out. She's run out, but did the batters cross? That is the big question. Chloe Tryon sensed that. She ran past Stair Callis. She basically saved Callis and surrendered herself. There was a complete mix-up in the middle. The shout went up for LBW, and Chloe Tryon there, using all of her experience to sense the situation. She has saved Stair Callis, who was by far the well-set batter in that equation, and she has gone first ball for a golden duck, ran out, and now the Diamonds are 146 for 4, 2 wickets in the space of 2 balls.
Just what they did not need at this stage. Been so comfortable on the DLS situation. Ultimately, they, of course, it's not like we've got a threat of rain, is it? So they just need to score the 178 needed to win the game. So they're still very much in the driving seat as far as that's concerned, but you just don't want to see any panic stations setting in at this stage, and that was the first sign of a kind of major error of judgment that we've seen. So hopefully it's just a one-off.
It was all happening out in the middle. There was appeal for LBW. Maybe that got in the way of the call between Callis and Tryon. I mean, despite the, I suppose, error in judgment from the two, you have to credit Tryon in sensing the situation and understanding that if she ran past Callis, which she did so successfully, that it kept Stir Callis in the game, because she is the more well-set batter in this situation, 53 to her name. And so another wicket has fallen, and still 32 runs needed by the Diamonds to reach that 178.
Here's Davies then. First ball of the over, I'm saying first ball of the over. First ball since I've taken back over. First ball of the over.
It was, yeah.
It was, I wasn't imagining things. When you start to write lots of notes, you forget what's going on out there on the pitch. Don't you?
Are you okay after all those technical problems that we had?
Yeah, I had to plug into a different line because they don't know what happened with this one. It's gone dead. As Davies is in, and the swish wide of off stump, this time by Phoebe Turner. Stir Callis just having a wander down, and probably just a word in the shell like of Phoebe Turner. No need to panic. You can have a look at a few of these, try and get used to the pace of the pitch. It's not been easy for anybody out there, and those who've been prepared to do that have prospered, haven't they? That's another little swish wide of off stump by Phoebe Turner. Just, it's one of those head on, just think about it. If you're still there the next ball, you've got more chance of scoring runs than you have if you're walking back to the dressing room. 146 for 4. Davies in again. Now then, that's nicely played. Good invention. She's walked across outside off stump and scooped that down through the vacant fine leg area. Lovely piece of play by Phoebe Turner. And it brings her a deserved 4 runs. 150 up. 28 required by the Diamonds.
Just underlines that point as well from Chloe Tryon to make sure that Stir Callis is still at the crease, and that was a shot of real confidence there to execute that, to see the space in the field to exploit, and a fantastic shot for 4 runs.
Davies again then in the Scarborough sunshine. Now the back of the hand, she's bowled her. She's tried the same thing again, but this time it was a different delivery, just held back a little bit more, and whereas it was right up there to scoop just off the bounce last time, this time there was a bit more between the ball pitching and arriving somewhere near the bat, and she's mistimed her flick. Well, let's hope for the Diamonds' sake that they're not capitulating here, so close to the victory target, but starting to put some pressure on themselves with 1 or 2 errors creeping into the game. And with a batter who is very well set, Stir Callis, having to watch on from the non-striking end at the moment. So Phoebe Turner bowled by Freya Davies for just that 4 runs that she got the ball before. And 150 for 5. Could there be an unsatisfactory twist as far as Diamonds' connections are concerned? 28 needed from 31. That's still under 1 a ball and still no cause for panic.
Well, I think because Stir Callis is still there for the Diamonds, that is key. But huge credit to Freya Davies, who maybe sensed that Phoebe Turner was going to try that again. It hit off top of off stump, just pulled the length of that delivery back. So Leah Dobson to face.
Freya Davies bowling 1 wide of off stump. And yeah, Leah Dobson just having a look at umpire Phil Mustard as if to say, how could you not signal that as a wide? But he didn't. End of the over. That's 31 complete. 150 for 5. Cat among pigeons.
That certainly makes it interesting. with 28 runs needed from the final 5 overs.
And this is where just experience counts, pushing the ball into the gaps. There's still plenty of ones around. If you can push it and go and just keep that board ticking, disappoint the opposition, don't give them another chance to peg you back if you can help it. Big gaps through the onside, for example, here.
Danny Gregory continues from the Trafalgar Square end, and as Stir Callis went down the wicket to hit that ball on the full, she just seemed to knock herself or just pick up something, hurt herself. It's a right leg or right foot that she's unhappy with. She's at the other end of the wicket, just moving that right foot and ankle around, leaning on it, and she'll watch on as Danny Gregory rips the ball out of her wrist towards Leah Dobson on the full, sent back towards the bowler, no run. 151 for 5 in pursuit of 178. 2 deliveries of this 32nd over of 36 bowled. Gregory just a fraction shorter and wider, and the opportunity for Dobson to get her arms through the ball, cut away, backward of point, but it's well fielded on the boundary edge to keep it to just a single.
Yeah.
26 runs needed. Callis on 54 facing. Graham full, aimed in towards the leg stump and pulled away by Callis, backward of square, just for a single. And that victory target now 25 runs away. Feels like there's a tense finish on the way here. Dodgy at the moment.
Sudden, yeah, from cruising. That's cricket.
Short, pulled by Dobson. It's well fielded on the boundary edge through deep mid wickets. And they'll come through for a single, so it's another one on the score. Rotating the strike, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. Callis now facing. Final delivery of the 32nd, so 25 deliveries remaining, needing a further 24, and it will be 24 from 24 as Dobson came down the wicket. I beg your pardon, Callis came down the wicket, just cramped herself up and had to jab at it. The ball got caught underneath her, she couldn't really do much with it, so dot ball to finish that over from Gregory. And yeah, the math's quite simple now. 24 runs needed from 24 more balls.
Yeah, and you'd have to say really that the Diamonds have just let the Stars back into this with those couple of 3 wickets in a short space of time. Bess Heath played a tremendous knock, 33 and 21, and having done that and set things up, you'd have to ask about the question, put a question over the extra shot that proved to be the downfall. That's nicely pushed for a single into the offside by Leah Dobson, and then the run out as well. And credit to Chloe Tryon for sacrificing herself for the batter who was in, but it was a mix-up that was avoidable. There was no need for panic singles at that stage, and so now they're needing to take singles because just heaping a bit of extra pressure on themselves. And those couple of quick wickets, but they're still there to win. Now then, she's gone underneath this one, and there is a fielder out in the deep coming in, but it's going to drop 5 metres or so short. So heart in mouth time for Diamond supporters, because that was Stir Callis. And she got away with getting under one, a single there as well. An odd boundary would certainly not do any harm here Davies is in, nicely lofted out towards Cow Corner. Are they going to get back for a second this time? They are. And again, that's good running. Just once or twice, I was going to say in the previous over, Jamie, that first run, you know, we always talk about getting off the mark and getting through that first run. Even if there's no real prospect of a second, we know how many times a fielder can think there might be, and just a little fumble and you get back for a second. It's about running that first one, putting some pressure on. I'm sure it's something that is being worked on. Here's Davies, and nicely played with an open face there by Leah Dobson out to the sweeper on the cover boundary, so the two will have stood them in good stead here. They're continuing to hit the singles as well. Keeping up with it. 19 required. Davies then turns at the end of a run, leaves our commentary position behind, right arm over the wicket. Beautiful straight drive. That's 4, I think. Yes, it's just going to have the legs. Well, that slow outfield coming into play and was dragging it, and ADR made a really good diving attempt down to our right in front of the press box. But ultimately, it was the quality of the stroke by Sturkallis that outed, and she's got 60 to her name now. Tremendous knock. Think about that partnership with Lauren Winfield, 88 for the first wicket that set the ball rolling. They were in complete control at one stage. They've lost some of their grip on that, but they've got ahead of the game again in this over, and now it's time for a bit of sense to prevail. 163 for 5. Wide ball surely will be signalled. Not signalled. Well, that has very much surprised me, I've got to say.
Well,
you might have told by the tone.
Davis opting to take pace off the delivery. It was teased wide, as Doji rightly points out, outside of off stump, and Callis just watched that one run through. As we see a replay, and we can see the blue lines for the wide marks, and I think that was on the line. So
yeah, to be fair, it also it came back in to the right-hander. She'd kind of committed herself. Yeah, you can debate that one. I think it was debatable anyway, at the very least. 15 needed from 18 balls. That's the equation here.
And Bryony Smith, the captain of the South East Stars, bringing herself back into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end. On strike, Leah Dobson, 6 from the 7 deliveries that she's faced. Stair Callis still there. Mammoth innings from her now in this run chase. 60 from 93 with 5 fours. It'll be Smith, which is short. An early call from Callis. You could hear that yes from the opener. Scampers through for a quick single. She will take the strike.
Yeah, that's good running. Good support, isn't it? And some of those singles I was talking about 2 or 3 overs ago, they're more where the striker of the ball's been back foot, and so getting going for those first couple of strides has ended up meaning they've had to settle for 1.
Callis on 16. I think it takes a thick outside edge that will race towards the boundary in front of us, and they'll come back for 2. So more runs on the board, and now just the 12 needed.
It was an outside edge, but she knows that area's free. She can have a go at that wide of off stump, and she's going to be unlucky if she finds a fielder.
So 12 now needed for the Diamonds. Full. Callis comes down towards it, and she thumps it straight towards mid-on. There's a little hesitance between the two batters, who do eventually come through for the single. Fumble in the field, and Callis just profiting from that. She moves on to 63. The Diamonds now 11 runs shy of that victory target.
Yeah, say it quietly, going okay this
stage. Steady. Dobson now on strike.
I didn't say that.
7 to her name. Smith will continue from the Trafalgar Square end. Oh, it's lofted high up into the air by Dobson. Fielder underneath it, and will take the catch. So another wicket falls for the Diamonds. They still need 11 runs to reach 178. Dobson, the wicket to fall for 7. She top-edged it. It flew high up into the air off the bowling of Bryony Smith. And doing the fielding was Phoebe Franklin. Simple catch. The Diamonds 6 down. Crucially though, still at the crease is Sturkallis on 63.
Yep, and thank goodness I hear you saying, Diamonds supporters, because it does need somebody now to hold it together, and she is providing the glue at the moment. And not only the glue, she's certainly worth more than that. 63 off 95, but you know what I'm saying.
It's Abby Glenn now who makes her way out to the middle in conversation with Callis. Receives a final bit of instruction, a couple of hops towards the crease, and will take guard from umpire Naeem. So the Diamonds 6 down, 167 on the board. Callis there not out on 63. The victory target 178. It's a spread field. Singles available should Glenn want to take them. 2 deliveries remaining of this 34th over. 14 deliveries remaining in the game. The captain for the South East Stars, Bryony Smith, to bowl. And it's pulled away by Glenn straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, what you don't want here is Sturkallis panicking that she wants to get on strike and running herself out. She was a bit lively out of the crease there and had to track back fairly quickly.
Final delivery of the over. Glenn will strike it down towards long on. They'll push for a second, but the fielding has been complete. They'll have to settle for the single. It means that Glenn, fresh to the crease, will keep a hold of the strike. 2 overs remaining in this game. 12 deliveries in total. 10 more runs needed for the Diamonds to chase down 178.
Well, we'll find out if they are up to it. Don't forget, they are in defence of this trophy. Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy, first trophy in the Diamonds cabinet.
It's a game that's had everything really, hasn't it? It's ebbed and flowed. It's gone one way, and then at one point we felt like the Diamonds were cruising, certainly before that rain break, and then afterwards as well. The way that they advanced, quick rate scoring with Bess Heath, but then just a flurry of wickets has brought it right back down to in the fine balance.
Freya Davies then going at 5 and over. That would be enough for the Diamonds here. And there's one of them. Count them down. 9 needed, as that is just a sensible push by Abby Glenn, and takes on Bryony Smith, the Stars skipper at mid-off. Wins the race. 169 for 6. 9 off 11 the equation. Davies back of the hand, pushed into the offside by Callis. And Dunkley, who did so much for the Stars with the bat, round to do the fielding. Another single. 8 off 10.
Every single cheered from the pavilion towards our left.
Well, they're going to have to close in here, and Dunkley's done that now.
Yep.
Bit of experience, so she's closed in an extra 5 at short extra cover. The rest of them on the circle, so they can still be taken on. Davies in again. Nicely pulled this time by Abby Glenn. Fielder coming in off the square leg boundary. Keeps them to 1. Make that 7 off 9 the requirement now. There's going to be more discussion about what to do next.
Captain Smith coming over to her experienced bowler in Davis. Just looking out towards Cow Corner at the moment. Smith steps away.
Needs some careful thought. Boundaries need blocking, but ones clearly also in the first instance. That's nicely played again by Callis, who's worked it through square leg for a single. Sensible batting. 6 needed from 8 deliveries. Diamonds the favourites. They have 4 wickets in the tent. And a player very well set on 65. She's at the non-striking end at the moment, Abby Glenn.
There's a fielder on the long on boundary, and then there's two at 75, cow corner and deep mid-wicket. And then there's just a change here as backward a square comes round to...
Yeah, it looks like she's clearly going to bowl this fairly straight. They've just brought a fielder in straight mid-wicket and somebody for protection as well. Backward a square leg, well batted again, this time from Abby Glenn, who saw that coming and stepped across and just opened up more space backward of square on the leg side. That's excellent play. So even when all the signs have been posted, she's had the foresight to get herself into a good position, just giving herself more room to play it, and she's got two and well worth it. That really has broken the back of it now. So with 7 deliveries left, I think it is, isn't it? Last ball of the over, 4 required. Nothing silly. You win the game. Davies in, and a little flash outside off stump, but we'll forgive her that because that was another good over as far as the Diamonds are concerned. So they're going to need 4 runs to win this match off the final over.
4 from 6, and it was a good over for the Diamonds. Some smart batting from both Callis and Glenn, particularly Glenn, the way that she worked the field. Davis there in deep discussion with her captain Bryony Smith, who will bowl the final over of this run chase for the South East Stars. This is she takes off her cap from the Trafalgar Square end, so it'll be Callis to face. 4 runs needed, as Smith just in discussion once again with Davis, who walks to mid-off. There's a sweeper out on the boundary edge near cow corner. Short from Smith, slapped away by Callis, and that sweeper doing the fielding there. They settle for a single. I think about a second with a bit of a misfield, but 1 goes on the total. 3 needed from 5.
Yep, Freya Davis, well bowled to her. 7 overs, 1 for 36. 5 overs for 17, Phoebe Franklin. 6 overs for 16, Paige Schofield. 2 overs for 21, Alice Davidson-Richards. 4 overs, 2 for 25, Rihanna MacDonald-Gay. And Danielle Gregory, 5 overs, 1 for 27. Not a maiden in this innings.
Second delivery of the over. Glenn goes down the wicket, misses the ball, and she is stumped. And another twist in this tale for the Northern Diamonds. Just 3 runs needed, but they lose their 7th wicket. And it is that of Abby Glenn, who, through some good keeping by Chathli behind the stumps, dismisses Glenn for 5. And the new batter will come out to the crease. 5 runs from the 6 deliveries faced. Callis is still there. 66 from 98. It's going to the wire, this game.
It is. It's a nipper, as they say. And it's Lizzie Scott coming out at number 9 then for the Diamonds.
Scores of 8-2, no score and 2 so far in the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. 3 runs needed from 4 deliveries. She takes her guard. Scott just looks around the field. All fielders up inside the ring, apart from that sweeper at deep mid-wicket. Smith, the captain, full. Flashed away by Scott. It will run for 2. They'll come back for 2 at third, and that leaves them just a single now needed for the Diamonds to chase down that 178. They're on the brink of victory. 3 deliveries remaining of this over. 1 run needed. Scott on strike. She goes for the big shot. She finishes it with the big shot. Lofts it out towards long off. It might not reach the boundary rope, but she embraces Sturkallis because the Northern Diamonds have chased down that victory total. They didn't make it easy for themselves in a run chase that has ebbed and flowed. The two batters embrace in the middle. There's a pause here because the South East Stars are just questioning the fact as to whether or not, one wonders, both batters place their bat in the respective crease to complete the run. They do, though, eventually shake hands. That is the end of the game. And the Northern Diamonds register their third victory in their defence of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. Fabulous game of cricket here at North Marine Road in the sunshine, I'm pleased to report. And the Diamonds have come away victorious against the South East Stars. They win by 3 wickets.
Yep, with a couple of balls to spare, and well done to them. I think it's a thoroughly deserved victory, you'd have to say. They had a fantastic start with those 5 wickets for Jess Woolston, all the first 5 on the card, and ended up with 5 for 37 from her 9 overs, 2 apiece for Lizzie Scott, who was not quite as unerringly accurate, but still managed to pick up a couple of wickets as well. Abby Glenn did a good job with 2 herself, and who else but our very own Lev got involved with a late wicket to add to the many wickets that she has taken in her career. So 223 all out, and full credit to Sophia Dunkley. That was a brilliant knock of 101 and showed everybody really in the match how it's done, and particularly given that conditions were just a little bit worse for batting first time around. They were on the wrong end of the toss, and when she came into the crease at 20 odd for 2, and then at one stage was down to 55 for 5, it needed somebody with experience and a bit of class, and she had plenty of that to get her team up to what looked like a pretty formidable chase. And so in the end it has proved, hasn't it, because the Diamonds have had to rely first and foremost on a top draw opening partnership of 88 between Lauren Winfield Hill, who made 45, and Sturkallis, who was unbeaten in the end in the 60s. I haven't made a final note of her score, Jamie. What was it? 66. Yeah, so superb knock from her as well. Bess Heath just came in and injected a bit of life into things, didn't she, in the latter stages, and kicked things on, and so that, as it turned out, mitigated against that little stream of wickets towards the back end that just gave us the collie wobbles and wondered if they'd be able to see it through. Thankfully they have done that. It's one of those games, isn't it, where they come out with a win. I'm sure they'll still learn plenty from it. In the main, the fielding was superb. There was just a 1 drop catch really from Lizzie Scott back end of the innings, wasn't there, from Sophia Dunkley, but otherwise some cracking fielding, and I think that's probably also gone quite a long way towards keeping that South East Stars score in some sort of manageable proportions. Just using their loaves in the main with the bat has managed to see them through, so full credit to them. They're back on the horse, as it were, after a bit of a chasing experience against the Blaze last weekend, and we'll look forward to covering plenty more games, both, well, mainly in the T20s that are to come, but a bit more 50 over cricket as well, and we'll hope they can progress back to a defence of their trophy in the final later on this season. But I'm sure they'll be delighted. We're going to be speaking to I think either Jess Woolston or Sturkallis to get their reaction to events out there in the middle. But your first experience at Scarborough, Jamie Rayner, you've been buzzing all day, and you must have enjoyed that.
Absolutely, yeah. Fantastic game of cricket, not least because it's here at Scarborough, but a fantastic game of cricket that has gone to the wire in a game where we saw a fabulous century from Sophia Dunkley in the South East Stars innings, and then a brilliant chase by the Diamonds, led by Sturkallis, who, as you say, Doiji, not out on 66. Some real power hitting from Bess Heath in the middle of the order. Some really experienced play from Lauren Winfield Hill to get the Diamonds going. They set a really strong foundation just before that rain break. Either side, actually, very entertaining. And then maybe a bit of confusion, a little bit of panic towards the end of that chase, but thankfully the Diamonds getting over the line and back to winning ways, as you say, as they look to continue their defence of the Rachael Heyhoe Flint Trophy. And we started with sunshine, Doiji. We are finishing with sunshine here at North Marine Road as well.
We are. We'll be back, of course, with more Diamonds action, as I mentioned earlier on in the piece. And that is coming, he said, checking back through his emails again, next week, a week on Friday, the 19th of May, Jamie and I at Headingley for the T20 match against the Western Storm. We'll look forward to bringing you that. And before that, I'm going to be heading up straight up to Durham this evening because, of course, the fellas have a 4-day game. Yorkshire taking on Durham, who are top of the County Championship Division 2 table, in a 4-day match that starts tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Martin Emerson and I will be there for that. Katie Levick, will be able to ask her about this experience today because she's with us on Friday for day 2 of that. I think there are various other members of the Durham club who will be popping in to do bits and bobs on commentary by the sound of things as well. But we'd love your company as well. So from Jamie and from the cast of thousands that we've had helping us out in the box, Graham Hardcastle, thanks to him, to Bill Mustoe and to James Carr, and from myself, Jonathan Deutsch, thank you for tuning in, and we shall be back with you, as I say, tomorrow from Durham for that Championship cricket.